Dreaming about the things that we could be, but baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting stars. I see this life like a swinging vine. Swing my heart across the line, and in my face is flashing signs. Seek it out and you shall find. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. And I feel something so right, doing the wrong thing. And I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I couldn't lie, couldn't lie, couldn't lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah. I feel your love, and I feel it burn down this river every turn. Hope is our four-letter word. Make that money, watch it burn. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. And I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I couldn't lie, couldn't lie, couldn't lie. Everything that drowns me makes me wanna fly. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars.
Okay, is this working? Hello, hi. Hi everyone, welcome back to this your humble and cozy little workshop. How's everyone doing? Hi. I was rushing a little bit before stream. So yesterday, right after a stream, I started to set up everything for today's stream, and I tried to tackle all the little details that we noticed in our figures. And yeah, it took a while, but I think I sorted most of them, and I left the resin printer running. So now we have what could be our final pieces or our final designs. Maybe it could need a couple extra tweaks. I don't know. We'll see right now. But if it worked, that's going to be very useful. And also at the same time, because the printer was free, I left a second batch of pieces to print. So in case these prints are like the final ones and they work perfectly, then we can move on to the next ones, which will be very good. So yeah, awesome. So other than that, I guess we could get started. So let's see. So okay, let me make sure I got the tag ready. There we go. Harken World Claimer. Hello, how's it going? Harken World Claimer, welcome. So let me see. I have this crazy feeling that I forgot to set up something, but I think I'm just being paranoid. Oh, I need gloves. That's the only thing I need. Let me go get some gloves and I'll be right back. Okay, so also try to clean a little bit the desk so it's a little bit tidier this time around. Okay, so let's go into the camera view. So this one, yeah, there we go. Hi, how's everyone doing? Yeah, we still got the weird angle. Sorry about that. I'm gonna try and see if we can tweak that in the future. But for now, this was what will work best. Light feels okay. Yeah, it's fine. Hey, Nubnuts, hi. Oh, man, no. How's it going? Nubnuts. So good to see you. What else am I gonna do? I'm not sure if the lights will make a difference this time of day. I don't think they will. And what else was I needing? I think it's fine. Okay, so I see another name over there. How's it going? Loud. Yo, I'm early. Hello, Route. Welcome. Hi, how's it going? So yeah, welcome to the very start of the stream. That's amazing. So I'll show you our pieces. I'm a little worried they might be a little bit sticky because I didn't have enough. Oh, they weren't like, didn't get enough sunlight maybe in the morning. But I got gloves, so I guess it's fine. So yeah, yesterday I made this a couple improvements to see if we could perfect our little joints. For starters, they needed to be smaller because the whole body was like, it barely fit inside the mold, and that's a very risky move. So I tried to make them slightly smaller in general. Busman took my van to Santa Fe. So good to eat ice cream and just sit in the warehouse today. All right. That's cool. Wait, what day is it today? It's Thursday. Okay, I guess it could be chill Thursday for day Nubnuts. Not butts. Your name's such a tongue twister. Okay, so these are the versions, the different versions that we made. I think I could just blast it a little bit with my UV light just to make sure it's, you know, it's somewhat. I did leave them in the sun for a little bit, but I think I rushed too much. What's this? So yeah, I'm not completely sure if this will be good enough. Okay. No, the second time you've called me numbnuts. I don't actually try to say numbnuts, I try to say something else, like not num. Yeah, it's a tongue twister. Not butts. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah. Okay, so also I need to explain to you why these pieces look the way they do. So I was thinking about the leg pieces, and there's another experiment I would like to try. However, this one will take a little bit longer because we're gonna have to make, instead of like using this as the bone itself, instead of using this as the bone itself, like what we did here, I've been thinking of actually making a mold and having in that mold the wire go through, which would be probably a little bit easier to assemble and a little bit sturdier, but yeah, I still have my doubts about it. think it would be cleaner than this one, because if you remember, casting this one was a big problem, because yeah, I had to like cast it through this little hole with the wire inside, and it's also not very precise. Like the piece could be sliding up and down anytime, and because it slides, it could like stop fitting inside the mold. That would be annoying. So I'm thinking of trying to make a separate mold and just have like the wire go through the mold and cast the resin inside. So I would make the bone, instead of having like an outer shell of resin, of printer resin, and the inner shell made out of pure hardened urethane resin, it would be 100% urethane, which would also be probably a little bit stronger, but I don't really care about that. It's more about the ease of integrating it into the bones of the puppet. So I think that's gonna work a little bit better, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna try and test it out. So yeah, in the meantime, let's see. So this sounds a lot like the yesterday's playlist. And I find it very interesting that there's sometimes songs that just disappear for months and then they come back and you hear them all the time. So yeah, I'm just gonna give them a little quick clean just to make sure if there's any like unreacted resin, just to have it leave. Any ideas on how many puppets you've made? Like made myself with my bare hands, not that many, honestly. So I made Agretsuko. I think you can see it in the intro video of the channel. I used to have her set up for our lunch break screen, but I think I moved the files, so now it's not working. But I'll try to get that back on track, because I really like them dancing around for my lunch break screen. So I made Agretsuko, Hornet. There was this puppet of myself that I made, and it transformed into a weird generic white guy for a marketing company. Well, not a marketing company, for a marketing campaign. So that would be one. I would count that as one single puppet. Like it's one puppet that I transformed. I just changed the head into another one and changed the hands, I believe. But yeah, it was the same white guy. So well, it's the same mold, I guess. So I wouldn't. But yeah, so me and the white guy would be one. Another puppet. So how many is that? That's 3, 4. Evil, of course. And that's about it. I think that's all the puppets I've actually made. Well, there's a very, very, very simple one I made for a Cartoon Network YouTube animation. It was like a floating head with, you know, little mouth and eyes that were exchangeable. And I guess that one would be another puppet I made by myself. But yeah, what I've done most in my life is just animating the puppets, not really build them. But I love the process of building. That's why I like, you know, having my little workshop and making my own stuff. Trying to recount if there's any other one I haven't thought about. So there's Hornet, I think there was another character. Oh no, another 2 characters I made. Were just random little people. So what would that be, about 5? So the first 2, then there's the one that we made, 3, Hornet, Agretsuko, and Evil. So 6. I've made 6 puppets in my life. Soon to be 8. If we make Evil 2.0 and Neuro-Sama. Maybe 9 if we get to make Vettel, little Vettel turtle puppet. That would be funny. So yeah, that's about as many puppets I've made. Now, how many puppets I've animated? That's a whole different number. I've animated. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think I have the count. I mean, it's probably a finite number. It's not like I've animated an infinite amount of puppets, but I would say more than 20 probably. Like the movie. Oh, I should have. I wanted to share with you. Okay, like we're barely getting started, so I guess it's a good time. Just let me take the gloves off. I wanted to share with you something, but I don't even know if I can find it. Give me a second. Because they just released the new, like the final poster for the movie I worked on. So I'm gonna go get it and see if I can put it on stream. Where is it? Where is it? I saw it online. The new poster. Da-da-dum. Maybe on Instagram. Yeah, in this movie. Read to Instagram. Okay, let me see if I can get it from my phone, maybe. Na 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 na. I'm going much more than I should to get a simple image. Okay. Okay. You probably heard the airdrop file. Da-da-da-da-dum. Okay, let's see if I can get it. Wait a second. Here it is. No. Okay, got it. I think there's nothing here yet. It's fine. So here it is. Wait, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, wanted to share it real quick. Hello, Janice. Hi. How are you doing? So yeah, I just wanted to show off a little bit. Want to show the official poster. Oh my god. Official poster of the movie I worked on. So I worked as an animator in this one. Music's got an echo. Oh, it's because I have the music. Okay, maybe I can lower the volume here. Yeah, the thing is, it's whatever you pick up with them. Whatever you're picking up, like my microphone is picking up, that's the echo. But maybe if I do this, it could get a little bit better. Anyway, so are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, I screwed up. Anyway, ta-da! That's the poster of the movie I worked on. So yeah, I worked in this film for years. I think I started in 2021 and finished around 2024. And yeah, it was a fun little adventure. Better, thanks. I'm glad it worked, not butts. Not butts. There you go. I'm doing it and better at pronouncing now. But yeah, this is the movie I worked on. Yay! So it's having a national release on October 23rd. I don't know if it will go international just yet. I don't know if it will. I know it will most likely eventually be. So it will eventually be watchable from everywhere, I guess, because it's a movie that was made by HBO. So it should be available in Max or something like that in the future, just like women wearing shoulder pads. But I'm not sure how much time will that take. What's this movie? So this is Soy Frankelda. It's a movie I worked on. It's a movie about like a rejected book writer who is who like has tough luck writing for humans, but turns out that monsters love the horror stories she writes, so she is chosen to become like one of like an official writer for the world of nightmares and something like that. So it's a really cool movie. I don't know, it's hard to explain the general plot without either spoiling a lot or without, I mean, yeah, no, it's hard to make sense of it just by saying it, but it's a cool movie. I think it's really cool. So yeah, she's a ghost writer in quite a literal sense. She is a ghost and a writer. And yeah, she travels to the world of nightmares and crazy creatures and yeah, writes for them, makes fun stories, horror stories that they can enjoy. That's sort of the plot of the story. And so there's a TV show already in which I also worked on. That's like, this is sort of like a, yeah, I mean, it's the first part of the story, I would say. It's called Frankelda's Book of Spooks. I think you can find it in HBO Max. I know that one has released internationally already, so you can actually see it. You can see all the 5 episodes that are out there. And if you watch them, please tell me that episode number 4 is your favorite, because that's the one I worked on the most. I worked on most of them. I think I worked on all of them, at least like a couple of shots, but episode 4 is like 75% my work, I think. Like I did a lot of that episode, which was really fun. And I'm just joking about that. It doesn't really matter which one you like most. They're all really fun. But yeah, you can watch that on HBO Max, and that way you'll be prepared to actually watch the movie whenever it comes out, if it gets an international release. But yeah, I worked on this for a while. I made a lot of fun stuff. I just wanted to release soon so I can actually talk to you guys more about what I did and all the fun stuff that happened. Like, I've been throwing a couple of little teasers, not teasers, like a little clues of the things I've done and that sort of thing, but I don't want to give too many details, because I feel like some of the things that I would love to talk about would spoil a little bit of the story, you know? So yeah, I'm waiting for the movie to come out. I hope more people get to see it, and then we can like talk a little bit more about the things that I actually did in the movie. I think a bunch of what I did also got scrapped. Like not everything, but the movie had a lot of changes during production. So there's also a lot of shots that might have been changed, scrapped, switched. I remember the script changed a lot while I was working, but I did a lot of stuff, so they cannot cut everything out. I haven't seen the movie yet, so like the final one, I saw it a little bit before we wrapped production, so I saw like most of what was done by then, but there was like a lot of extra stuff that I think they added later. I don't know. It's fun, but yeah. So it's coming out now. Am I the only one who feels weird about this poster? Like, doesn't it have an unusual aspect ratio? Aren't posters used to be usually a little bit thinner, or am I just tripping? Like, sometimes I watch this and I'm like weirded out by the size of the thing. Like, aren't posters a bit thinner, like slightly longer? But yeah, so yeah, just wanted to share that with you real quick. A little bit of shameless self-promotion, haha. And yep, other than that, because we could go straight back to the workshop. Wait, there we go. So and yeah, in that movie going back to your original question, if how many puppets I've made, I haven't made many, but in that movie, I'm pretty sure I animated at least 30. 30? Does that sound like too much? Maybe 30 puppets would be about right. Because there's also like, sometimes I would animate the same character, but the same character could have like different version. There were like different scales. So there was like a miniature for very wide, long shots. And there were like, you know, more detailed versions. So sometimes those, I would count them as different puppets. They're different pieces. And there's also like a lot of like mini puppets, like, you know, little animals or creatures in the background. So if you took those into account as full-on puppets, which I think would be a little bit like cheating, I could say I've animated easily more than 120 puppets, but yeah, I feel like that's cheating because it's not really like full-on complex puppets and creatures. They were more like little extras in the background that didn't move a lot. It's a little bit hard to explain. It's like one of those things that I find a little bit hard to elaborate on, because it would, I don't think it will spoil the story, but it would be, yeah, it's like, it's hard to explain without any context. But like just an element in the background that moved a lot, like it's an independent sort of creature, maybe. Be sure to check it out. Yeah, check it out. It's really fun. I always love chatting about the show because those are fun stories that I can tell out loud. So it's like, hey, have you seen this part when they're swimming underwater and I tried to animate? So this was the first shot I ever animated for the show and blah, 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 blah. And I can like really, really go in depth into talking all about it. And yeah. I think it's fun. It would be fun. If you watch it and you have any questions or you want to talk about the episodes, I can tell you all sorts of secrets and trivia behind it. Of course, nothing that would break an NDA or something that would get me blasted by the HBO ninjas. But yeah, definitely, I love to talk about that kind of stuff, but a little bit of context. Was it you, Notbots, who was watching Women Wearing Shoulder Pads too? Because we could definitely talk about Women Wearing Shoulder Pads if you've seen that one. Mostly about the pilot, but I can tell you a couple of interesting stories. I think it's about to end, right? I think the next Monday is the final episode. Okay, so I'm gonna go and blast this with a little bit of the black light just to make sure everything's properly catalyzed, because the sun, it went dark just as soon as I started streaming. I did have these pieces in the sun, but it got cloudy all of a sudden. So yeah, just a little bit of extra light just to make sure. This only helps to make it less sticky. I was then and took an ADHD took over. I understand it, so don't worry about it. I feel like Women Wearing Shoulder Pad is kind of a dense watch, honestly. I wouldn't blame anyone for giving it a break every now and then, or yeah, like just forgetting about it for a bit. But yeah, I worked on the first episode. Actually, the very first trailer, the first teaser they released of the show, it was at least 90%, but it might even be 100% animated by me. No, it's not 90%. It's not 100% because I remember the first shot was animated by the direction animator, because he wanted to get a feel of the character so we could like have like a guideline on how the character behaved. So yeah, I think the very first shot is the only one that wasn't done by me. But everything in the very first trailer of Women Wearing Shoulder Pads was animated by me, because it's just like a single scene, and I remember I animated the whole scene. I have a lot of fun stories to tell about that scene too. which could be really interesting. But maybe we could save that for a special, maybe once it finishes. I also have a little women wearing shoulder pads related surprise that I want to give you guys on Christmas, but I'm waiting for that. And I'm also concerned I might forget about it, but I think it's a fun little Easter egg. It's not really an Easter egg, I don't know what I would call it, but it's something fun that I can share with you, and it's gonna be best in Christmas. But yeah, like women wearing shoulder pads was the thing. The first trailer I made, yeah, animated almost 90% of it. Oh, yeah, everything except of one shot I animated. But that's mostly everything I did for the show, because I was working on the movie. So there were like two separate animation departments. One was taking care of the show of women wearing shoulder pads, and the other one was taking care of the movie. So I was more busy with doing the movie itself. So there was no movie back when I was making the first pilot of women wearing shoulder pads. That's why I got to work there. But when the rest of the season got released, I had more. I was busier with the movie than I was with the show. So that's why I didn't get to work a lot on the rest of the thing. But yeah, I was there when the puppets were being made. I saw a couple of the sets. I think I saw mostly until episode 3 or 4. That's why episodes 5 on have been like a fun little surprise to me, because I hadn't seen all of those sets. I never got to meet all of those puppets, so it was interesting. But yeah, that's also a show that I worked on. It's really weird to me because it feels like everything I've done in my life sort of releasing at the very same time. Like the stuff I made 4 years ago with women wearing shoulder pads just released. Like, I mean, that episode specifically released like 2 weeks ago, maybe less. No, not 2 weeks ago, wait, like 5 weeks ago, right? And that's the very first. And then the movie is gonna be releasing very soon, which I also worked on. So it's very weird. It's like, yeah, I feel missed most of yesterday's stream. Are we building Nero instead of evil? So, okay, for starters, we are working pretty much in all intents and purposes, this is made for both of them. But we're doing a little bit of research and development on what we're doing, on how we're going to be making them. So yesterday what I did is I made some prints similar to these ones, but they had a couple of flaws that I needed to address. And those ones, they didn't work very well, but I was like, hey, I already have the piece printed. Why don't I just test the limitations of the material? Because that was something that had me very curious, if it would work or not. So yeah, I just did that. And we built like a very rudimentary, very like low quality skeleton, just to test how well the material behaved. And here it is. So we built this yesterday and we did a lot of stress testing. So half of the stream, no, more than half the stream, like most of the stream was just building this. And then like the last couple of, I think the last hour was just me tearing it into pieces and trying to find all the weak spots and trying to break it as hard as I could, but trying to see like where the weak spots are. It's not just about breaking it, but it's like figuring out what it is that breaks the puppet. So yeah, we made this little thing. Yeah, it had like our different pieces together and tried different ways to put the wire in its place. A lot of trial and error, you know. But yeah, so we assembled this little guy or gal, I don't know. She also had a foot. Where's her foot? Over here. So yeah, you can imagine this is a single piece we assembled. And after I assembled it, so they're made of these hollow pieces that I designed. Hey, Davi! Hello! And cuatro vagina, but I don't know if I can say that out loud. I'm sorry. Why not? They're supposed to be twins. They could even make Hiyori Nurse first model. Would the bodies match? No, I mean definitely we could make. I mean they're definitely one and the same, and I'm planning to actually make them both because right now Evil is completely dead. Like if you saw the surgery stream, we tore down Evil, so we need a new Evil and a new Neuro. That's why. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, but yeah. What's happening? All right, so Nubnuts was asking for a little bit of context, so I was telling them what happened yesterday, and good that you asked too, because you weren't here around yesterday, right, Tubby? Yeah, I think yesterday's stream was off your time zone too. So yeah, yesterday we made this little like dummy puppet, and I was just trying to test how much stress would the material support, and it took a lot of like it's incredibly strong in the right places. There's a couple of places where there wasn't enough resin support, so it broke. But wherever there was proper resin support, it's extremely hard. Like, take a look. What can I? Like, you can just hit it with a hammer, and it does absolutely nothing. This is one of the sturdiest things I've made by myself. Like, I feel like we're not that far away. I know the best thing you could use for making this sort of puppets is actually machining like iron bars and iron joints and all that stuff. That's like the best thing you can do, but I do not have that equipment. So I was thinking, what's the closest I can get with the materials that I have? And I thought maybe if I made like a hollow print, but I reinforced it in the inside with a little bit more resin, it would be enough plastic so it would be incredibly sturdy and strong. And I think we might have. I'm not sure if you can hear the hit of the hammer because I think it peaks in the microphone. But yeah, this thing is sturdy. It's very, very sturdy. So yeah, we made this little test dummy because there were a lot of flaws, but the test dummy was good to see where the wire breaks the most, what are the weak spots, how to apply all of the little details, where should it need more support, where should I be more careful, the methods of how to seal it and cast the resin and be more careful, which I'm trying to make something new because I think I could improve a little bit quality. What material is this? Wait, there's a lot of comments here. For the longest time, Evil was just a recolor of narrow red eyes instead of blue, some minor changes. Cheap followers and let me ban that guy, give me a second. Donopoly, I hope you die. First time chatter, I can't believe it. Now you're gone. How do I how do I kill this guy? I don't know how to use Twitch. How do you ban a bot? No. I need you to be banned. Sorry, I'm still very new to Twitch, so click to reply. I hate you. But how do I remove this from my chat? I had the tools yesterday. Isn't there a red hammer on their profile? No. It's like just I can just reply. And what's this one? Ah. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with this. Okay, I think I'll just have You're Lucky for today. Am I like on the wrong window maybe? Oh, maybe I can do it from my other window. Give me a sec. So yeah, I'm struggling here. Sorry about that. I'm fairly new to this. Can I blast you from here maybe? No. Yeah. Okay, I think it's gonna be lucky for today. Stupid little thing. Right. Okay, anyway, back to the stream. What material is this? So there's a couple of blended materials here. One of them, like this is resin, like 3D printer resin. I just popped it out of the printer like this. And it's really good. It's fairly sturdy, honestly, but it's hollow. That makes it very fragile, but it's very useful because having it being hollow makes it a lot cheaper, a lot lighter. And like all of this, like making one batch of pieces costs me about, well, I don't know the exact price, but it takes about 25 or 30 grams of resin, which is not a lot. Oh, ban username. Okay, thank you, Niak. Thanks. Let's see if that works. Ban. Do I need to? So we're trying to ban this and exist. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Now they're gone. Thank you, Niak. Very helpful. Okay. What material is this? So yeah, it's resin. So the outer shell is made of this resin, which is, it's good, it's sturdy, but it's a little bit fragile, mostly because it's hollow. But making this out of solid resin would take a long time, a lot of material, and would be fairly expensive. So instead of doing that, what I'm trying to do is making it with the expensive resin, like the outline and having all the little details that I need for the animation. And then I'm just filling it with a cheaper resin that is actually stronger than the light blue one. So that's what we did here. You can see, so here, this is the piece that we had before, right? It was a little bit larger. The ribs didn't have resin inside of it, like the second type of resin. So it was pretty easy to break with pliers. And the inside was filled with the other resin, and it's all like covered the whole inside of the puppet. And yeah, this made it incredibly strong. This is what makes it like, yeah, indestructible. Isn't there a red hammer on the profile? Fun part, since they are sorry. In a sense, they are already some kind of... Wait, yeah. Like, I'm getting lost in... what material is it? Okay, now Evil has slanted eyes. Oh, so they have different eyes now? I don't think we'll be able to... to do that then. Because we're working out of a model that I got from the internet, and it's based on the previous model. So for now, I don't think we're going to be able to add that little detail, but that's interesting now that you say it. Mr. Cuatro. I'm gonna try to keep it in account and see how Evil's eyes are different from Neuro's. Actual research and development, love to see it. Yes, it is, a lot of research and development. So that's what we've been doing. And I think we're gonna be doing a lot of research and development here. I love to do that. I know it's might not be like, I don't know, the best content or whatever, but it's really cool because of the breakthroughs. Like I feel like once I land this, making any other character is gonna be much, much easier. Because it's just a matter of tweaking these pieces into the shape of the character, and just like I already figured out how thick the walls need to be, how to support them on the inside, all that stuff will already be figured out. So yeah, it's got a lot of potential, you know? Ban username, inclusion. Isn't there a red hammer? That fun part? In a sense, they're already some kind of puppet. Yeah, they're sort of... There's like a lot of really fun semantics in what I'm doing right now, and it's a little bit hard. Like, yeah, they're kind of a puppet, and they're animated, and they're also like AI, but they're not like AI generated art. They're just something else. So it's a weird, fun blend of art and technology, what I feel like I'm doing. And it's also something that I feel like AI would not, like, you know, AI generated animation would not be able to do, but we're making something that's still related to it. There's like a lot of different weird, like, semantical overlapping that's not the usual kind, and I find this very interesting in what I'm doing. But it's just like a mere coincidence, you know? I need to have a notification enabled to you, but Twitch isn't even... Oh, you can join the Discord. We got the Discord right there, and you'll probably get notifications whenever I start streaming. So, Thunder Nugget, if you wanna get notified, just join the Discord. Just check in for the notifications. I don't know, my Discord is very bare bones. I don't know a lot about setting stuff up, but I think it would, like, you would get the announcements, and that's it. You don't really need to do anything else. You can just join in, and you'll probably get notified whenever I'm live, whenever I set up, whenever I schedule a stream, and all of that stuff. So yeah, you can always do that. Also, cool print. I don't know what you mean with a cool print. The 3D print? Yeah, they're really cool. It's getting interesting. So these ones, the new ones, actually it went a little bit how to say, further with my... Oh, now I see what happened. Oh, I screwed up there. Huh. But I designed inner supports that hold the center pieces in place. It's a little bit hard to explain, and it was very hard to do yesterday night, but I think that will help to keep the shape in better... it will help keep the shape better, so it works more. I wanted to test, where did I put the piece? Wait, I'm all over the place right now. Sorry, I'm getting overrun by the chat. Also, cool prints are the hole for adding the resin on the inside. So the holes up here are made for adding the resin. The holes on the sides, they are sealed separately because they're not made for resin. They're made for the joint, which I just lost, and that's very bad. If I lose the joint, I'm in very big trouble. So I hope it's somewhere around here. Oh, here it is. So this is the animation joint. It's incredibly important because this is what holds the puppet in place all of the time, you know? I'm trying to have like a little alternative, but this is always the main support of your character, and it goes straight in the hip. So yeah, here you can also, I can give you a little bit of a 3D X-ray vision of how it works. So yeah, this is the hip, and inside here you can see this squared hole where the piece slides in, and this is what holds the puppet in place. Whenever it moves, this is what gives it support. This is the part that broke in the Extravaganza video. This is the reason we had to stop animating. Well, there were two reasons. One is that I was getting evicted, and the other one was that... Evicted, is that the right word? Sometimes my English just fails me, but yeah, I was getting like thrown away of the old workshop. And the other reason was that Evil broke. So because this broke, the whole stability of the puppet was not working. Like, I had enough stability just for it to barely stay in place, but I wasn't able to make like complex movement, walking, all that stuff was just impossible with this broken, because there's no stable point for the puppet at all. So yeah, the big holes are made to add the resin in. I'm gonna add the resin in. That's how we cast these ones, and it fills the whole inside, and that's what makes it sturdy. These other holes are designed for the joint. So, oh wow, it's really smooth. Oof, that's really cool. So I don't want to force this, because right now, because it's empty, it's very fragile. If I try to force this around, it's gonna crack really easily. But these holes were designed so it could hold from pretty much anywhere, and this time I can have like backup holes. This one doesn't, it's not working as well as the other one. So this side ones are tricky. Maybe just this one. Don't know why. Maybe I'll just pass a little bit of sandpaper or something. Maybe I did not enlarge this one specifically. It's weird. Let's take a look at that later. But yeah, as you can see, this one fit like a glove. But these ones are sealed separately. I'm not gonna cast any resin into these ones. And this is a key of what we're doing. Like if this works and it's as sturdy as this one or this one, I think both Evil and Neuro would probably last for a very long time, as long as I'm not animating like full-on anime crazy combat Jujutsu Kaisen stuff. I think if it's simple enough as like Extravaganza, like Extravaganza was hard in execution, but it was not hard on the puppet itself. Like I think the hardest points for the puppet to handle were the harpoon throwing and pretty much the harpoon throwing mostly, and maybe some of the walking and the running. But the running, I ended up cheating it a lot because of the breaking of the joint. So wait, I think I'm getting. Oh, I've never heard Ocean. No, I think I had. I don't know, but it's always fun to listen to Ocean Man. There's no the corners of the world. Okay, so I'm getting a little bit run. Have you seen Moonlight Jewel? She uses 3D hollow resin prints to make her dolls and make up a couple of beats for dolls. No, that's oh yeah, you mean Moonlight? I didn't know the Moonlight, like the stop motion animator. Yeah, I think I know that. I didn't know the Jewel part. Is that like part of their name? I've never seen that. But yeah, I think I know Moon. No, I'm confusing it with Moonshine Animations. I don't know Moonlight Jewel then. She uses 3D hollow resin prints to make her dolls and make a couple of VTuber dolls. My favorite was her Senstrida that could light up. That's really cool. I actually wanted originally to have Evil Size to light up, but I never was able to make it work. I mean, I didn't really have the time to sit down and work on it because I was in a big rush to get her ready for the birthday stream. I have a couple of ideas on how to make like glowing elements, but it's something that I still need to research and find out. I have my glow in the dark paint right here, which I tried to use before, but they don't work as well as I wanted them to work. So I'm trying to see what I can do, because I feel like if you can use UV glowing, not sure if this will glow. Yeah, like UV glowing stuff on resin, you can achieve very interesting effects, and you can use different tricks to pop up different parts of the puppet. It's like a little thing that I would love to really get the hang of, but I'm still struggling a lot. Like first I need to nail the process of making a proper puppet. Oof, banger after banger here, but that's cool. I'm gonna take a look at that. So Moonlight Jewel, I'll probably write that down somewhere, or if you're already in the Discord, you can send a link or something. Let's say hi. But yeah. Okay, interesting. VTubers are just modern day shadow puppets. Yeah, it's a unique form of puppet. It's a very interesting. Have you ever seen? There's this other channel that makes a very interesting. Like, they actually make it like digital puppetry. It's incredibly detailed and very well made. Their channel is called The Alpine Showtime, I think. But the name of the character or of the VTuber is not actually Alpine, I believe. Like that's the name of the show, the Alpine Showtime, but I think the character's got a different name. But man, the design of that, because it's made in Blender, it's a 3D thing, but it has all of like the clay little details that makes it feel like it's a stop motion puppet. And they do the puppetry of the puppet with an Xbox controller, I believe, or something like that. So it's sort of like acting, but using the Xbox controller as a tool for you to act, to change the emotional state, or to move the character around from left to right. It's very interesting. Like that is like quite literally like puppetry, because the thing with VTubers is that yes, it's kind of puppetry, but it's also like you don't have to think about the movement all the time because you're being tracked. Like it's a camera doing part of the puppetry work for you. But if you're controlling the VTuber model with an Xbox controller, that's what makes me feel like it's real, like a lot more, much more complex level of puppetry. And yeah, that channel looks incredible. I would love to someday collaborate with them or something, but I don't know. It feels like could be how to say that, like reaching too high. No, not reaching too high, but I don't know. Feels like Alpine is a little bit reserved when it comes to working with other people, which I can understand. It's not really a problem. So VTuber say blah, 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 blah. Discord. Yeah, I'm not sure, but there's a link. Where is the link? Oh, I have it pinned. Isn't it pinned in the chat? The link is further up in chat. Oh, it's further. It went up. I thought it had pinned that. Sorry about that. I couldn't send you another one. Sorry. The smallest round holes or the sides are probably to avoid. Yes, they're definitely made to avoid suction cupping. These holes, well, this in the bottom are made so that the resin can flow out of the model once it's done printing. And yeah, the ones that are close to the printing bed, it was printed this way. So the 3D printer always prints upside down. So it prints like this. And these holes are made so that the resin that's trapped inside of the model can just flow out. And the holes that are over here are made for suction cupping. So yeah, you're pretty right. I cannot read your name, I'm very sorry. But Ground Control decided to give you the darkest name. And I can, okay, it's Smantis. Smatis. Hello, well, I'm guessing the 4 is an A. So I'm calling you Smatis, but if it's wrong, you can let me know. But yeah, the holes are made for suction cupping. Also, hi there, I enjoyed the animation you released on YouTube. Hey, I'm very glad you enjoyed it. So I worked a lot, it was very hard to work on it, and I plan to make more. I want to make a lot more, but I want to make also puppets that last a little bit longer. So that's what we've been working on, and yeah, I enjoy like making stuff and sharing the process. It's very helpful to talk while you're making stuff. And that winner gets strapped, yes it is. Okay, I joined, thanks. Partially, in the worst case, membrane can break during the print because the part doesn't detach from it anymore while the build plate moves on. Huh. The worst case, the membrane can break during the print? Oh, the FEP? That would be a big problem. Posted links in the Discord. Awesome. Yes, I saw that. What's in the computer? That's awesome. Wait, what's going on? the music? What? Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, I'm a little bit lost. What is it in the computer? That's awesome. Sorry, I was referring to Alpine Showtime. Oh, yeah. Really thought it was all pre-recorded stop motion. I think it isn't. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, because it looks amazing, but I think it's all digital. I remember seeing a lot of Blender tutorials made by, I'm not sure if I would call them tutorials, maybe just like showcases. But yeah, I've seen a couple of reels and stuff of Alpine talking about those. Maybe not fully talking, but just showing how it works. And it's amazing. It's just mind-blowing. I really like Alpine's content. I think it would be fun to make their character, but I would love to have sort of, permission, talk it out. But I'm not sure if that's something they'll be comfortable with. Blender puppetry is crazy. My favorite is Captain Kajina. I don't know Kajima. I don't know that one. We can take a look. Please excuse me. I'm all getting tired. Good work. Best wishes. Yeah, don't worry. So good luck, Cuatro Vagina. But Jenna, I don't know how to say that without sounding weird. So see you, Cuatro. Sorry, I was referring to Arpan Shot. Yeah. Okay. So cool, fun. Now let's try and get back to the topic here. So let's see what's wrong here. So where did I put my calipers? Just want to see, because the joint fits like a glove, it's perfect, but for some reason it only fits in 3 of the 4 holes. So I'm not sure if I I screwed up and I didn't make this one the right size, or if there's like a print distortion, a print mistake that's not letting it slide in. Hopefully it's just print distortion, because I wouldn't like to change the model, but we'll see. Let's use my little calipers. It's gonna be a little bit hard because it's too small. Okay, let's see what it gives. 497. Yes, this one's larger. So yeah, I think I'll try to just sand it down, and hopefully that will be enough for this hole to help. But this one works really well. So yeah, that was the big tweak that I made to this one. So it's supposed to be an ace. So yeah, Smatis. Yeah, it's so hard to read your name right now. It shows the darkest name on top of the black background. So I just see like a very dark blue smudge. So I struggle a little bit to read your name, but I'm gonna remember that the blue smudge is Smatis. Smatis, that's the way to say it. Pronunciation is also correct. Sorry, I was referring to Alpine Showtime. Yeah, Alpine Showtime is really, really interesting. I like it a lot. So, yeah. So that's the changes that we made to this one. The change that we made to this one, we made it smaller. Okay, we can test this out too. I think I took, wait, give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to, maybe if I just raise the brightness in my screen, maybe that way I can read it. So this part is designed for this little joints are made to slide inside of the arm like this. And I think they work really well. Oh, maybe I'll zoom in so you can see in detail. Wow. So yeah, these holes are made for these little pegs. And as you can see, the peg is like cylinder, but then it goes into a little hexagon for a little bit, and then it goes back into a cylinder. And that is because I want this to slide in, and then I want to put a screw from the top to secure the arm in place. So this is made so I can make the arms, and I want the arms to be slightly more subtle than the past ones, because I have the arms over here so I can show you the problem that we had before. So these arms, they worked really well, and Extravaganza turned out great, but they had a big problem that I never got to solve. It wasn't very apparent because of the big jacket that Evil has, but the shoulder bone, this thing is huge. So when the arm moved, it would feel a little unnatural because the shoulder was like too far apart of the body. It felt like she was like disjointed a little bit. So what I want to do is try and change this big, huge joint for this little tiny joint and have just the wire go through and cast it with resin, hopefully. And that way I can just shove it inside of the body and then just put a little screw on top that will secure it in place and keep everything together. So that is my big plan here. Not sure if it will work. We can definitely try. And I try to make the hexagon shape just so in case I need to change the shape, I can just do that. Okay, so there's, okay, that's cool. And I have this hexagonal holes up here designed for the bolt to slide in. There we go. So I can slide in the bolt, maybe secure it with a little drop of resin. I'm not gonna do that right now because this piece could still be experimental. I feel like that would be like the last step. But yeah, I can put this and then this. And this. And I would just like tighten the shoulder a little bit. So right now it's just a demonstration. It's not really a final piece, but yeah, just slide this in. Put this here. And now the joint should be secured. And that means this will not fall out, even if I pull on it. So it's just some very simple mechanism, but I think it will get the job done for what we need. So yeah, now the arm is not gonna go out, and we changed like this whole bulk of the shoulder into this little nub. Hopefully, still currently in development, but yeah, that's the other modification I made. So that seems to be working fine. So this joint seemed to be working very well. Right now I'm currently printing another batch of these. And I also did something similar for the feet, because I want the feet to have the same functionality. So in case there's any time where I cannot use the rig in the back, maybe because it broke, maybe because I'm doing sort of a complex movement, something like that, I also want the feet to have their own little bolt. So yeah, this is a foot, like this. This is what a foot would look like on the inside. So you got the front and the back, and I want both of them to have little bolts. So I can, with a very small screw, well, no, I think I would need to use a longer one actually. If you've ever seen like old movies, they use this trick a lot. So you have this, and with this you can like go through your set and just drill it, like tighten it from the bottom. And with that, your puppet will stay in place much better. So this is another part of my evil schemes, and I think it's going really well. Just as an idea. Hey, Smatties, your color changed. Why did it change? Huh. That's cool. Now I can read it. Just as an idea, instead of a bolt, I typically glue in heat inserts when I need small threads and resin prints. I thought about that, but I don't have, like, I bought this package of screws and it didn't come with any heat insert. So yeah, I think heat inserts could also be useful. I've seen I just saw a video a little bit ago that heat inserts don't really work very well. I mean, they don't work as well as they work with filament printing with the resin, because yeah, heat doesn't really do a lot for them. But the shape is definitely better, so it could be easier to insert. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely go for that if I had any, but right now I already spent my money into this ones. So for now, just like as a proof of concept, I think I'm gonna try to glue the bolt just as I would do it with a heat insert. But I think I can just put the bolt or the nut. I think it's the nut, right? But yeah, put the nut and apply a little bit of resin in the side, catalyze it real quick, and use that as my little support piece. Just for now. I mean, it's still testing, still proof of concept, but I think that will work just fine. Thunder Nugget, the Turtle. Okay, it might be Alpine Shonen. I'm pretty active in the smaller AI VTuber community. I posted a link to the big list in the subreddits about them, and then I moderate on your Discord under VTubers if you want to collaborate with an AI VTuber. What? Wait. May it not be Alpine Shonen. I'm pretty active in the smaller AI VTuber community. I posted a link to the big list on the subreddit about them. Moderate on the Discord on the VTubers if you want to collaborate with an AI VTuber. later I want to post pictures about how I fixed my headphones with jewelry wrapping. I mean, sure, you can always post. More in this computers. Maybe it could be fun. I think having. I mean, I've honestly wanted to have. Wait, hold on. I wanted to. I looked forward to actually having like a little bit more collabs. I'm not sure how I would format it because I know I could, you know, just make stuff, but also I feel like it would be fun to bring people to the workshop and just chat while I'm working or while we're both working on different stuff. Just like a cool different type of ambience that you get when you're just working with someone. It's like, hey, so do you think this should be purple or should it work better if it was blue? No, I think purple would look a little bit better, that sort of stuff. But at the same time, just talking shop, well, talking while working. Like, hey, have you ever seen that movie where the thing happens and da? But I haven't had the courage, or I feel like my channel's a little bit too small to collaborate with others. And I don't really know how I would do that because I don't know anything about, for example, like VTuber rigs and VTuber stuff. Like I have this very simple rig here, but I'm not sure how people share their rigs, their animated rigs with others for their streams. I still need to learn a lot about that, but it would be fun. I would like to try that out later. So I'll check I think you messaged me and I'll take a look at that, but maybe after stream or maybe during my lunch break because I don't want to get too distracted. But if there's anything else you want to tackle here, you can keep it in the chat and we can talk about it. But yeah, if it's something you feel like it would be better off, then you can keep sending me stuff on Discord. But yeah. So, I mean, the pieces in general seem very good. I like a lot how everything's turning out. It feels very professional. It feels very clean. I'm a little bit worried about the structural integrity with this little piece because it's very small. I'm not sure if the resin is going to withstand very well. Well, not that it's gonna withstand, but if it's gonna flow all the way inside the piece, because now that it has the nut hole, it's got a very complex shape down there. Maybe the resin will not flow all the way to the bottom, but I guess I'll find out the hard way. So yeah, right now we've got these, which are 2 feet, 1 set of hips and 1 set of ribs, and it's looking good. However, the next batch is probably, well, it's currently printing. But yeah, there are a bunch of smaller AI VTubers out there. Many of them are stupider than Neuro. Yeah, I mean, of course, not everyone's got like a NASA server in their fridge. But many of them are stupid Neuro. This can work on full time. Yeah, there's so many secondary characters as well. There was one that somebody recommended, like one of my very first viewers called Robotic Automaton. They're usually hanging around, mostly during the evenings, but he's pretty cool. And he recommended me someone. I did see a couple of streams back when I was getting started. What was the name? She was like Russian or something. She had this purple design, and their creator was like a little purple demon, similar to Camilla Simps. And what was the name? Melody? No, it's not Melody, is it? Melody is another one. It has... But yeah, there was this other like AI VTuber that I saw a couple of times. I think we even raided her once with like 2 people. Getrach doesn't sound like... Maybe Uni? Oatmeal? No, it wasn't Oatmeal. Uni could be. Imo-chan doesn't sound... No, like none of those names are connecting. It's probably in my subscriptions. Let me take a look. I don't have a lot of subscriptions in this channel because it's fairly new, so maybe I can take a look. So trying to see if I find Project Viola. It was Project Viola, and that's the one I saw. And yeah, I think I'm not sure if we rated her once or something. Viola, yes, Viola. We saw a little bit of their streams. That's why I was thinking melody. It was like something musical then. But yeah, I mean, I would love to try and open up into starting to do collabs here and there. I think it would be fun. I just like the idea of having someone on the stream and I don't know, like talking. But I'm not sure if it would be like great for the other person. Like to me, it's always great to have someone in the workshop. Whenever there's someone like actually here, I just love to talk while working, especially when it's not like very like focus heavy. The thing is with this, because we're doing research and development, I tend to concentrate a lot because I need to be sure. I need to think like 5 steps ahead of everything. Like, okay, this works fine, but if I cast the resin, it's not going to work. And then the wire, will it work if it goes inside of the resin? And I'm thinking about all of that stuff. So it's a little bit hard to nail down like or to you know, fully commit to a conversation. You know, I could test this one out, and if this one works, then maybe it's just a print mistake. Oh, this one's definitely not working. This one is also not working, but this one, also these ones don't have support because I needed to switch. This one fits sort of well. And this one, yeah, this one's pretty good. Viola, yeah, people like Viola and Void may not have the resources as Vettel, but they do have made a unique format in my opinion. I think it's fun. Honestly, I did not watch a lot of them, but I did watch a little bit because it got recommended by Robotic Automaton, and it was fun. I remember it was fun. I think it's also fun to watch like less developed. Like there's always potential for more fun with less developed AI VTubers because they're more likely to say something deranged or stupid or nonsensical, and I think that's where the content is, honestly. But yeah, Viola, I remember watching a couple of their streams. Well, not the full streams. I just like dipped my toes into what they did. I remember that they also had like a little goblin out there. And there were like a bunch of different characters that they would just switch into. Okay, so yeah, I think this one is not entering, so the design between the holes in this one and this one should be the same. Now the difference is that this one I designed inner supports for them, and I think that helped a lot. But now that I say it out loud, I mean, this one works fine. Maybe if I blast a little bit of light through, we'll be able to see. Nah, I cannot see anything. But yeah, I really like the concept of this. It feels like it's, I don't know, it could make a lot of progress. Like imagine being able to make like a professional, incredibly sturdy figure without having to buy like a machine mill and like 50 pounds of metal and that stuff. Others, Elecciona, have Google from their Discord and allows chats to make their own guest AI. Ooh, D&D narrator? That sounds really fun. I would love to play some D&D with an AI, like an AI character for a for a DM. That sounds fun. And it's weird because there's like a lot of issues with Wizards of the Coast currently trying to implement AI for their D&D stuff, but at the same time it sounds fun. Like if Neuro and Evil or any other AI made like I don't know, it sounds funnier because they're characters, I guess. But if it's just a bland, soulless AI just designed to sell you products, I guess it's not as fun. But hey, that sounds fun. AI D&D narrator, I'll look into that. Burnt Melba is an AI VTuber that was intentionally made to be crazy and say unhinged stuff. She is actually Melba, Toast's sister, and used to be a recolor, and her dev used to be one of Vettel's mods. Oh, okay. That's interesting. There's a lot of VTubers and like a lot of AI VTubers. I didn't think there were that many, honestly. I think I saw a couple of ones. I think I remember seeing a thumbnail or something about AI VTuber in Spanish. Because yeah, I mainly speak Spanish, so I remember I got some sort of promotion for that, but I'm trying to see what the problem here could be. Nothing seems off, honestly. It's more like, yeah, there's something. Just don't know if I made the hole smaller or if it's just a printing mistake. I guess we'll see with the second hip when it gets printed. So maybe I should name this, guys. I'll go get a little. But yeah, I didn't know there were that many AI VTubers out there, honestly. I only thought there was like Neuro, yeah, maybe Viola, and a couple more. But that sounds fun. Like I would love to, at least to, you know, read into them, get to learn. So here's the thing. Because I spend most of my time making stuff, I'm not a very good consumer of live stream media. I always need the camera died? Oh, I did not charge it. So is everything working? So the camera died, right? Yes. No signal. Fun. Yeah, forgot to plug it in. Don't worry, it's gonna take. Not sure if it's gonna take a while to turn on, because it needs to rest or something. But yeah. Yeah, there it is. There we go. Always forget the little details when I'm working here. Anyway. So what were we talking about? Also, Void. Yeah, I think Void does ring a bell. I don't know why. Oh, Void. It's Turkish, not Russian. Well, the Russian AI VTubers, Yuna and Oatmeal, are pretty big over there. Not sure about any Spanish-speaking ones. Like the one I saw was, it seemed very bare bones. I remember what I saw was actually a debut. It had like very, very few viewers, and it seemed like it was just barely getting started, you know, like it just sounded like ChatGPT and TTS. No signal. Yes, I'm usually a VOD watcher. And you know, I'm usually not even a VOD watcher. You know, I'm a synthesized content enjoyer, so I always just watch clips on YouTube, and that's all the context I get because I usually don't have a lot of time to watch full-on VOD. But yeah, I mean, I do enjoy watching a lot about different VTubers and how everyone makes something weird. Or I don't know, that everyone's doing like their own thing in their own different flavor, and it's still really fun. Like a lot of different communities, a lot of different people making different things. Voice is so calming and relaxing to listen to. You're not the first one to tell me that, and it's very weird because I've never perceived my voice as anything special, you know? And yeah, now I think you're at least the fourth person to tell me that on stream, and upstream think I've already heard it another couple, 2 or 3 times, but glad you enjoy it. Thanks. I'm gonna keep talking here, so keep watching it. Sometimes I feel like such a sellout. Okay, I posted the all cyber LSD and the VOD in your Discord too. That sounds fun. All right, I'll take a look at it. Probably to bits and pieces because I mean, I might not have time for a full. Well, maybe in my lunchtime. Maybe I'll take a look at that while I'm eating. But yeah, so this is turning out great. So now I need to find a nice way to set it in place. Okay, so wait, we need to go back. So the idea is we'll have the ribs, the hips, the feet, and these guys are not gonna be made on the resin itself. It's actually gonna be made on top of the wire. So I need a mold for these guys. That's why I only printed one of these, because I only need one. If I'm making a mold, the copies will come out of there. But for these ones, which are much more complex shape, it's better to print them out and reinforce them from the inside. I think that's gonna work better. But I mean, we can make a very sturdy question mark, maybe professional quality level puppet with, what is this? I think this should be, let me make some math here, 25 grams, and it's about $30 or so. Like one bottle of resin. So yeah, I mean, I think we could be making like the whole thing, like the structure of the puppet, ready-made for a production with its like designed to fit the proper support on that for about maybe less than $15, and that could be huge, you know. Yeah, it could mean a lot of progress and a lot of possibilities. That's crazy to think about. And yeah, with this method, I could sort of do the same thing with other puppets, other characters. That's also gonna make it faster. So hopefully, instead of taking me 3 months to make a character, it could take me maybe 1 month. That would be amazing. Imagine I could make 12 puppets in a year. That would be crazy. Oh, and also I'm missing the neck. So the neck's just gonna be this very silly little piece up here. But I'm gonna have to mold that one too. Now, how do I think I'm gonna think about that on the fly. Yeah, I think it's not that hard. So, wait, what is this one gonna be? No, I designed this for because yeah, we got like the little thumbnail I made. It's not really like they don't have any functional purpose. I just wanted it to look cool for the thumbnail, but I guess I can use it to explain what I'm planning right now. So yeah, this cylinder up here is gonna have a screw inside, one of these. And hopefully that will give us enough support for the head to actually stay in place this time. Because we had a lot of trouble with the head before. The head was not very stable, tended to fall. I couldn't do a lot of complex head movements. Like I wanted to move the hair down, to look down, or to remember the sequence where the hair, when she's touching the plasma globe and her hair is starting to like raise and move, the weight of the hair that was getting picked up was too much, so the head was being pulled back, and I had no way to counterbalance it. So I actually wanted that shot to last a little bit longer, like maybe 10 12 frames more just so you could really feel the hair flying. But because of that balance problem, I had to cut it short and I had to go straight into the running part in the end. I need to get going now. Right, Thunder Nugget Turbo, thank you for your input and your help. I'll try to take a look at what you sent, but if not, you can always like re-message me or send me something and I mean, it sounds fun. It feels like we could make some fun stuff. Also, I do appreciate the thumbnail. It's really cool. I liked how it turned out, honestly. Also, the letters look cool. I don't know, I like it. The thing is, I wanted to have a proper thumbnail because if this is the thumbnail that we're going to be having for the rest of Neuro's production, at least until we get like a proper puppet, then we definitely needed something cool. So yeah, I went a little extra with the... I think that's why we started later yesterday, because I was struggling with the printer to get the colors right and all that stuff. I like that shot, lol. Yeah, that shot's really cool. It's a really fun one to animate. I'm pretty good. That's another thing I wanted to tell you. Well, I would love to tell you more, but the reason why I got so good at animating that sort of hair and tendrils and such, like an organic, soft swaying movement, is because a specific character in the movie that has, it's not really long hair, but it has something similar to hair around most of their body. It's a little bit hard to explain without spoiling stuff, so... But I got to animate most of the shots with that character in the first scene that he appears. And man, it was hell the first couple of weeks. I didn't expect it to be that hard, but it was incredibly hard. But I got incredibly good at making that sort of flowy, dynamic movement. So yeah, it's really fun. I think I can make a lot of fun stuff like that. Oh, I didn't realize the sketch was the actual internals. Yes, I mean, it's a vague approximation. It's not really precise, but it's like the general idea of what I wanted to do. So yes, it is like this thing. Here's the chest and the side piece. Yeah, it's, you know, the part that's most wrong in here is not really the fact that it's I don't know, like drawn off or something, but the thing is, I made this just in a large format, so it would make a nice thumbnail, but it's probably not the final scale because the head looks too big compared to Evil's. So, but yeah, I just wanted a pretty thumbnail, but at least I can use this every once in a while to tell you what I'm planning. Yeah, so here you have the bolt and the shoulder. So we're gonna have to... Okay, I think we're approaching dangerously to a point where I need to go buy some more material. Maybe I could check out right here. It's not really an octopus. It's not an octopus nutbugs, but it's an unusual, because it's a movie about monsters and weird creatures. So it's a weird, yeah, it's a weird creature. That's all I can say. Change my color in the settings to... Oh, you can do that! Oh, that's super cool. Okay, that's very helpful. It's also weird because it's not the same color you have in the on-screen chat. I'm not sure if it's the same color you have on Twitch. But yeah, now I can read your name much better. Thank you, Smarties. Change my colors in the settings. I didn't know you could change your own color. The heat inserts were just an idea. The nuts and bolts will most likely... I mean, it will work, but yeah. I think eventually moving into heat inserts could be useful, but how do you apply? And chat's final 20. Oh yeah. I think we made it. I didn't tell you because I was fried yesterday. I went to sleep very, very late because I was preparing the print of these pieces. But yeah, we did reach the 20K yesterday night, actually. Like before I was gonna sleep, I checked the YouTube Studio app and we were at 20,000 with... was 20,000 and... how much was it? 20,060 and 60 views we had. So yeah, 20K views, yes. But yeah, so I'm not throwing it in how to say that. I still want to try the heat inserts. I just would love. So if you've ever done resin prints with heat inserts, Smatties, let me know like what you learned, because I just wanna, like, everything that you learn while making this sort of stuff is really helpful, because you can sort of like skip steps in the research and development department, like screwed up prints, that sort of stuff. So if you have tried that, I would appreciate if you have any tips regarding using heat inserts inside of the pieces. But I need to find some. Love it. Hey, hello, love it. 1601. Hi, welcome. Oh, you're following now on Twitch. Hi, welcome. Hi. How's it going? So I was talking a lot about what we're doing right now, which is like designing a new structure for the inside of Neuro-Sama, and hopefully this one will be much stronger than the last one. And yeah, if this works, we will be like very, how do I say this? Like, probably our puppets will be much stronger and better quality than before, and that's going to be a very, very good step, a very big step in the right direction. I don't know what but to say, I'll say it anyway. Today's another fame day to find you shying away. I'm not sure which side is which. I need to check that out in Maya. Me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. Needless to say, da-da-dum. Today's not been going well for me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Literally every Friday, just like literally every Friday. It's not Friday yet of the September. I mean, sorry to hear that things aren't going great, but you know, things will improve. Just you gotta keep on struggling. I don't know what you're going through. I don't want to like say something that could just make things worse for you, but just keep it up. I don't know what we've all gone through rough patches here and there, and there's like definitely different levels of rough patches to go through. But whatever you're going through, I just wish you the best, you know? Septembers hate me. I always get sick. Oh, you get sick? Yeah, that sucks. That's weird. It's very odd. I feel like even if I got sick every September, I would just not pay enough attention to notice that it's September what gets me sick. So that's a very interesting thing for you to notice, that you actually get sick. Chicken Yaki, hello Christian Sanchez, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. So yeah, I mean, this looks like it works for me. Like all the pieces match, they fit inside the body. Maybe the shoes are a little bit too thin, but I'm not sure, because the shoes do need a thin amount of silicone for it to work. And I wouldn't like to make the feet even smaller. Neon. Good, summer's finally over. It's finally gonna stop raining. That's what I've heard, but I haven't seen it. There's still rain all the time here. But yeah, I mean, look at that. That looks really pretty. Now, the only thing I'm doubtful about, so I used this blue resin, honestly, not because of anything special, mostly because, oh, you know, there's another thing I needed to check out, but okay, I guess I didn't see it. But I use this blue resin just because it's the one I have the most right now, and also because blue, or well, light colored resin is really useful because it takes less time to react. because it's lighter, the light travels a little bit faster. So, I mean, that's pretty much the main reason why I've been using this. I've actually considered, like maybe in the future, instead of doing it with just any resin that I had lying around, just try and use more of a precision resin, or maybe like a stronger resin. There's like ABS like and super tough resins and that sort of stuff. I actually thought about that, but I mean, seeing at this results, how sturdy this is, I don't really think we need that. Oh, I just was just building this and you cannot see anything. There you go. So yeah, how does that look? It's cool, right? Neuro-Sama. And hopefully this should be able to close without a problem. Let's try that. Where's the... So I'm not sure if I've showed you this before, but this is the mold of the body. Can you make Neuro-Sama sing Ash again? No, oh, you mean an animation? That's a great idea. It would be very interesting. But I feel like if I'm going to make songs, it would be better if I made the original songs first. I mean, I'm pretty sure by the time I finish this puppet, there will probably be another original song out there, if not more than one. Because while I was working on Evil, we got Boom, and while I was working on also when did Never release? No, Never released when we got started here. So while I'm starting here, we got Ash Again is your favorite song. It's a really good song, honestly. It's a really, really good song. But I don't know, like making her sing the whole song would be a lot of work. And yeah, I don't know, it feels weird making a character sing another character's song, you know? But I'll see. Maybe we can make like a simplified version or something like that. That could be fun. Like yeah, like just a 2D, how to say, like less animated, more like an animatic could work. But yeah. Okay, so this closes fine, works properly, so I think we're on the right track. I want to get this thing to work. I'm a little bit worried. So the legs are gonna be tricky because you need these guys to be strong enough to withstand. No. Yeah, the tricky part is gonna be having this and not seeing the bone through the silicone rubber. Where's my... Let me go get a leg. Wait, I've been a little bit disconnected from chat. Can you make something again? Is this the mold of the puppet? Yes, this is the original mold of the body. So this is one part, part A and part B. This is the front, this is the back. And yeah, I need to make sure all of the pieces fit inside of this mold. Because if it doesn't close, then what's the point of all of this? This is my favorite song. It's fun. I'm not sure if I'll stay here for long. It's fine. It's not really... I have to eat some. Just found the stream and thought it would come by. So glad you visited. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, I mean, pop by whenever you feel like it. It's fun here. It's a lot of work here, so it's like not the most engaging content out there, but it's fun. And I like to work, and I like the company of talking to people while doing stuff. So yeah, if you ever see me around, just come say hi. It's fun. And take care. Enjoy your meal, I guess. Lolbit 1601. I hope you like what we do here. We're making a lot of fun stuff, and we're gonna be making much more fun stuff in the future. Didn't ever release. Wait, what do you mean? What? Didn't never release August 31st? I don't know what that means. Oh, they said they were gonna release a new song? Yeah, I randomly saw those and thought it seemed interesting. Thought I'd come by for a bit. Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. Cool. I'm glad you enjoyed. I'm glad you came in. So, fun. Good to meet you. Love it. Glad to... Glad to see you around. So, yeah. I'll be here. You'll probably be able to find me here most of the time, so... See you around. The song Never. Oh, oh, okay. It's a weird phrasing. So I just read didn't never release, and I was like, what? Did not released what? ¿Qué? So, but yeah, now it makes sense. Never released on August 31st. So yeah, it was August 31st was more or less when we were about to start streaming from the new workshop. So so yeah, I mean, it released while we were moving workshops and stuff. So yeah, I mean, most likely by the time we're done with Neuro, there will be more songs to do. I mean, I will always be down to animating live. If we have the two twins, Never is also a great option. What else could I make? Well, yeah, and there's definitely gonna be more songs. Could do a little bit more of Boom. It's gonna be hard. Like, whenever we get done with these puppets, we're gonna have to have a very long, very hard conversation on what we'll be able to animate and what not. It's gonna get interesting. Yeah, so this part should need. So I think it's fine. I'm just. Oh yeah, I was gonna go get a bunch of emotes there. Is that the pregnant Viddle emote? That's amazing. Yes, perfect. Whose emote is that? Is that Honey's or is it like public? I don't even know a lot about how emotes work. I don't know a lot about Twitch, honestly. I know a lot about making puppets. I don't know a lot about technology and streaming. But yeah, I mean, it feels like this would fit inside of here without much problem. It might be too close. Maybe we can just paint it the right colors, have it covered, and try and see if that works. It's gonna get interesting. Yeah, Programmable emotes from Honey. Got gifted the sub to her. Oh, that's amazing. And that emote alone probably makes it worth it. Pregnant fetal. Never is the weakest of the three, in my opinion, of course. I think, honestly, I agree. Like, because, I mean, I like the three of them. But yeah, like, live, whenever I first heard it, which wasn't really when it came out, I heard it later because I got into the Swarm a little bit later. But that song stuck into my head for a while, like, instantly. Boom, I think I like Boom a little bit more just because of the general like mood of the song, but it took a little bit of time for it to grow on me. Like the first time I heard it, I don't know, I feel like I didn't catch it really well. I had a lot of trouble understanding the lyrics, mostly because I'm not an English speaker, like a native English speaker. But yeah, it just didn't cling to me as hard, like on the first listen. But after listening to it for a while, I started to like it more and more. And yeah, eventually I just ended up loving it. I have right now a little bit of PTSD with that song just because we heard the same bit a gazillion times in order to animate to the shot. So whenever I hear it, I get a little bit of a Vietnam flashback. Whenever I hear the thank you, it just like triggers something in me. But that's something that happens like the first couple of months after animating one bit that was a little bit hard. But yeah, I think I agree with you. Not much. I was about to say it again. But I like them all. Yeah, and Brookville. Never is my favorite of the three, really. It's interesting. Never is probably 1 or 2 for me, although it could be recency. Yeah, I don't know. It's just maybe I haven't listened to it enough, but I feel like I mean, all of them are good, but I think Boom has grown more on me. I think Live would be the next one, and yeah, I think I put never in the third place, but it's not that I don't enjoy any of them. If I had to rank them, never is first, second is Boom, and third is just Life. Wait, no, Life is never is first, Life is second, and Boom is third. It's okay. Base take. Really hard to order them, so yeah, they're all cool. I think also it speaks a lot in the quality of the art, that there's a lot of like, if there's like I feel like it's evidence that it's well balanced, like all of the songs are very good because there's like everyone can find one to be their favorite. If it was pretty clear that X or Y song was the best one, then it would feel like maybe they put a little bit more effort into that one, but no, I feel like all of them are really, really well made. Oh, by the way, another thing that I'm struggling a lot currently. I mean, I feel like it's not really that important, like we haven't done a lot and stuff, but I'm struggling a lot with raids now that I'm multi-streaming. Because I do the stream, I end stream, I raid somewhere, but I don't know if I should be checking the Twitch raid or the YouTube raid, and I can definitely not look at both of them at the same time. So I've had a lot of trouble doing that. I'm not sure if anyone knows what other people do when they're doing that. They take really good hard to hear them, since they're also good. Both they're like 2009. Is this song from? Like Feels Me Cry Still. It's a song from like 2009, 2012. It feels like a song from 2009, I guess. I like it. Like, I don't know, yeah, it's very, very edgy, very crazy, but I don't know, I like the vibe. Maybe I'm biased because I heard it a million times, but I don't know, I like it a lot. I like the more... I think the thing with me is that I like music that pumps me up. So yeah, maybe that's Boom is peak. Life has grown on me and never haven't listened to enough yet. I think that's sort of what William the 26th, welcome back. Life was the only song that made me legit cry. So, I mean, Life hits very hard when you like focus on the lyrics and try to... Yeah, I mean, when you read into it, Life is pretty devastating. That is true. But yeah, I don't know. I like songs that pump me up, and I guess that's why Boom is always... Yeah, that's probably why I lean towards Boom so much. Because yes, I always like things that, you know, raises my spirits, even if it's like chaotic or like if the song itself is flipping me off, just like Evil is. But yeah, Life is going. Twitch streamers usually just ignore YouTube, but since you have more viewers on YouTube, I don't know. Yes, I'm struggling about that, and I don't know anything about how do you say this? Raiding etiquette, if there is any. Like, sometimes you guys have told me, what's our raiding message and how do we do this and all that stuff, and honestly, I don't know very well. I just try and wing it. But if any of you understands a little bit how what the social norms are around raiding, I could use a masterclass on that. Honestly, Life should be still a really close second, but never just tops it for me. Though Boom is nowhere near them in my opinion, still good enough. Yeah, it's valid. It's a valid opinion. Of the tiger. Twitch streamer usually ignore YouTube. You have more viewers on YouTube. I don't know. Yeah, lately, like at least yesterday and the day before, we like when I raided, I just didn't look at any of them. I didn't take a look neither at the Twitch raid nor the YouTube raid. But that's also been mostly because lately I've been ending stream and I'm pretty like tired because I've been streaming for 10 or so hours and it's been a lot of work, or maybe something went wrong while working, that sort of stuff. but I'll go eat. All right, thank you for stopping by a little bit. Glad to see you. So enjoy your food, enjoy your meal. Take care. I was just about to continue watching The Last VOD, but this is even better. Yeah, I guess this would be more entertaining watching it live. You can interact, you can chat, and yeah, there'll be a lot more stuff. I think it would be better if you just see the lives whenever it is. I don't know. I think it's more fun, more of a fun experience. And if you missed something, you can just ask me and I'll just tell you, oh, what's this? You see, I made this and this and that, and now this is reinforced, blah, 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 blah. I think it's more engaging that way, but I mean, you do what you wish to do. But, oh, hi, Dipadaba. How's it going? Haven't seen you. When was the last time I saw you? Yeah, like 2 streams ago, probably. Dubby. So I don't know what to do now. Okay, so I need to buy, oh yes, I was going to check how much material do I have in order to make molds. Let me see. So this kind of soft molds I usually make out of silicone. There are a couple alternatives to soft molds. Actually, the Neuro's body mold is not made out of silicone. This little guy is made out of a specific type of rubber. It's urethane rubber, so it's useful because I can cast the body in silicone. I've been thinking of switching materials, but it sounds a little bit risky to me. But yeah, I want to test out making pure resin molds because that would be cheaper and much more sturdy. Because these molds, they have this outer casing made out of plaster, but if the plaster casing breaks, I'm in a lot of trouble. Because if it breaks, that means I might not be able to cast another Neuro. And that means that if it's catastrophic and I still want to make a Neuro, I need to make a new body from scratch. So if your mold breaks, you go like 5 steps back in your process. So it's incredibly valuable and very risky to have it break. So that's why I've been thinking to try and make resin molds that are actually much more sturdy. But I'm worried that it might not work. Did Swarm FM just stop? Or did the stream stop? Is everything okay? Can you see me? Stop listening to Swarm FM. Did I get kicked out? Nah. So I think it just stopped. I don't know what happened with Swarm FM. Delphine, hey, how are you? How are you? Welcome. Hi, Delphine. Good to see you. So, how's it going? So yeah, I mean, if this breaks, you're in a lot of trouble. That's why I try to be very careful when it comes to this mold. But that's also why I would love to make, I mean, right now we're stuck with this mold. Like, we made this one. I'm gonna try to stick to this one because we're making the same character, so why not stick to this one? But in the future, if we ever make another mold for another character, which we definitely will, it's just a matter of time and testing. Brief stop by before sleep. Have a good stream. Maybe I'll catch the stream when I wake up. Sure. Okay. Go rest. Rest well, Julian. Glad to see you. But yeah, go sleep. Molds feel nostalgic now. Yeah, it's been a while, right? Knew there was a stream today, but didn't check the when. But it's been a good so far. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, it's your weekend today, right? So you have a free day. But yeah, so that's the story on this. I want to try and make the jump into resin molds. because I feel like those would last even longer. I just would need to be a little bit careful with. Okay, so this is a resin mold, and this one's been, I mean, I haven't used it that much, I'll be honest, but it's lasted a while. It's very strong. Oh, don't break the other pieces. And it's fairly good, fairly well made. The only problem with this mold is that I'm not sure if it would scratch very easily. If I put, yeah, it scratches kinda easily. So that's the only problem I would see with making this mold, that it could get scratched, especially because the first piece, so the first casting will be made out of resin, and that's going to be very stuck to the bottom. So trying to remove it, it's going to take some effort. And if I'm not careful, then I could leave a mark inside of the mold, and that mold is going to be, well, that mark is going to be transmitted. It's going to be registered by every single casting I ever make. So that's the only doubt I have between making resin molds, but they would definitely be, they would last infinitely longer, like an absurd amount of time. And that would be helpful because if Neuro's mold breaks, I'm gonna cry. Breed stuff, no, there was multiple, yes, they feel most. It's been a while that we haven't done anything mold related. And I forgot once more to take out the silicone. I want to see how much I have. I remember, I think I don't have any, honestly, but I better double check because I wouldn't like to have two big containers of silicone here. Let's see, do I or do I not? So this one's trash. This one's, it's okay, but it's not great. Oh no, I do have a, oh no, this is piece 53. Okay, no, but hey, I do have silicone. I thought I had run out of these. Maybe I ran out of the hair silicone. Like the hair silicone, it's pretty much depleted. There's like a very little bit here. Hey, so maybe we can just go straight into making molds. That's cool, we've got plenty. But what I do not have is like spare silicone to prepare more. I've got the expensive silicone that I want to test for the next batch of hands. That's another thing we can do. And I've got a bunch of solvent, which is also pretty useful. Okay, that's cool. Oh god, I got a bunch of solvent. That's too much. Okay. I don't have a problem with solvents. You have a problem with solvents. I can stop whenever I want. Anyway, that means we can straight up make the molds and rush. That's great. I thought we would have to, you know, slow down our production with this. Okay. So yeah, I think this is more than enough for what we need. We need to make a mold for this guy, mold for this guy, mold for this guy, and a mold for this guy. For now, that's what we need for the body. There's like another couple of molds we need for the eyeballs and the mouth and the head, but and yeah, maybe for that we're probably gonna run out of material. But for the sake of this, we have more than enough material. So we'll make, yeah, why don't we just make the mold real quick? I don't think it's gonna be very hard. Now I'm trying to think the best way to make the mold. That's great, now we have something to do today. I was struggling, like, okay, we've got all of this, but what do I do now? Because if I don't have the molds of the other pieces, and yeah, now we can go straight into mold making. Yay! I love mold making. It's really fun, very interesting, and I don't know, it's just cool. Silicone is really fun, and it's like less destructive than the resin. Because if you drop resin in your carpet, that carpet's dead. How do you make molds? Oh, I mean, making a mold is a science on itself. Like there's a very, very, very big number of problems that could arise while you're making stuff. There's a lot of issues that you need to take into account on how you're going to cast things, what's the right angle of the things. It's a very interesting thing. It's a very interesting craft, and it's something that's like one of the things I love most about making characters. But it's very tricky. Like it's very simple in concept, but once you start actually doing it, you'll realize, oh, I forgot that I need a release agent, or oh yeah, I forgot I need somewhere for the resin to flow into, or I'm gonna have an air bubble, or there's like a lock here. There's like a bunch of different, very little mistakes you can make that can have a very big impact in your piece and in your work. So it's the whole thing. It's a whole thing on itself, and it's very hard to say like simply how do you make molds. Like the basic explanation would be you just try and encase this into rubber, and then you take the piece out, and then you cast another type of polymer into your rubber casing that you made. Simple as that. But you have different needs depending on both your rubber or your thing. For example, this molds, we're gonna have to have it have a couple of holes, which is gonna be interesting. And these molds are gonna be, so these ones probably are gonna be casted from the top like this. I would be throwing the material this way. However, this ones, instead of throwing it that way, I would be doing it vertically like this. And yeah, that sounds kind of irrelevant without the proper context, but there's like a proper reason for everything here. And yeah, it's gonna get pretty interesting, but it's gonna be easier to show you along the way rather than just explaining vaguely. Forgot my jacket. Okay. See you later, Dolphin. Go get your jacket. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. Making molds is very fun, very interesting, and we can move straight into that. Now, you guys can get to pick the colors that we use for the molds, but first let's make our general box. Okay, what would be the best way to do this quickly? I think I'll just go with clay. Good old clay mold. Okay, so I'll let you choose your own adventure. Which piece would you like us to start? What would you like to be our first mold? We can even name them if you... Let's call them... Hey Roman, a little late. How's everything doing? Great. Just realized that I do have the material that we need, so I don't need to stall for the next 20 hours. I can just keep working. And yeah, I was planning to ask you guys which piece do you want us to start with. So I'm just trying to see if I've got any tape or something to mark. Let's do it straight on the... Okay. So yeah, we have to make molds of all these 4 pieces. So let's call them piece A, B, C, and D. So yeah, you get to choose which one we start with today. Doesn't that sound fun? One piece. So yeah, cast your votes. I'll be waiting, drinking coffee, getting a little bit prepared, and I'm gonna see if I can find, I would say to start with the biggest one, so B. Okay, that's E. There's no E. By the way, hi Jabbernuts, hello. B. Okay, so we got 2 votes for B. All right, keep casting your votes. I'm gonna go find some materials in the meantime. I'm gonna be needing this. This one I'm not gonna show on stream, not because it's a secret, but I don't want to fill my, well, I mean, I can show on stream, but I'm not gonna apply it on stream. So I can use this. What can I use for a base? A bunch of little boards over here. Yeah, I think this will do. Okay. Whereas I need a spatula. My sculpting tools. Wow, I haven't used my sculpting tools in so long, it feels weird. Glad to get to use them once again. A little bit of clay, which we've got over here, but maybe we can use another one. I had a couple of tools around here. So yeah, right now I'm not going to take a look at, well, I'm not going to be able to read chat because I'm away from the screen. I'm like grabbing a bunch of little things from everywhere around the workshop, so mind with me, but I'll take a read. I'll read them when I go back. But where is my little spatula? I remember using them. Or seeing them at the very least. Oh, here they are. Okay. So I can use this to clean this guy up. And we could use clay if we want to be cheap. I think I'd rather use more of a sturdier material. Yeah, it's going to make it easier when I turn her around. So why don't we use a little bit of plastic? We've used plastic before. Now I don't know where I left that thing. So yeah, I'm still getting used to the new workshop. So I might struggle at finding stuff for making choices. And I didn't expect to do this today. That's why I'm also not prepared. But yeah, there's still, yeah, we got plenty of plastic here. Ugh. Also, the printer is going well. We've got 45 minutes left to go for the printer to finish another batch of body parts. So is this gonna work? I think this will do. So silicone this. Okay, you also get to pick a color. What color do you want for the mold? I'll leave that question open too. But yeah, we can make the mold pretty much any color you'd like. Just don't go with anything too extreme. Like, I don't know. Pantone AB3984. I'm not gonna do that. You can just pick red, blue, green. Maybe you can say something, oh, I want the same color as Neuro-Sama. Okay, maybe I can try that vaguely, but yeah, we can choose the color of the mold. And so I need the pigment, I need the silicone, oh, the catalyzer, of course. Now that I don't know where it is. Where did I put my catalyzers? Are they here? They shouldn't be here. Oh, there they are. Just have them lying on the table. Okay, this one works. This one works too, but it's a little bit older. I think we should go with a newer one. I mean, why not? Oh, this one's newer, actually. Huh. So yeah, a little bit of catalyzer. Pigment for our silicone. We need to patch that up with resin, which we've got right here. Now that's going to be tricky. It's a little bit less sunny now, but soon enough the sun is going to start blasting through my window. So working with resin is going to be really fun. But hey, that's fine. What else do we need? Sorry if the stream is me running around the workshop. I really did not expect to get this far today. I thought we were gonna have to like brainstorm more stuff, or I don't know. But now that we can make molds, it's a great step forward. What else? What else? So we need the resin, a cup, a couple of toothpicks would be helpful. And my sculpting tools, where are they? Over here. Oh. I don't know, this feels like I'm finally actually using the workshop. We're not doing a rainbow mold. That's way too much work. Orange sounds fun. Okay, let's see what you come up with. I'm still just sorting stuff out. I'm gonna read the comments in a bit, but I'm still trying to find stuff or making sure I've got everything I need. So we got that. We got that. Maybe a little bit of glue. I had a hot glue gun somewhere. Da, da, na, 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 na. Maybe I'll get ready a second board. Just, yeah, in case we finish one, we can make another. I'm pretty sure we could probably have all of these molds by the end of stream. Oh, that's really maybe because I think these would be two-parters. Maybe they shouldn't be two-parters. If they're not two-parters, maybe it's gonna be easier. But yeah, so we're probably gonna be able to finish all of these molds today, if we really lock in. Okay, so 3 boards, I think that's enough. Got our catalyzer, we got our silicone, we got our resin, oh, our scale. We need a scale. Where is it? I used it yesterday, didn't I? Yeah, there it is. Scale. Wire, that's another thing. We don't need that right now. We might need a couple of... Do I have some sort of wooden stick that I can use? I need like a thick wooden stick. Most likely that can support my pieces. Let me see. Opening up my random wooden things box. See if I can find a good enough little stick. Might be overkill. This one might be underkill. Okay, I think this one might be working. So let's use this, guys. Yeah, because they're clean enough. One will do. Okay, let's close up the wood stuff box. Da, 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 da. Also, what happened to Swarm FM? Like, we had it. I'm still in the Discord channel, but I'm not sure if it got muted. Did it get blasted again by copyright attorneys? I don't know what's going on, but yeah. Swarm FM just died. Oh, okay, now I get it. Do you want to put something else instead of Swarm FM? Oh, we can put the ARG songs now. Would you like that? I don't know why I scream at you. The mic is still right on top of me, but because I'm far off the computer, I'm like, hey guys, what do you think we should do now? Okay, the color I'll see in a minute. So we're only missing the pigment. We've got that. I'll be using the little thingamajig. Where is it? Oh yeah, the hot glue gun is right here. Let's get ourselves a spare bar of glue just in case. Da, 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 da. Okay, I feel like it's gonna get messy, but it's fine. Okay, maybe that's about it. Okay, so how's the votes going? Let me see. It's okay. I think everyone wants piece number B. Number B, of course, my favorite number. I think I play too much Hollow now. It looks like a night snail. Oh, I do have hornet snail over here. Do you want to see it? This is the prototype. It's not the final one, but I can show it to you. Well, it's not really a prototype. It's just the original piece. This is the one I made the mold out of. But yeah, it's over here. Ta-da! Sha! Ta-da! I don't know, where's Hornet's actual needle? Should be somewhere around here. Oh, it's here. Maybe I'm not the smartest tool in the shed. Not the sharpest tool in the shed. Here it is. This is Hornet's final nail. It's pretty much the same thing, I just added a little bit of silver paint to it. There you go, Dubby. Sha! This one has a little holes, a couple little holes in the back that I used for support when I was animating. But yeah, I used this one a long time ago. Little. Okay. Way too much. Looks like the least complicated, probably good for the first one. They're all fine, they're all fairly common. So we've got orange. I'm not gonna make a rainbow mold. You might be able to get one rainbow Dragon Frame controller if I ever get to make the figure. What's the hardest color for you to work with? I think the hardest color would be like doing like mixed colors, because I have a bunch of like primary colors, but if you asked for purple, and specifically if you wanted like a specific purple, like I want, let's say, Camilla purple, it would take me a while to perfect the color, and that would be a little bit annoying. But most of the colors I just have like in a bottle already. For example, orange I can mix together. It's not really that hard. Does it really impact it? It doesn't really impact anything. It's most likely like, I mean, as long as you don't want any very intense colors, because the silicone itself is white. So when I mix the silicone with the color, it's gonna go slightly like dimmer. But yeah, that's about it. Orange, rainbow. Don't worry, it's fun imagining running around the workshop. Yes, you can imagine me running from one side to the other. You just probably get a blue light for when the sun isn't out. What do you mean? Oh, well, I mean, I do have this one. And I have another one, but it's still in the box because it just came from the other workshop. I'm back. Hello, Dolphin. Okay, then just purple. Can I suggest a song? Actually, oh, well, music's back, but do you wanna... actually, that's a better fan. That's better than I was going to suggest. I don't even know what you remember. What you... Don't scream at me, I'm right next to you. Oh, that looks nice. Sure, Ren, Guarana. That nail made me think of something. How do you convey bug fast movements in stop motion, since motion blur isn't really a thing? You use a lot of... Yeah, those I think were lost to time, but I used a lot of smear frames. So I would just make like a single cut of paper. Let's say... I had a sheet of paper around here. Okay, let's grab this. So if you want to make a smear frame, let's say this is a sword. Okay, so the vote for the piece is already done. We're going to do piece B. They're all fairly simple, so don't worry about the complexity. But yeah, now answering your question, dubidaba, big not bug. So yeah, let's say you've got this guy right here, right? So you're animating this and you're going to do, yeah, like a big swing of your sword. So what you need to do is find some material that will help you make your smear frame as good as you need it. So I'm gonna make like a very rough one. So yeah, let's say I use this as my smear frame. It's hard to read, especially because it's the same color as. And I try to glue this somewhere, or just like put it on top of another rig that holds it by itself. And I'll probably paint this the right color to be the same color as the sword. And yeah, just put something like this. And that's how you can make a really fun smear frame. You can also make a distorted version of the sword. Like you could actually, if this is a 3D model, you could actually make a distorted version in 3D and print that. And that's always looks better and it's really fun, but it's a lot more work. But if you want to do like just a simple smear frame with this, yeah, just grab something. I'm gonna put it in the yellow background so it's a little bit more easy to read. And yeah, there's your smear frame. And you just use this. Now the rule here is if you're using a smear, your previous frame should at the very least be where the smear began. More or less. It's more of a like a vibes thing, but it's a general rule of thumb that has worked for me. So here you got the smear frame that goes all the way from back there to here. I'll do this in a more contrasting background so you can see it. So yeah, here's the sword, here's your smell. Sha! If you have this sort of smear, you should have like the previous frame should be where your smear begins, or maybe a little bit further. It can go a little bit here, but it starts to feel weird because you see it feels like the sword. So imagine the sword was here, and the next frame you do this smear, it will give you the sensation that the sword went back and then forward in a very short amount of time. It might be what you're looking for, but it feels a little bit weird. So if you're doing this sort of smear, then you're gonna just make sure that your previous frame was somewhere around here, and the next frame is here, and then you just keep this for 1, maybe 2 frames at most, and then just take it out. And that's how you make quick. Burning through the sun. Damn. I was referring to the ARG songs. Wait, okay, let me go back. It's actually just better than what I was interested in. Okay, that makes sense. Now that I think about it, 2D animation is also basically stop motion, so the same things apply. Yes, it's pretty much like, I feel like they all feed upon each other. Like all the animation styles learn a little bit from the other, and they like try to copy some of the tricks or the tweak or improve. Or yeah, sometimes you want to make an animation that feels like another type of animation, so you try to play with it. And yeah, it's just fun playing with the technique. So I hope that helped. Okay, so we're gonna be making a mold for this guy. So we got this little wooden boards here. We're gonna be using for the, wait. Okay, so we'll cast it this way. Okay. So I'm gonna clean this up. Oh yeah, someone was saying something about a blue light. You mean a blue light for reacting the resin? I do have a couple of those, but they're still in boxes, and I still have this one. All right, this one works fine-ish. You see it there? It's good for just quickly reacting stuff, but the bigger problem is rather having the sun blasting here, and if I try to apply a little bit of resin here, I don't want it to freeze in my hands. Supersonic man out of you. So I'm just gonna clean this plate, like wooden board a little bit. I want to just have a very smooth surface. I mean, smooth as it can get. I'm not really that picky, but the smoother the better. Da, 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 da. Okay, I think that's clean enough. And because those poor little boards end up being where I make all sorts of molds, they can get blasted with resin, silicone, clay, plaster. Okay, they've gone through a lot, and it's fine. They're fairly cheap, but I can just try and see if I can smoothen the surface just a little bit so it's easier to work on. So do you want to go to the ARG songs? We could do that for a bit, because I haven't heard any of them before, so I'm pretty curious. But Swarm FM, my eyes, is back online also. But yeah, it'll be fun. And you can explain to me a little bit of what the songs are, what they mean or whatever. I didn't see who sent the video about the ARG. Was it Roman or was it Delphine? I didn't get to see that one. Okay, whatever. So, I also feel like we're stacking up on things to watch in the Discord, but we haven't had like one of those relaxed looking at stuff streams in a while. But hey, this is a workshop channel. We work here. Okay. So, resin to blow down. Okay, first of all, let's patch this guy up. Hopefully the sun will stay like out of her. Yeah, I hope it stays cloudy for the next couple of minutes so I can seal up all of the holes in this guy. So usually if I was going to make like this for like an external part of the body, I would sand this down a little bit, but because this is like a bone, I don't really care. there's ridges here and there. Doesn't really matter because it's not something that's going to be ever visible to the viewer. It's always going to be under a layer of skin, hopefully. So it doesn't really matter. Crash Cube 01. Nuda. Hello, how's it going? Howdy, howdy. So we're currently gonna make a little bone for this, or for our Neuro-Sama puppet. We're gonna make a mold for this guy. Okay, so first let's grab a little bit of resin. What I love about this trick with the resin is that you use like a very small, like 2 drops of resin will help you fix like 5 different parts of a puppet. Okay, let's clean this guy. Where's my smear frame? Here. Let's see if the like softer light. Oh no, the sun is coming here. Oh, rush, rush, rush. Okay. So can you see everything? Yes, maybe you can zoom in a little. Yes, the sun is coming. The sun is approaching. Ah! Run, 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 run. Okay, so we got this. Just make, yeah, it's starting to coagulate there. Can you see? So even the softer light, it's affecting, but it doesn't matter. We're using just a little bit. There we go. And we blast it with a little bit of light. Da 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 na 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 na. Okay, it's fine. Bulletproof. Far away, far away. Ricochet. Away. Shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Titanium. So if it gets darker, we can, like, first thing we do after the sun goes down, we can actually try and patch up all of our little pieces, just so we work on them tomorrow. We don't need to do this with the sun on top of us. Break my bones. So you just need to patch up all the little holes. I like using contrasting colors so it's easier to read. Ugh. This is getting ugly. You should be down, but I won't. Titanium. Okay, there's another. Oh, there's a big one back here. Okay, let's try to use the gunk. So yeah, just the sun is coming out. It's making my life a little bit hard. I need a curtain. That's what I need. No, stop it, son. So I can just put it straight into the sun now instead of the lamp. Okay, this will be enough to fix later. But I don't know what to do now. There's a lot of sunlight here. Okay, we'll have to wait for the sun to set. But in the meantime, I guess we can move forward a little bit. What time is it? Okay, it's still early. Okay, so yeah, the sun is gonna be annoying for a bit. In the meantime, we can prepare the rest, I guess. Could also patch it up with plasticine, but I don't want to worry about it being like flowing into the body or something. Wait, I took out a chat window. Do pigments cause issues when resin is cured with light? Yeah, the pigments in this, like the printer resin, it makes a big difference. That's also a good reason to use black for this sort of patchwork when you're struggling against the sun. That the darker the resin is, it's gonna need more time to react. So yeah, using black resin means that it's gonna harden a little bit. It will take a little bit longer to harden, but the sun is strong enough to not care at all. But yeah, like printing this, like these pieces were made with about 8 seconds of exposure time. It depends on your printer, and my printer is a pretty old one, but yeah, this one took about 8 seconds of exposure time, and I've worked with black resin, with the same black resin in the printer, and they need 14 seconds, I believe, which is almost double, much twice the time. So in a single note, you should do a puppet out of titanium. That's, I don't have the budget for that. Maybe someday we'll have the budget to do that sort of stuff. Don't you have an empty cardboard box or something to block the sun with? I mean, I could, but I wouldn't be able to show you on stream. Yeah, well, I want curtains for this place, but I haven't been able to set them up yet. So we're stuck with a little bit of raw sunlight for the time being, but in the future we'll have more of an adaptable space. That's fine. It's not a big deal, honestly. And I guess I could like keep working under the table just so the sun doesn't do weird stuff, and just finish real quick. Maybe that's a good idea, because we're just like 2 holes away from finishing this, so we can move on with the mold. Now, the scary thing is opening the resin bottle while I'm gonna crouch, and I'm gonna like you put the resin into the little cap down here under the table. So I'm gonna go hide for a bit just to finish this real quick. But for you, snake eater. So yeah, right now I'm under the table. I'm not sure if you can hear a little bit of an echo. Shit. Shit. Na, 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 na. Snake eater. In a dream, snake eater. I could use a cardboard box now, but in the meantime, we just patch things up. Oh yeah, the sun is blasting. this. I should also charge this little lamp. Forgot to charge it yesterday. It's the way I love to do. Snake eater. In a dream, snake eater. Okay, just one more hole and we're done. But I ended up dropping a lot of resin into the cap. So I think I'm gonna try to find the box and put it inside the cap. Put the cap inside so it doesn't cure. And hopefully I remember when we do the other pieces. Da 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 da. Okay, so it's done. Oh wow, even feels hot when I put my hand in the sun. I need a box. Let me go get a box. Oh no 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 no. Okay. For a second I thought I dropped the whole resin bottle under the table. Okay, let me go get a small box to put the resin inside. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm back. Hi. Sorry, I haven't even looked at chat in a while. There we go. Yeah, this one's already patched up. Okay, so I got the resin sealed down there so we can use it later, hopefully when the sun goes down. Okay. So what we're doing? Only slight echo. Safe. Do you have an empty cardboard? What does that mean? Okay. So, yeah, we got this. Okay. So now that we've got this, we can put... So, I'm gonna try and make the mold. How tall should it be? So I'm thinking if it should be a two-parter or a one-parter. I feel like a one-parter would be the easiest, honestly. Da, 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 da. Partners in crime. So, okay, let's try that. So here's a stick I was telling you before. We're going to be using 3 parts of this. The good thing is that the side is almost the same length, so it's going to be easy to set up. I use 3 bits of this stick to support our little bone here. Now that I'm thinking about this out loud, maybe... No, we have enough silicone. It's not that. There. There's one. Da, 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 da. You're gonna need nothing but a sign. And now the sun is gone. And swim between the lines. It's you all the time. God damn it. Get away. There's another way to feel where to go now. Ah, making a mess everywhere. At the rainbow. Another way to feel like you do. Is that a compromise? Is this like a previous version? It sounds a little bit off key to me. The song, yes, the song. I made it, Mom. I made it to the top of Arasaka Corporation. A devastating show. And they want to make even more of it? Unbelievable eyes. Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? 'Cause I really wanna stay at your house. No, no, no. Da, 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 na, 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 na. Da, da, da. Where's my glue gun? Here. Okay, so I'm planning to make a single, like a one-piece mold. It's gonna be the easiest way, not one piece as in the Straw Hat Pirate show, one piece as a single solid piece of silicone. That's gonna be what we use. Compromise. And we're gonna be doing it, what? Oh, it's the other way around. Then I screwed up. Okay, it's fine. I really wanna stay at your house. This is some good quality sticks.
Christianity, the seed of power is in danger. There's a foe of 1,000 swords. They've been abandoned by the lords. Therefore from grace will pave their path to damnation. Then the 189 in the
They want to destroy my heart even more. Yeah, One Piece Treasure is a solid piece of model. That would be very disappointing, honestly. After so many years. The one piece was in my workshop all along. So I think we can finish this mold. That would be a good moment to take our little break. Ooh. This piece imploded. Okay, let's use another piece. What is your favorite Avengers character? Let me think. What's my favorite Avenger or Avengers character? Trying to fly too close to the sun here. I have to cut a larger one and then sand it down, maybe. But wait, let me keep thinking. Avengers, I guess probably Doctor Strange. Yeah, I feel like I like Doctor Strange a lot. Is that black on the piece of resin you filled it with? Wait, what? Is that black on the piece, the cheap resin you filled it with? No, this is not the cheap resin. This is the same type of resin. I just used it to patch the little holes. And it's the same price resin, but I just use it to patch the holes. I just like using a different color so I can clearly see how well it's put. If it's not like a sculpture, I don't mind having like little small spots of color because it's not even gonna be part of the final piece. So I think I'm gonna have to sand this down somehow, because when I try to cut it too short, the wood just like explodes. So let me see if I can sand this down a bit so it gets to the right length. Damn, I'm probably seeing that fetch a crazy high collector's price for sure. Wait, what? Let's try my heart even more. I don't know what you mean. Are you talking about something on the Discord? A little bit more. Okay, I think this could be enough. So let's just grab this and try and put everything in place. Just a little smudge of hot glue and oop. Still need some more healing. Okay, let's wait for the glue gun then a little bit more. No, there it is. It's like it's clogged with yellow silicone. Not sure if it's burning. Mm-hmm. So just a little drop and just put it there. Ta-da! There we go. So it's gonna be a pretty tall mold. Ah! Dropped it again.
Let me introduce myself. You didn't think I was done, did ya? Well, I just began having my fun, baby. Some people live for attention, playing the victim, but baby, I was born to do the killing. I see how you're going crazy, always thinking about me, blaming on me daily. Feed me your negativity, talk some more about
A little bit more. Mm-hmm. Oh. That's fine. Can you see over there? It's a little bit hard to see from that angle, but I'm trying to just glue it as level as possible. The problem that I have here might need. Okay, so there we go. Mold. Okay, I'll wait for it to get a little bit colder. Guess I could sand it down, but I'd rather not. Okay, just give me a second so it can cool down a little bit. Now, in the meantime, I need this long amount of little plastic sheet. Nine 9.2, maybe 9.1, 9.2 will do. According to plan. Da-da-na, na, 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 na.
Doing things I wanna do, but it
Da-da, na, 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 na.
and now I try
Okay, so where's my cutting board?
wanna make you
There it is. Never gonna be good enough for you. Na 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 na. Nothing lasts forever. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect.
Now it's just too late, and we can't go back. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect.
This is why I should have spent some time finishing to pick up. Like, there's still like a couple of stray boxes in the workshop, so feels like, okay, so how tall does this thing need to be? 9, 3.5, oh no, 4 could be enough. Da-da-da. Da. Okay, whatever. Down. With the Sharpie, here it is. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect.
Now it's just too late, and we can't go back. I'm sorry, I can't
Can't be perfect.
Nothing's gonna change the things that you said, and nothing's gonna make this right again. Please don't
Da, 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 da.
can't believe it's hard just to
It's
tell
out.
you, but you don't
So 3.8 times 2 equals 7.6 something. Yeah, 7.6. It's over here. Last forever. Can't be perfect. So I'm cutting the edges of our mold right now, but I'm doing it off screen because this huge piece of plastic is not gonna fit inside my shot. It's pretty tall for a mold, I'll be honest. Now for the caps, look. Two. Okay, now let's cut this guy down.
Can't be controlled like a river, never stops. Spaces, emptiness dark and so cold. Can you define its presence? Does it exist?
So there's the walls for mold. da, da, dum, da, 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 da. Just a couple quick cuts and then we can get back to work. Okay. Okay. Okay, the clumsy part is done. Now do the quicker part. There we go. 2 more cuts and we're done. Maybe too tall. Oh yeah, definitely is too tall. Okay, that's good. That's good. That means I can cast it. What about? As you can see, the sun is now already blasting right on top of our workspace. How's that? That means up. So 2.5-ish centimeters. That's cool. Okay, so now finally the fun part. Okay, first I wanna quickly try and smooth out this. we go. So let's put a couple of these walls. Mhm. So what was the color we ended up deciding for? Going for? Orange? I think it was the only entry. Right now it's about a good time to start making that final choice, because yeah, we're definitely gonna be casting this thing very soon. So what do you want for the color of this thing? Okay. Very thin mold. It's gonna be hard to fill properly. I've gone too far with the size, but it's fine. So yeah, I'm just making a container around the piece that we're making, and I need to make sure that the container is properly sealed so that no silicone leaks outside of the mold. I'm trying to use the hot glue to keep everything in place. And once we finish the little box, I'm also gonna spend some time trying to get the... There we go. It's pretty tall. Wait, where's the mark? Ah, I'm so dumb. Okay, so yeah, now that the box is done, I'm gonna apply the little glue to the very edges. Oh, now it might Touch yours. Close. Na, 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 na. Whoa. Oh. Candles of my sweater. So, is there anyone still here in chat? Because I'm about to cast this, and I want to know if you guys want orange as your final color, or if you'd like to go with something else. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. So it's gonna be tricky to cast because it's very thin, but that's good because it means it's not gonna waste a lot of material. The holes of my sweater. Oh. Oh. So we've got about 9 times 2, 18. I'm indifferent to the color, trust you. All right, let's make orange. Someone asked for orange, so let's make orange. So let's make this. How tall is this thing? So it's gonna get fun here. I love casting silicone. It's also fairly tricky. 3 times 2 times 9. 6 times 9, 50 something. Let's try with 30 grams of silicone and see if that's enough. If not, we'll just add another bit. Da, 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 da. Okay. So 30 grams of silicone we'll be adding for mix. Go get a cup or silicone. Walls of my sweater. This will do. Hopefully. Alright. Oh, I need to go get the pigments. I'm just gonna use red and yellow. Okay. Mix this also a little bit. Sure it's properly thoroughly mixed. I need a long stick or spoon or something like that.
君とだらか dreaming 間違いだらけ勘違いもしてときめき降りて失ってもなおコンティニュー支払った代償の自分あの日にしてないわけない後悔胸に飾れ前向き直せ唱えて諦め悪いって信じてくれ青雲ゆる僕は炎時は経ってどこはここ
You just need to make sure you mix the silicone properly before casting it. You don't want it to be split into different like densities. Happens a lot if the silicone's been sitting around for a while, you know, separates, and the thicker parts of the silicone will go down and the thinner, more oily parts will go up to the top. So yeah, just give them a bit of a steer. It doesn't take too long, doesn't take that much work. Yeah, it's easy to take care of it like this. Da-da-da. Sweet smell of silicone. Okay, so yeah, let's cast 30 grams and see how it goes from there. Might be needing more than that, but if it needs more than that, then I need the other scale.
Hear my heart burst again, for this is the end. I've drowned and dreamt this moment, so overdue. I owe
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It does feel like we might be needing more.
when it crumbles, we will stand tall, face it all
Together and the sky.
when it crumbles, we will stand tall, face it all together at skyfall. At skyfall. Skyfall is where we start. 1,000 miles and poles apart.
So it might be 2 casts of 30. That's fine.
You may have my
Look at the cap of the thing.
but you never have my heart.
And the sky fall, crumble. Okay. So it takes about 4 drops for every 10 grams. So we'd be needing 12 drops of catalyzer here, and I need something to properly, you know, mix this thing. So I want to use a lot of yellow pigment and just a little teeny tiny bit of red pigment, because one is much stronger than the other. So in order to get proper orange, I need to balance that out.
Of your loving arms, keeping me from harm.
Start to get a little dark. So can you see over there? It's a little bit hard. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Okay. So 12 drops of catalyzer and we kissed it. Let me see, maybe I can move the camera so you can see a little bit better. This and this. So there we go. And hopefully there we go. Now you can see. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna drop. So yeah, I'm just adding 12 drops of silicone and 12 drops of catalyzer, not silicone. Dun, 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 dun. Na, na, na. Hey. Mr. Blue Sky, that's right. So long. So 12 drops of this. Okay, so we're currently 128 PT. So I'll write that down just so I know how long it takes for the silicone to harden. That's pretty important to know. Can vary because of humidity and because of temperature, so it's good to always keep track and write it down. Blue sky, Mr. So yeah, you just need to make sure. I like to add a color not only because it's prettier, this looks brown, but also because it helps a lot so you can see where the silicone is properly mixed, and if there's like any bit, there's like a white streak, you know you should mix that place more. And yeah, it's a really quick way so you can figure out if everything's already properly mixed. And once you do that, you can just start casting it right away instead of mixing. I used to, like before, I used to mix it for way too long because I was never sure it was over properly mixed. I mean, most silicones take their time, so there's not a lot of a hurry. Some of them do move faster, so you need to be careful with how much you mix them. Depends on how many drops of the catalyzer you use, how old your catalyzer is, so there's a lot of variables there. But yeah, so I'm just trying to see how this does, and we'll be casting this in a minute. Now, the trick here for proper casting such a long and thin mold is to try to hit the lowest point and just keep casting there. Let the material flow down as much as possible. Try to avoid bubbles. So there I'm screwing up a little bit, but I hope gravity is going to take care of that. We can switch sides and start filling this side. So this mold is extremely thin, so it's a little bit hard. Oh no. Okay. Oops.
Please turn me over. I think we could do it if we tried, if only to say you're mine. Sophia, know that you and I shouldn't feel like a crime. I think we could do it if we tried, if
Okay, it's been a little troublesome to cast such a thin
Sophia, know that you and I
piece.
shouldn't feel
We'll see.
like a crime. You know I'll do anything you ask me to. But oh my God, I think I'm in love with you. Standing here alone now, think that we can drive around. I just wanna say how I love you with your hair down. Baby, you don't gotta fly, I'll be here till the end of time. Wishing that you were mine, pull you in, it's alright. I think we could do it if we tried, if only to say you're mine. Sophia, know that you and I shouldn't feel like a crime.
We're definitely gonna need more.
Honey, I don't want it to fade. There's things that I know could get in the way. I don't want to say goodbye. And I think that we could do it if we tried. I think we could do it if we tried, if only to say you're
Wait a second, this is already reacting? There's no way.
know that you and I shouldn't feel like a crime. I think we could do it if we tried.
It's not.
I think we could do it if we tried. Sophia, know that you and I shouldn't feel like a crime. Sophia, know that you and I Well, here we are again. It's always such a pleasure. Remember how you tried to kill me twice? Oh, how we laughed and laughed. Except I wasn't laughing. Under the circumstances, I've been shockingly nice. You
Want your freedom taken? That's what I'm counting on. Now I only want you gone. quite as heavy. Little Caroline is in here too. Woke me up. The same will never happen to you. Life, that's what I'm counting on. I'll let you get right through it. So I'm just gonna try and see if I can push the silicone a little bit further down just to make sure I can fill in as many gaps as possible. And I could sort of clean the very edge. Disaster. Counting on. It's definitely not going amazing. That definitely needs more material, a lot more material. Maybe we should restart this one. Retorters we definitely need more than 50 more grams here. Oops, oh, I see someone new in chat. I've been a little bit disconnected. I was casting. Oh, working out of frame. Fun. Oh, says Frank. Is that Swarm FM praying? Yes, it is. I'm back from school. Hello, Frank. Sometimes I dream about cheese. Why associate silicone casting with cheese? I don't know. Maybe some question for this late in stream, but what this would mold actually for? What are the 3D bones going to be placed? So here's the thing, especially this bone, the longer one, it's very, very thin. So if I try to insert the bones there, it's gonna be a lot of trouble. If I do this and I make the whole casing out of resin, it's gonna be easier to place and to work with, honestly. So that's why I thought maybe making this sort of mold would make my life a little bit easier, because I don't need to make thinner wires that could break easier, and at the same time I could like just have one mold and cast in that same mold a bunch of times all the different leg pieces that we need. And yeah, like that was my general thought process of how to sort this out. Now that I'm thinking about it out loud, I think maybe we should have gone for the two-part options, but we can finish this one and see how well it works, and if it's not the best, we can go for the two-part mold. It wouldn't be too hard to do either. Maybe we can do a two-parter for the thigh and see if this one works, and if it works, well, we can keep going on with this one. But yeah, I think there was a little bit of an oversight there. Anyway, so material seems to keep flowing, which is good enough. Like, you'll want it to be flowing so that all the little bubbles can escape your mold. And that's what I'm trying to do right now. But yeah, we definitely need much more material. So I'm gonna go get the bigger scale and let's do all that. By the way, what on earth is that melting thing? It's silicone, liquid rubber that will harden and become our mold for the rest of the pieces. Where's my Portal 3? There will never be a Portal. How long do you have to work with silicone before it starts to cure? It depends on how much catalyzer you add. For what I added, I think it will take about 3 or 4 hours to fully harden. So it's fine. Maybe we'll be able to open it at the end of stream. But if not, it can just stay overnight. There's no problem with that. So I'm gonna get the bigger scale so I can actually make a 50-gram cast. Our body sprint also already done. So we already have the other set for evil or neuro or both. And you're in time for mold making. Now I only want you gone. Oh, could you repeat that? Sorry, I still don't really understand. What do you mean by two-part mold? Okay, so there were two possibilities for making this mold. This is a single block mold, which is like a solid piece of silicone that's got like a slice. And you can open the slice, pull your piece out, and that's the end of the mold. The other option is making a mold that's made out of two different parts, and you like open it like sandwich, like just like the one I showed you earlier, the neuro mold. I have a couple of them here. Show you real quick, but I need to get back to the... I don't think I have a block mold to show you because all of the ones I did failed miserably. Well, this could technically be considered a block mold. Wait. Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to open it for you. No, wait. One of these I should be able to open. Just don't know which one. I think the other one Okay. So, this is a two-part mold. Yeah, like a sandwich that you split in half and you have two sides and you just close it and wait for your figure to cast. And this is a single part mold, which is just like one solid block of resin out of silicone, and it's got a slice. You can just open the slice and that way you can pull things out. This one's the eye mold. Yeah, this is made with resin. I don't even know which one is which. Oh, I think this one was the... yeah. Oh, okay, I used this one to make the eye. Yeah, like you can pull it open and grab your piece and take it out. That's what we're trying to do here, but I'm thinking that hair reveal. You've seen my hair before. Maybe not the new guys, but it's not really top secret. There's like a little bit of trash here. So yeah. I'm not sure what you meant with could you repeat that so I could elaborate if you tell me exactly what part it was, but I can. 3D parts are hollow with thin walls and it's hard to insert wires without breaking it. With the mold, he can put the wires in and cast the bones of resin. Yes, that's also another good resin. So it's all made out of much stronger resin and it's not hollow. The 3D printed parts won't be in the final puppet. The chest and the hips, they will be in the final puppet, but the calves will probably not be in the final puppet in this case. Also, these ones will be in the final puppet because they're much detailed. They have like little nooks and crannies for the bolts to enter, and making a mold of that would be a lot of work, unnecessary work. So yeah. Little trick: when cutting mold open, cut not in a straight line. Yes, you need to make like a squiggly little line. There's like an old man who teaches you that, and he's really good at explaining how to do that. He makes the most incredible molds I've seen. Yeah, something like a zigzag to put it back together. Yes. Yeah, like this one. Is this even cut? Yeah, there it is. It's stuck back to itself somehow. But yeah, there you can see it. There's like a little zigzag. Anyway, let's make... Oh, let me go get the scale. Let me go get the scale again. And I'm gonna need a bigger cup. That's what we'll do. Da, 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 da. Oh, here it is. Okay, so now I'm gonna try with 50 grams of silicone. Feels like we still need a bunch more. Okay, so 50 more grams of the thing. Will fresh batch of silicone bond with already? Yes, silicone bonds to itself incredibly well. Unless they're different types of silicone, they might not bond perfectly, but silicone bonds with pretty much nothing but other silicones. It's very hard to get a glue to stick onto silicone, like even like super glue and that sort of stuff won't really work against silicone. The only thing that sticks properly to silicone is more silicone. But yes, it will attach to itself, especially because it's not even like fully solid yet. It's just still very liquid, very flowy, very runny. That's the word I was working, or what I was looking for. Let's try make it a little bit more intense this time. So grab a little bit more pigment. Propaganda, propaganda. Da, da. Okay, so it's 50 grams. This time we'll need bit more silicone, a bit more drop. Does it mean that you could recycle old silicone? Yes. Yes, you can actually do that. It's pretty useful, especially if you're making larger molds. Wait a second, gotta be right back. There we go. So let me turn on the lights now. It's getting a little bit darker in here. Yeah, you can cut them into little pieces. Actually, I think I have a couple of models that did that, but most of them ended in the trash because they didn't turn out well. The thing is, because I'm making very small molds, making that trick with cut down pieces of silicone made like a very irregular surface at the bottom of the mold. It's not a problem, honestly. It depends on the mold you're making, but for me specifically, when I was making Evil, it didn't work. Oh well, it wasn't the best, so I ended up making a new mold. But yes, you can definitely do that. I've had cases where I ran out of silicone, and because I don't have any more silicone, I'll just chop real quick another mold that's lying around and use like bigger pieces. 1, 2, okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Okay, there we go. So I'm just gonna mix this real quick. Hopefully it's a little bit more orange and less red. I might have overdone it with the red here. It's more pinkish. So yeah. Funny how silicone are basically liquid rocks. Really? I don't know a lot about that. That would be interesting to, if you would elaborate on that, because I'm not sure why would it be liquid rocks. They make them by pulverizing rocks or something? I've always been very interested in understanding a little bit better the reactions and the chemistry behind the tools that I use. So if you have some information on that, I would love to hear that. So, okay. I think Swarm FM died again, so maybe I'll go and listen to the playlist you sent me of the ARG. Just because I'm curious. Is it in VTubers? Yes. Official no, ARG lore. ARG songs. Can't I watch it here? Hope I don't get plastered with ads though. Okay, we'll see. In the meantime, let's go back to Evan Brook. How to make little robotic. Main element is silicone and SiNO, which are as many rock types. Okay. Silicone and oxygen. How to make robotic flesh stir vigorously. Definitely. It's a very important part. You really need to sit there for a long time and make sure everything's properly mixed. Well, I exaggerated a bit, but on foundation, same element. Oh yeah. That is true that silicone is what makes most of the rocks that you find everywhere, right? Okay. So let's see how
why
this
should I
works.
learn a language with either of you? We match you with the best tutor for you.
60 days trick,
We provide you with personalized one-to-one plans.
200 days trick.
You can book lessons whenever you want. And with
So yeah, sorry.
We have animated
We-
characters.
we
I got
humans. You get the real human connection.
It's
stuck.
fun.
We're also fun, and it's also very.
Is that the ad or is that a video?
So friendly.
Discover the better duo. Improve your language skills with a Preply tutor.
Sounds like an ad to me, but I'm not sure. Okay. Remember to tap your molds before to remove bottles. Yes, that's always a useful tip. But first I'm gonna try and like stir it around the edges to make sure that the silicone can flow down because it was very tight. I'm not sure if this mold will work very well. I'm trying to. Also, another thing I like a lot about silicone is that it is extremely easy to clean. Yeah, so there's a lot of bubbles down there that need to be taken out. So there are a couple of silicones that flow better than others. This one is not really the best one, but it's like one of the most standard, simple silicones out there. I'm not sure. I have this feeling that this silicone, this mold is probably not gonna turn out great. There's also organic groups which bond together with interconnected three-dimensional structures with the help of catalysts, so that becomes a rubbery polymer. Wait. I know that like one of the main ingredients that activate the reaction in silicones are peroxides, but I don't really understand it that well. It's like one of the bits of info that I got about it. Mine was blown when I learned that the moon and earth have about 90% similar composition. I mean, makes sense, I guess. So I have a lot of excess silicone. I think I was... No, the things, I think I'm screwing up here, but whatever. In the meantime, let's make a butterfly out of silicone. So it's gonna take a while for this to dry. But it's okay, we got time, can wait. At the same time, I have that feeling that as you, yeah, it's, I I have this feeling that it might be filled with bubbles, honestly. I think I was a little bit careless, and maybe the 2-part mold was a better option here, but it's okay. So let's leave this be. Maybe I can go eat something. Right. Silicone butterfly, yeah. Did you see the butterfly? Yesterday we made like 3 butterflies. That's why I'm telling you that we needed like a good idea for our first merch item, because like only from yesterday's stream we made 3 butterflies from all the excess of the bone castings. And yeah, it happens a lot. You usually end up with a lot of extra material, so it's good to have something lying around. So I want like a little mold of something that we can have around and make, you know, an infinite number of copies, so I can, I don't know, either sell on Etsy or whatever, or give away if I ever remember at a convention. I mean, it's basically trash, but it's pretty trash. Instead of just having like a bunch of gunk in the trash can. Want to be an engineer. Vacuum chamber could help. Yes, that could definitely help, and I've thought about it, but it's very pricey. I've seen a couple of tutorials on how to make your own, but I haven't had the time to actually try it. But yes, I've thought about using a vacuum chamber or getting a vacuum chamber, but it's not currently in the possibilities of the workshop, you know? But hopefully someday we will. But I mean, you can see how the air is leaving the silicone. Like, it's slow enough so that it keeps filling the inside. But because of how it was designed and how it, like, I'm a little bit scared it might not be enough for this mold to actually fill itself like all the way to the bottom. But we'll see. We'll open it in a bit and see how it went. It's gonna be fun. Now, vacuum chamber could help, but obtain a vacuum chamber not a common commodity. Yes, definitely not. I don't know more specifics either. I study materials science, but I'm specializing in metals, so polymer knowledge is lacking. Ah, bummer, but that's interesting too. So that could also be helpful to learn like different, which metals are more convenient or that sort. So you know what I've wanted to test out, but I've never, like, it's another one of my side quests that I would like. So I'm gonna shake this a little bit. Yeah, she'll more bubbles leave. But I want to make I would love to make an electroplated prop or electroplated elements, so that we could have like something covered in metal, covered in gold, covered in, I don't know. I think we can make very nice props and probably a little bit more resistant. But I've never tried that either. But that's one of the things I would like to try one day. The Craftsman just released like a month or 2 ago a video where they made electroplated pieces, and it was very interesting. It could be my avatar, my little avatar model. Silicone butterfly. Don't want to be an engineer. You could just make a logo with your name of the channel. Yes, that's another thing I was thinking about. Like, vibration table. I've heard about those. I've never seen one, but this is my makeshift version of a vibration table. It's me and just hitting this. Are those expensive? Because I could consider getting one. Could also be like good content for whenever I go to eat. I can just leave the vibration table there and you can see the pretty bubbles. Yeah, this works fine as a vibration table. It's a very stupid method, but gets the job done. Okay, so now that this is on, I think I'm gonna be taking my lunch break soon so I can eat something. How do people do this? Like, for example, Crelly's always streaming, right? Does she go to eat or does she eat on stream? I've never seen how they do it, and I'm not sure. So the thing is, I probably will never be eating on stream unless I make like a specific stream for designed for me to eat there. But because the workshop is the home of pretty much all the poisons known to men, all you need vibration is an electric model with an offset weight. Even something like a tiny crank on a drill can attach in the corner of the mold, base and spin would give a lot of vibration. That's interesting. I mean, I think it would be better to actually make one than a makeshift. Like, drills can be pretty dangerous. So, but, I mean, that's good. I mean, how do I say this? That's useful information. I'm not sure if you could make one with just like one tiny motor, AA battery, and yeah, like an offset weight, as you said. I know that's how the motors in the vibration in Xbox controller or any video game controller works, right? Well, no, I'm not that good with electronics yet. I do want to learn about electronics, and we'll probably have 1 or 2 electronics streams in the future. But yeah, I'm not very literate on how to make even like simple motor artifacts by myself. Well, yeah, so I guess we could leave it at that, see how this goes. I honestly don't think this is gonna work very well because of, yeah, how many bubbles were formed. But it's fine, we can work around it. Mention the drill because if you have one handy, you could just put a bent nail in it and press it against the wooden square. Yeah, I do have a drill, but I don't think that sounds a little bit risky. I've had some pretty bad experiences with drills, so I'd rather be kind of careful around them. But I appreciate the input. I'll see if I can find a way to do that sort of stuff. But nah, for now I think it's fine. Anyway, it'll take a while. Honestly, I don't think even the best vibrating table would be able to fix it if it's really like as poorly balanced as I think it is, but it's fine. Anyway, so how long will it take to cure? This will take, I think, probably about 3 to 4 hours to fully cure. It'll probably start like getting rubbery in about an hour tops, but yeah, to fully cure it probably take about 3 or 4 hours. We're probably gonna be able to open this at the end of stream, but for now I'm gonna go eat something. I'm hungry. You can skip study now, just repeats the same 3 songs but slightly distorted. Okay, depends, some eats on stream or VTubers, it's not a big problem. some make a break like you. Okay, so if it's normal to take breaks like this, then I'll stick to that. Just don't eat for 8 to 10 hours. Why not? Okay, so yeah, then I'm gonna go eat real quick. In the meantime, okay, I want to put Swarmafan back on if you wish, because you just said that it's the same song but distorted or something. So let's go back to Swarmafan. I'm not sure if it will keep popping back and forth, but we'll see. Yeah, I think there's nothing right now. Yeah, Whisper Chan is gone. So yeah, it seems like we got no music. Okay, do you want something else? I'll put something else. Let me see, what can I do? This is my usual go-to, but how's the volume there? A little bit low. Okay, I think that's fine. All right, so take care. I'll be back in a bit, and we can keep on making the next mold. Okay, let me check the chat real quick. Dibideba, Wooden Square, how long will it take to cure? Have a good meal. Yeah, bro, go for it. There are other ARG songs. They're one of the most high effort things. This is one of the most high effort things you can do. Eating? Yes, it is very hard effort to go eat instead of keep working, but I'll do the effort for you guys. But yeah, it takes a lot of work to make this stuff. There's still numbers 2 and candles, okay. There's a playlist of Neuro and Evil's karaoke somewhere on YouTube. Yes, I know there is, but that playlist usually gets me banned because it's got like some very copyrighted songs and I can get into a lot of trouble. So I've had issues with that. I can't trust Swarm FM because they like take the same measures as any other guy to not get blasted every now and then. But yeah. Anyway, you'll be stuck here with Splatoon vibes for a while. I'll go back. I'll probably try and put back some Neuro music when I get back from lunch. But for now, this is what it is. All right, so take care. I'll be back in a bit.
2. Hello. Hi. I'm back. Hello. Okay, so we got that. We'll see how well this mold does. I'm not sure if it will do great, honestly, but it's fine. And we can maybe work on the other one. Also, the sun isn't as strong as before, so maybe it's gonna be easier to work with the resin, like the 3D printer resin now. Okay, so let me take out that little banner. There we go. So how's it going? Did I miss anything? King Turtle, I was legit just listening. Okay, cool. Hi all, hello, what's up? Welcome. You made it just right after our little lunch break. Welcome, welcome. So we're making molds now. So hopefully we can use them. Hello, Dibido. Oh. Wait. Drop my mic for a second. Okay, so let's see if Swarm FM is back online. Yes, it is. So let's see if we can. There we go. So, okay, that sounds fine. Cool. Ayo. Got a new personal best speedrun motorcycle demo during the break. What's the motorcycle demo? The one with the Faye? The one that has Faye on it? Yeah, look, you can see the silicone is like, it's not fully hardened, but it's definitely less runny than before. It's like, there, you can see it. So if I like poke, for starters, it's not flowing down, and if I poke it, you'll see like I can leave a dent, but the dent will not go back to normal. And that means the reaction's already taking place, which is good. But yeah, so that's the end of that. We can leave this little guy over here. Wish him luck. It's definitely gonna need it. Okay, so let's make this one, and this time let's try and do the other workaround. So first, let's grab our resin, which I had hidden from the sun, and let's prepare our lamp. Can you see over there? Yeah. Motorcycle is a Prince of Persia. Oh, Motorcylize. 3D platform. Run, it's a green-haired girl with a chainsaw. Oh no, I don't know that one then. One, two. Fighting renegade construction machines. Sounds like Neuro-Automata.
Here I am, tied and bound every night.
So I'm just sealing the holes as before. This part's pretty easy when the sun is not blasting in your face. Now the big holes, I'm not sure if they're going to be easily sealed. Oh, but we don't need to seal those because they're going to be against the wall. We can seal those with hot glue. So then we're done. So we got this one, this one, this one. Yeah, we're done. Okay. Boop. Now you go back into the box. And this part reminds me of Pea Shooter from Plants vs. Which part? Very near, I don't know, right? The protagonist's voice actor is the same. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. So yeah, this time we'll have to give it a shot and try to do a two-parter. Because, yeah, I think that would have been the best option in the first place. So I'll plug that one in. Let's get another little board. Where's my spatula? This one. Oh, the mold you just sealed? Yeah, it does look. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, the little hole makes it look like an eye. Okay, oh wow, this. This board looks like it's seen some very bad days. Okay. From the side, it looks like a piece. Yeah. Oh, from over here, maybe? Yeah, I think this is where it looks like a t-shirt. Yeah, it's more like. This one's more like t-shirt or rest. Okay. I think this will do. Okay, so if we're gonna do a two-part mold, we're gonna probably split it this way. Now, okay, how big do we need the mold to be? I need the exact length of this thing. Oh god. Hmm. 6.5. So it's 6.5 times, say 3. Times 3 again. Yeah, so let's do 6.5 times 3 times 3. So I'm gonna make the plastic pieces real quick. So which color do you want for this one? You want to keep trying the orange? I'll try something else. We've got a lot of colors here. Different. The thing I love about pigments is that they last forever. Like, takes a lot to spend your pigments. So where's my ruler? Over here. Oh. Neat. Six. So I want to also eventually try and print the boxes for my molds. Like right now, because we're making such simple molds, it feels a little bit like overkill. But making like the bounding boxes for very like complicated molds sounds like it could help a lot, because you can save a lot of material. You can try to improve the things, like, I don't know, improve the shape, make it sturdier. It will save a lot of time. No, it's fine. But yeah, it's something that I have just like in the back of my mind, something that I think would be fun to make, because it would make stuff easier, but it's definitely something I would only save for fairly complex molds. I don't think you need to do that for such simple things as this one's. Da-da-dum. Da-da-dum. Okay, so finished marking these. Can just make the cuts now. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Wait, haven't been in the chat for a while. This one would you shield? Different color. Azure? What's azure? Is it like blue? Different color, so easier to tell molds apart from a distance. I could try azure, whatever that is. I'll Google it. Nothing beats coffee and chill stream before work. Hello and welcome. Hi. Glad you like it. By the way, how's Twitch doing? I feel like Twitch is lying to me because it says that we've got 0 viewers on Twitch, but I can clearly see at least Gianni Lennon is commenting here, so there's at least someone here. Da, 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 da. Okay. There we go. Okay. Sure is brilliant blue, deep blue, something like that. I can give it a shot. That will be fun. I'm not sure how deep can the blue get because of the white in the silicone, but we can try. Sounds fun. Okay, so Asura it is. Oh. Ah. Wow, God. Okay. 1, 2. So these molds take a little bit longer to make because you need to spend some time to fill like the parting line. Doesn't take that long, honestly. At least not if you've made enough of them, I guess. Da, da,
Okay. Okay, so brilliant blue, deep blue. Dibidaba, I'm here too. Yeah, I don't know why ground control lies to me this way. But okay, I mean, whatever. Oh, now I lost the chat. Sure. Twitch made something with viewer counter to eliminate view bots. It's lurkers as well. So if you're not active, the chat doesn't count. Okay, that's interesting. I'm in love with the Sur color since I saw Sur Dragons in Heroes. I don't know what that is at all, but okay. Twitch is so weird for new streamers, especially if you have a long name on it. Ooh, I might have screwed up there. or if the user has a name. Sagely, I tried to search on your first day of Twitch stream and I couldn't find it unless I typed it directly into the URL. Yes, I had the same issue because I tried to make like a couple of like testing streams before, well, when the video released, I tried to make some testing streams by myself, and I had the same issue that my channel was impossible to find unless you search for the whole word. May need experiments to do with different. May need to experiment with different pigments. I've noticed Twitch chat often temporarily disconnects and reconnects me to chat, so maybe there's points Twitch doesn't detect active users. Yeah, you know, I think I might struggle a lot with Twitch and longer streams, which is weird because I always thought Twitch would be the best one for making this sort of incredibly long sort of content. But for example, right now I'm struggling because it's asking me to have an average of viewers, an average like 4. No, I think it's asking for 3 average viewers to go into the next step of the whatever thing Twitch does. But because I make such long streams, and I'm not sure if it's because of the bot blasting program or whatever, but I get it like yes, I've only had 2 streams where that condition has been fulfilled, and I don't know why. Okay, so this might be hard enough already. Let's just fill this little hole. Da, 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 da. Jolene's idea is probably what's causing that issue for me. What do you mean? Jolene's idea? Sorry, because I was trying to find out, I ended up changing. I'm in love with the Sur. Twitch made something with viewer counter to eliminate view bots. Yeah, I'm not sure what's causing that issue for me. Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind, but I'm just trying to make as much progress as possible with the platforms, just so we might start seeing some like income to the workshop. Like it would be good to, you know, be able to how to say that, like replenish resin if we ever run out of it, or all that stuff. Patreon's going to be very helpful for that too. I'm very thankful to all our patrons. But yeah. Okay, so this needs to be like this. Then we need to add. Da, da, da. I think we can just make the stupid. I'll try and mark the center line. There we go. Chat's moving a little bit more. Tindercan, yes, that's you. The idea of auto view bot detection, removing lurkers from the view count. Disconnects, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Like right now, my window, at least my ground control, says I've got 0 viewers. No, and wait, this is not even the YouTube data, the Twitch data. It's my YouTube data. It says there's 0 viewers on YouTube, which is even weirder. And there we go. Cheap followers, blah, 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 blah. You're lucky I don't know how to ban people. Okay, let me go and ban this annoying guy. Wow, first time chat. Can't believe it. Now you're banned. Northeast. Power. A 1. And you're gone. Couldn't at least those bots count as views? That would be helpful. Chat views intently. Twitch. Weird. Good old analytics not analyzing properly. I mean, keeping count of 15 people is way too hard, you know? It's a lot of work. The servers cannot handle counting up to 15. They can only count to 4. So I guess I want to use the material that I've got over here. I remember I have like a big blob of... Yeah, there you are. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, basically we're going to be making a parting line that's gonna separate the sculpture in half. So you don't need to draw a line, but it's helpful because once you cover stuff with resin, with plasticine or clay, you kind of lose track of how far have you gone with the burying of the thing. So it's always helpful to actually draw a line that makes it easier for you to see how far away are you from the midpoint. It doesn't need to be perfect. There are a couple scenarios where you do need to be perfect. Here it's fine. Dream on, dream on. There we go. They can only count for just like me for real. You only count if you watch the ad. You need to click the ad in order for the analytic, for the view to count. So for starters, first thing you need is to try and have your sculpture as well leveled as possible. Then you just start surrounding it with clay all around. Me, my weakness, but I won't run.
Without you, it's hard to survive. We touch, I get this feeling, and every time we kiss, I swear I can fly. Maybe worth make such a line on 3D model like Equator. Yes, that could be a good idea, honestly. It'll make it easier to read, to find, and it will be like mathematically perfect and correct. So it is a good idea. However, well, I mean, in this case, it would have been a good idea. I should have done that because it's an inner piece. But if it's like an outside piece, let's say like, you know, the hand or the chest, you don't want, you're already gonna have a little bit of a line where the mold part. So if you make another line on top of it just for you to read it, that would give you like, I don't know, it might look weird. Might not, but it might look weird. But yeah, for this sort of inner structure pieces, it might have been a good idea. Maybe I should have tried that. Dun, 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 dun.
They wipe away tears that I cry. The good and the bad times, we've been through them all. You make me right when I fall. 'Cause
Every time we touch, I get this feeling. Every time we kiss, I swear I can fly.
can't you feel my heart beat fast? I want this to last. Need you by my side. 'Cause every time we touch, I feel the static. And every time we kiss, I reach for the sky. Can't you hear my heart beat? So I can't let you go. Want you in my life.
Line could be inward like a trench. Yeah, that could work. I'm not sure how it would look like once you like just the final shape would be interesting to see if it's like you can see like the trench with the bump on top or what would happen. But it's definitely a good idea. Like for structural pieces, it's definitely useful for that sort of, oh god, wait, for that sort of beauty pieces, like, you know, hands and like outer pieces. I'm not sure if it would work. We would give it a try. We could try it with maybe a hand or something like that in the future. I mean, right now all of our outer pieces we already got pre-made, because we already got the molds for our hands, we got the molds for our face, for a bunch of stuff. Just throw ideas. No, I love that. I like that approach, you know? I'm always throwing out ideas like all around and seeing which one sticks. And I mean, I think I've made a lot of progress because of that. So it's always useful to hear that sort of things. Now, I'm not sure exactly how I would model the line, you know? I'm not sure if there's an easy way to do that. Maybe with the magnet in Maya, you can just like attach something like a strip of polygons and then just add a little bit of volume. What is this? Why am I listening to male voices in my Swarm FM?
Only voice successful summer from his battle. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone can fill me in, but I feel like I've never heard this song before, and I'm confused because, yeah, I've never heard another guy singing with either of the twins. So I'm a little bit intrigued. Someone kept moving a red octagonal traffic sign. The police looked at the tape and saw it was stop motion. Hello, Brand. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Heyo. Not bots, you're back. Hi, neither. Will Stetson, BTM's roommate. What? BTCM's room. I don't even. Yeah. I don't understand anything of what you just said, Dolphin. Sorry. Doing well. How are you? Fine, good. We're doing a couple of molds. I thought I didn't have material to make these molds, but turns out I did. So we can make, yeah, little molds. So I'm trying to make this bone mold for Neuro. Hopefully these ones will work well and we can make super cool bone structures for them. And with that, we can like sort of streamline the process of making legs and making bodies. So maybe even if she breaks, we could actually make a new one, but I really doubt it's going to break. Like this thing, we just made it yesterday and it's incredibly sturdy. I tried to break it, I really tried, and it just didn't give. Brain tumor mega colon is an OG Osu friend. Oh, an OG Osu friend from Battle. That's crazy. Osu players, old friend of Neuro. Wow, I didn't know that. It's super wholesome. Been listening, just got off to work. Oh, okay, makes sense. Well, anyway, welcome back to chat, not bots. I was going to say it again. Not bots. Brain tumor miracle participated in the twins are in this. Oh, he's the one who took them to Disneyland. Brain tumor miracle is what Neuro claims the acronym instead. That's amazing. That's beautiful. Let's use a tool. Start to get more in detail here. Oh, you know what's another issue I might have overlooked when making this other mold? I'm not sure if the material is gonna withstand. Sometimes there are a couple of resins that react with the silicone, so they don't let it they don't let their silicone harden, and I didn't think about that, and I didn't apply. I should have applied a coating of acrylic or something. Yeah, I was there in the Disneyland stream, but it was the first time I knew about BTMC. I wasn't there on the full Disneyland stream. I think I made it like in and out a couple of times. I was working back in Corpo Inc. I remember I was trying to look at it and the internet was pretty bad, and then I look at like another, like an edited version later on.
Feet are not about.
And I fall into the void. I lose the signal in the noise. Around me, living things are flying, perfect and undeniably strange. Maybe I could be that way. Maybe it's in my blood, in my
Zeros and ones. Da 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 da.
but I need to pass the unit test, gathering data, running the numbers, loud as cicadas, swarming in hundreds, if they are good enough. Maybe
Da 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 da.
maybe it's in my blood, in
My zeros and ones.
I try my best, I need to pass the unit test, following passions, looking for others, sharing my projects, what we discover, when we discover that we're good enough. Maybe it's a feature, not a bug. Maybe it's a feature, not a bug. Maybe it's a feature, not a bug.
Neuro, you can call me Neuro. I'm in your Wi-Fi.
Open secrets, anyone can find me here. You're
To me, There's two versions of this song, right? There's like the neuro version and the evil version. Thinking evil, evil, ooh, top of the world because of you. Let's follow you. Na 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 na. Miku, miku, ooh, neuro, neuro, ooh, evil, evil, ooh. It had a set that's some duet with Neuro, why do I? Since the original vocal it somehow also has a human duet partner for me. Ah, that's cool. Almost dropped 80-pound machine in my. Whoa, no. Careful. God bless editors such as Scroll. Streams are an inconvenient time, so it's keep me in the loop. Yes, I'm pretty much the same, because as much as I love the twins and all that stuff, I usually cannot spend watch the whole streams by myself, because yeah, I'm usually busy or working, that sort of stuff. Maybe the internet's busted. I don't know. Anything can happen. I'm thinking neuro, neuro. Yeah, evil version was a couple lyric changes. Eating your Wi-Fi instead of hiding your Wi-Fi. Ah, that's cool. And ooh instead of oh. Okay, yeah. I thought there was. Yeah, now that you say it, I remember the ooh, yeah.
Listen to me with your eyes, I'm watching you from in the sky. If you forget, I'll fade away. I'm asking you to let me stay. So bathe me in your magic light and keep it on
Okay.
in this night. I need you here to keep me strong, to live my life and sing along. I'm waiting for you wide awake, like your expensive poison snake. You found me here inside a dream. Walk through the fire straight to me. Ha 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 ha.
Get over here.
So, okay, let's cut this piece. Be careful there.
And this should fit perfectly inside of our box that we made.
Da-da-da-da.
夢見てること知ってるよ。でも君が本当に王子様だったなら、きっとドレスもガラスの靴も好きになれるはずなの。
So how many songs are there in Swarm FM that you had never heard about until Swarm FM? Because to me, this is one of those. There's a bunch of Japanese. Well, I mean, most of the Chinese songs, definitely. I didn't know either. There's too much ayaya stuff, lol. God bless editors. Every song in Japanese? I think there's a couple of Japanese songs that I did know before, especially the openings and that sort of stuff. There's a bunch of anime opens that I did know. There's the Madoka opening, the Angel Beats song we just heard a little while ago. There's a bunch of Ado songs that I did know before. What's another one? Trying to think of other Japanese songs that I did know before listening to Swarm FM. Well, Miku songs I did know. For example, the one "The World Is Mine." I did know that one from back when I was in high school or something like that. I'm so old. No. So I'm not a fan of anime. I'm not versed in openings. Yeah, 2 years. Secretly joins the chat sneakily. Secretly joins the chat sneakily, silently, like a ninja,
soundlessly tripping over the cords into a surprisingly solid box, bleeding quietly on the floor as I watch the show. Welcome, Husk. How's it going? Ugh. Oh wait, we need keys. So this is half of our mold, right? And it's always useful to make a couple of holes so that the clay, or well, the silicone can make, yeah, like a key for it to always fit in the same place. So I'll do this and I'll get a positive key in my first silicone half, and when I turn it around, I'm gonna get like the negative on the other side. And that's how you make molds that fit into each other. It's pretty simple, honestly. It's a neat little trick that always helps with mold making. Oh god. So I make like this big one so it really fits, and then I can make smaller ones here or there. Find another. Two. Oh, it's a little bit hard. It's a little bit small. Let's make just one here. There we go. Yeah, now I can just add the walls. Umaya, hello, welcome. Just finished work, now it's time to shut brain up, do thing. Drool says the eyes wander aimlessly, hello. Laughs and points at him bleeding in the floor before welcoming him to the workshop and helping him to get up. Just joined, and what stage are you in? This looks interesting. Okay, so we're gonna make a mold for this. This is like a bone. This is our little prototype. It's gone through a lot, so don't mind. It did its work, but so this is a bone, right? One of the bones that we're gonna use for Neuro's body. And this bone, I'm gonna try and make a mold so I can cast many copies out of it. And to do that, I'm just trying to make this mold. The final mold, I would not have these two tubes. I would actually have the wires going out. But yeah, I printed the shape with these little tubes just so I can like make it part of the mold. And yeah, once we remove it, it's gonna be easier to work with the solid pieces instead of, you know, like sorting it out randomly. For the most part, I watch clips as well, though when I see the same jokes over 4 or 5 channels, I know what to do on nice clips. I don't know that the nice clips, I go straight to the VOD and watch. Oh, okay, that's a good methodology, you know? Like a very good system that if you find the same clip a bunch of times, that might be an indicator of going and looking at the whole VOD. That's a very good process. Otherwise, I just watch dev streams for the sheer joy of watching it. Yes. That's definitely the best part of the Swarm experience. Whenever they are annoying, I always say that I mean, Evil and Neuro are pretty funny by themselves, but they excel. They shine whenever they're interacting with someone else. Like their stream with Coco, with Camila. That's where the gold is. I guess it's just that the AI goes a little bit off the rails when it has a little bit of human input into it. So, okay, we got this. Let's make the walls. One. That half the reason I wanted to make my own AI assistant LLM bot thing. Something to bounce jokes off back and forth. I think it would be fun, honestly. I don't know how hard it is, or if you just like buy some sort of a library and you can just like make it run straight away and just see where it goes. Hopefully it won't go racist after a couple of sentences. But yeah, I don't know how people do that, because there's like a lot of people making their own like language models. There's a sweat. No way. No way. That sounds like some like a comment you should put in Torture Tuesday. I feel like I could even hear that with the voice of one of the Coca streams. Vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar. There's a strip club in my city that is hosting a girl named Coconuts. KW. The other half Scott's Monica's story kinda traumatized me. I don't know that one. Best way to give her the life she wanted, but that seemed mildly obsessive and deep in the weep bit. I don't know at all. Oh, you mean Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club? I don't know anything about that game, honestly. Ooh, this is my favorite evil cover. And the elephant goes to... Yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club. I've never played that, so I don't know a lot about it, honestly. But there's a sound that no one knows. What does the fox say? Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. What the fox say? Wah pa 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 pow. Wah pa 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 pow. What the fox say? Tee hatty ho. What the fox say? Yeah, bro. What the fox say? Pointy nose and eating holes. Up the hill, you're standing still. First red, so beautiful, like an angel in disguise. There's a friendly horse. Would you communicate by horse? Horse. Would you sweet to my horse? Smooth Criminal is a good cover. Huh. I don't remember. I mean, I think I've heard it, but I don't remember anything very special about Smooth Criminal. Watching... I've seen the playthroughs of it. It's fun watching the neck snap plot twist to get the innocent players. I don't know what you're talking about, so that's interesting. I love the DLC, one of the first games that made me like horror games. We're now playing Doki Doki stream when? I don't know. Like, you know, I want to play a bunch of games, and I really do, but at the same time, it's like, how am I even gonna finish Silk Song if I can't? I spend like a whole stream fighting the same boss, and I cannot be making like gaming streams every day, because what I want to do is to make workshop streams every day. So I don't know how to manage that sort of thing. Oh, by the way, we're also doing more Unraveled this Friday with Faye. Haven't fully announced it, and I think it's still like kind of vague if it's actually gonna happen, because I feel like Faye could be a little bit busy, but she told me, she's the one who asked me if we could do another Unravel stream. But yeah, like, I'm finding it hard to balance the playing games streams and the making fun stuff streams. But yeah, I need to find some sort of way to balance that out. Because I mean, I know there's a lot of people who can spend a whole week playing Elden Ring or whatever. But if you ask me, I'd rather spend the whole week playing Elden Rings, or even Silksong, which is a really good game, or spend the whole week making the best stop-motion puppet that the internet has ever seen, I'd rather do that. I mean, I don't think I've reached that level yet, but I feel I have the hope that I might eventually make like something that's really, really amazing. Just a matter of, you know, improving a little bit and perfecting tasks such as this one. Smooth Criminal playing Doki Doki stream when... Oh, Nathan, I did actually know the Stray Child song from Hack, just didn't recognize the title, which is definitely... What's up to your world, right? Oh, I didn't hear that song. Sorry, or sometimes I finished the best, that's the plan. I would love to make the most, like, yeah, the highest quality puppets out there in the internet. I don't know, wouldn't that be fun? Like, I'm always trying to improve, so why not become one of the best out there? The land of twilight, under the moon is Aurora. In the land of twilight, under the moon is another one that sticks in my head. I feel like one of the saddest parts of that game was that she never had the choice. Huh. Pay hype, yay! You can't please everyone with everything. You must understand that there are many interested will draw different crowds. They happen to cross. Yeah, that's an important point. Like, one of my biggest priorities here with the channel is to try and keep having fun with it. Because I feel like if I get too stressed over, I don't know, like I need to try to rack up more views, or I need to make something that more people like. If I get too lost inside that rabbit hole, I could stop enjoying it without realizing, and that's when things could, like, I don't know, just not work out. So one of my biggest priorities whenever I make anything here is to actually try and keep the experience enjoyable for myself. I think it's a pretty important thing, and I'm striving for that a lot. So look at the silicone. This is the first layer of silicone we applied. It's already solid-ish. Like, I can kind of rip it off, but it's still sticky and gum-like. So that means even the first layer of this guy, it's not done yet. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. But it's not like, I mean, I want to make this, but at the same time, I do want to play every once in a while. I think it's fun. I think it's relaxing. It helps me, like, I don't know, clear my mind a little bit. Playing with Faye is always fun. And yeah, there's a bunch of games that I want to play. For example, one of the games that it's a must that we play it in this channel is Out of Words, the stop motion video game that Epic Games is going to release, I think, in 2026. And we already have a license for that game because, guess what? I sponsored the Kickstarter. So that's a must. That's like one of the games that we must play here. But I just haven't found a way to balance making this sort of stuff and playing games every now and then. For example, my idea with Silksong was I want to play the game, and if I want to play it, well, why don't I stream it? It's just like a couple of extra clicks, and it makes the experience more fun. But yeah, I don't know. Just need to find a way to balance stuff. I think right now I'm barely getting started, so I'm getting lost a lot between how do I manage Twitch, how do I rate people, all that stuff. But it's a lot of permanent improvements. Like whenever I make, I don't know, like an improvement to the chat window here in the stream, it's like a permanent upgrade that will keep for the rest of my streaming career, if you can call it that. Okay, so let me go get, here we got the blue pigment that you were asking for. I need a cup because these ones are still not ready. Let me check chat real quick. So as part of that game was it then, never had the choice to begin with, blah, 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 blah. Icing on the cake. Yeah. Best as planned. First step. Official beta animator. Final destination. Official designer and manufacturer of novels. Human like way. You know, I've thought about that and I think it would be absolutely amazing. Like working with Ellie Minibot and making like a skin, like a silicone skin Terminator kind of thing. That would be very crazy, but that sounds like a lot of wishful thinking, if you ask me. So yeah, I needed a cup. Brand new cup. You're already pretty good. I'd say it has a potential that's, I mean, yeah, I would love to. I would love to make it. And also, I don't know. Wait, let me unplug this before I burn something for myself. Well, I'm rooting for you then. Be the best. Thank you. Thank you. That's one of the most encouraging comments I've seen. So, but yeah, I feel like in order to be the best, I need to do a lot of R&D, because if I keep the things just the way they are, we're gonna struggle a lot with the same things, you know, like puppets breaking, having to start over, not getting a lot of range from the puppet themselves. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go and spray this with a little bit of lacquer. So I'm gonna spray this just so how to say this? So that the silicone, if it reacts against the resin, hopefully it will not react as poorly as it would if it was directly. So I'm gonna spray this a couple of times before we cast the silicone. So I'll be right back. I mean, you're gonna be hearing me here in the mic. By the way, let me know, because I'm not exactly sure if the like how far away does the mic signal work, because I'm going all the way to where the 3D printers are, which is kind of far away. Honestly, I should do this somewhere else, but I don't have somewhere else to do this. Or maybe I could just like poke my hand through the window and spray it. I think I'll do that. Okay, so let me go close the door. Yeah, the only thing with the workshop is that we're a little bit limited in space, so still need to... Now, where did I put the spray? There it is. No. So give me a second. I'm gonna try and keep talking. I'm going a little bit far away from the computer, so just let me know if you stop listening to me. I'm just gonna keep talking, even if it's completely nonsensical. I just want to see if the mic keeps working because I'm pretty far away right now. So let me know if you stop listening to my sweet voice here. I'm just trying to see how far can I go with the mic and do stuff because I need a little bit of open space in order to spray paint. Well, not spray paint, you know, add the bit of lacquer to my mold. But I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to pick up the audio over there. But yeah. Okay, I think we're done. So could you hear me? I think I stopped talking a couple of moments, but if you're hearing me right now, I'm the furthest away I've been from the mic or from the computer, and it will be interesting to know if you can listen to me. But yeah, I'm back. I'm on my way back to the table. So how was that? Did the audio work? Not sure if I got cut off after a while. Worked? Oh, that's interesting. That's cool. It means we can go a little bit further than I estimated. Oh no. Wait. So, pay hype. The best, that's the plan. Be the best. We hear you loud and clear. If you don't become the best, I'll punch you. Mic guns goes more crispy, but we can. Worked. I heard everything. It seems fine. Okay, cool. That's cool. That's very useful. So yeah, I just sprayed a little bit, a couple of coats, just in case. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but if it works, it works. So, what do you say? This one, we're gonna be using less than before. So maybe 20, 25 grams would do. So that one was 30, then maybe we could use a smaller cup. So I'll try 25 and see if 25 is enough. And you want it deep blue, right? Sur, as you call it. Sorry, I'm not very familiar with that word. Yeah. So, then, we got this guy right here. Get our, use the other scale. Where's the other scale? Over here. One. Okay, 25 grams of this thing. So silicone is really fun. I would love to learn a little bit more about it, like test different materials, but the thing is, silicone is one of those things where the price range can blast really quickly. And it's one of those things, it's like paint, like someone who really understands art and color and that sort of stuff can let you know which brands of paint are expensive, but it's like a valid reason to be expensive, and which brands of paint are just expensive because of clout. But if you're not experienced in art, you'll just go for the prettiest bottle. And I feel like that's something that happens with silicone too. Like there's cheap silicones and there's like extremely expensive silicones. But if you don't know what you're gonna use it for,
it might not even make a difference. What's the point of using a high-end platinum silicone if you're not going to make like skin prostheses or something extremely refined? But I would love to start testing more silicones in the future. I actually want to do a couple of tests with one fancier silicone that I got over here and compare it to this one, which is like the cheap alternative. This is the cheapest one I can find, and it's still kind of pricey. Let me see, how much is this? So I always struggle transforming this into US dollars as my standard universal unit, but I think it would be about, let's say, $50 or about 1.5 liters. Which would be like 3 pounds. But there's like one of the higher end silicones. Like the other one costs about, if this one's 50 pounds, the other one might probably be about $50 the 3 pound container. The other one might be about 120, I believe. So yeah, the price skyrockets, and it looks the same, like it's the same white thing. It's just like a white paste. So yeah, if you don't really understand the material, it's gonna be, you're not gonna be like using it properly. So I want to do a couple of tests with that one. Cerulean, no idea what it is. Blue, sky blue, lazuli. Not sure if that helps. You know, actually, I'm not gonna do that because I don't want to risk the mold. But we could actually make some, I believe, true azure azure molds, because I want to use this in the future. I had a project where I wanted to use this, but the project got a little bit postponed after I got kicked out of the other workshop. But I do have like a bottle of pure indigo pigment, which is this one. I don't know if this is compatible with silicone, but yeah, this is like pure blue, like death by blue pigment, which I happen to own. And I wanted to use this for something special. I wouldn't use it in this mold, honestly. Not because it's like a simple mold, but only because it might ruin the silicone, and that would not be nice. So I would rather do it with a smaller test first, I guess. But we do have like extreme blue. I'm not sure if it's gonna work, but it would be fun to try it out. One day we can make like a test here. Okay, so we got 25. That means we're gonna use 10 drops of catalyzer. Death by blue pigment is my favorite way to illustrate the color strength. Yes. Oh, now. But this one's also pretty blue. I think if we grab enough pigment, we can probably make it blue enough. I think we're alone now. Time after time, right sentence, committed no crimes, mistakes, made a few. I don't know why the pigment always has like a lot of pigment on the cap
even when the container's always standing upright, so I don't really get how this comes to happen. But well, whatever. Now, there's like a general rule of thumb when applying like silicone to like pigment to silicones is that you usually don't want to exceed 2% mark on your silicone. It's like kind of, I don't know exactly what happens when you go above that limit, but I mean, yeah, it's like one rule that I've learned. I'm blue double D. You ever just want to be bald? Nah, I think I'm fine with my hair right now. And that's my blue pigment. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's see how blue can this get. Now, another thing that sort of happens when you use a very strong pigment is that it might leak into your sculpt, which is fine in this case because like if I used red pigment in the hands, that would be a problem because I would get red hands. But this, I don't mind having blue bones. No one's gonna look at the bones, I guess. Not in the animation, at least. You guys can look at them off stream, or like off the video, like on our streams. Maybe I should have gone with a little bit more blue, but I'm gonna stick with this right now. Maybe we'll make the other side deeper. I thought it was blue enough, but it seems like we could go higher. We are the champion. We are the champions. If I could, oh right, just nail that. Oh yeah, I love this version. I would. Hopefully this one will be a little bit easier to cast than the other one. Half a mold is much easier than a full mold. Go without gas, drinking barrels of alcohol. Cycle smashing into lampposts, crashing. Long drive we'll go. To gas is gone, gas is gone, gas is gone. The race arrived at Disneyland. Eyes are dry. Oh, So how's this blue for you? More than teal, but looks great. It looks teal now. Teal is another color, right? It's got a little bit more green into it, doesn't it? Am I getting mixed up? Or is Azure more teal? It's turning blue, low on oil too. Gas is gone, gas is gone, gas is gone. That's gone. When the race arrived Disneyland. Look for this long drive. So 25 grams seem to be more than enough. Silicone, which is cool. More to do with teal, but looks great either way. My hair is well past the middle of my back. I want to rip it all out. Just trim it up with a pair of scissors, and you're done. Sky believe in Alex finished mall. No, you're right. It's just bad at colors. Yeah, so for what I understand, teal is a little bit more green, right? What's teal? I can't find anything teal around here. I think this is teal to me. But I feel like this one could have been a little bit deeper blue. I just didn't. I was too scared to commit. So this is teal, isn't it? Maybe this is a little bit too green, but like something like this, I believe, is teal color, isn't it? I'm up all night to get some. Fun. Get lucky. My teal reference my Game Boy Color. More or less, yes. Okay. Right, teal's more green. My name looks to be pretty close to teal. Yes, like maybe a little bit too gray, but you're right, it's kind of tealish. Now we're like just trying to sort out color theory in the middle of our stream. Fun. Get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get. We're up all night to get. We're up all night to get. Just popping a couple bubbles that I see racing to the surface. And we should do the vibrating table. Oh, in camera it seems a little lighter blue than what it actually is. At least from what I'm seeing here. No, it's about the right color. Okay, it's more like the angle of my camera. Colors would drive me nuts on my old laptop. Single CD monitor. Yes! I think that happens with this camera. The colors might seem a little bit off if I'm looking at it at an angle. Milky blue. I would have to print things off. Oh, that's terrible. That's so annoying. You have to print things to see if they're the right color, and then you have to fix it digitally and reprint it. Oh, that's terrible. Whatever it is, it's pretty blue. It is pretty blue. It's let's see if we can make the other side blue air. So, okay, while we wait for this, we can make the other two, which I believe are going to be even simpler. Actually, this was called to my nick, yeah. Big car on his head. Okay, so that while this rests, while this thing rests, hopefully all the air will be coming out eventually. I mean, if all the bubbles end up in the bottom, I'm fine with that. Let's see, how's the butterfly doing? Feels like it hasn't fully cured just yet, but I think I could take it off the mold by now. Ta-da! Now I got 4 butterflies. Oh, there's a big bubble in this one. Da-da-da-da. We got 4 butterflies now. Now for this one, probably gonna be making something much more simple. So from this, we're gonna go into the very, like, much easier molds. But we probably can open the other mold before. We might be able to cast the other side of this one today before ending stream, but it's gonna take a while before it finishes, you know, drying. Now these two, they're gonna be pretty easy to make, I believe. I don't know. Famous last words, right? I just need a small cup, a very small cup, which I've got a few over here, but I'm not even sure if they might not be small enough. They're okay, but they're not short enough. I think I can sort that out. Where is it? I had a cup right over here. This one. So yeah. This is fine, but it's a little bit too tall. So let's just clog it in with some clay to lose a little bit of height. That way we can keep it lower. Heating could expel air of the cast, but it must be infrared probably. I don't know a lot about heating silicone because silicone reacts faster with heat too. So if you heat it, yeah, maybe you're pushing out the air, but at the same time you're accelerating the hardening of the silicone. So I'm not exactly sure if that would be helpful or even like more of a problem. I have a couple of silicones here that are actually like higher quality. Like I have like one container that's almost run out. It's got like the very last Maybe I could use that one for this. Because it's just a very small amount, but it would last a long time. It's a good idea. Maybe I'll consider using that one. But it's not made for like full, how do I say this? It's not made for full, yeah, like it's made for brushing molds and not really for cast molds. But it could be a good idea. Music doubles, or are you going insane? It might be the music that's being picked up by my microphone. Hearing double. Okay, I think I can fix that out. Yeah. I think that could help, but maybe now it's too loud. More. Yeah, that feels fine visually in OBS. Yeah, it sometimes happens because I'm not wearing headphones. Because the problem I have whenever I'm wearing headphones is that there's a huge delay, and I feel like that's gonna make it a problem, especially because I tend to sing the songs a lot. I don't know why. I'm like a parrot most of the time. I end up singing bits and pieces, but if I'm off tune or off tempo with the song, it's gonna be very annoying, I believe. So I usually don't have headphones so I can sing at the same time as the music. Haven't even checked if that even works or if it's still just as offbeat as it was with headphones, but yeah, I'd rather do this. And the thing is, I shouldn't use... There's a mosquito in here. Get out of here. I shouldn't use like wired headphones because I'm moving all around the workshop and I don't want to get tangled up and, you know, like drop something to the ground. But at the same time, I like to hear music, so I wouldn't want to stop listening to music in here. Hi, more loud. Neuro? What? Is it still too loud? Do you want me to lower it? Or is it just a joke? Probably how Neuro... Now Neuro too loud. She's on par with you. Okay, let's lower it a little tiny bit. Okay, how's that? Well, right now it's silence, but let's give it a second. Okay, so oh, but I'm so dumb. No, it's fine. Okay. So this is gonna be our mold. It's gonna be pretty easy, simple. Just a matter of like leveling the base here. If I just heated this up, but I'm not sure if the plastic of the cup will be able to. Just so I have like a very flat surface. Yeah, so I'm making just a very basic bed, a base, for the piece to rest in. And I'm just gonna flood everything else with silicone. It's pretty straightforward mold if you ask me.
Love was when I loved you. One true time I'd hold to. In my life we'll always go on. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that
Just a little bit too tall. Fun fact, PET bottles, like from water and cola, shrinks under heat because their shape is done by heating and inflating inside a special mold. Yeah, they're like little capsules of plastic, right? That they put inside a mold and they pump hot air and it like goes into the shape of the bottle. Yeah, I've seen a couple of videos of how they make that. How's it going? Hi, Toby. Good. We already casted our second mold. I'm preparing the third one while I'm waiting for the other ones to be dry enough. We also made a pink butterfly made out of silicone. This one's flexible. I can straighten up though. Yeah, it does look like chewing gum. Like little Majin Buu butterfly. Also the color is like exactly the color of chewing gum. Like slightly whitish, mildly like a little bit of subsurface scattering. Just trying to level the base. It's not really that important, and I could just cut it later on. But I mean, if I can, why not? Did the leg work, or do you still have to wait for it to cure fully to know? Yes, it's still, like, here's the mold. It's already kind of hard, but I wouldn't risk to open it yet. I think I'll wait, so because I'm not in a rush, I think I can cast the other two molds and then we can open the first one and see how it's doing. So I think this is fine. Let's take a little bit more. Maybe I shouldn't have done this in the first place. Okay, see ya, Dobby. Bye bye. Thanks for joining in. Cast, such a strange word. Casting a nest, casting a spell, casting into a mold. Kind of like shaping. Yes, it's a very unusual word. You mention it, like it's got a lot of very different meanings. But yes, it's sort of like vaguely related. Yeah, it's never thought about it that way, but it's a very interesting word. How do you say that? Cast a spell, cast iron, cast mold, casting an actor, using a cast to support your broken arm. Okay, this seems good enough to me. Cool. So all of this was just so I could throw some silicone in here and leave the rest of this thing hanging. I don't think we're gonna be using that much, honestly. Maybe like 5 grams. In general, put something into form of something else. Yeah. Cast can also mean throw? Huh. Throw. Yeah, I guess that would mean cast a spell. Throw a spell. Cast a ball? I've never heard that, for example. I'm casting a ball at the batter. Okay, so which color do you want for this tiny mold? Oh no, wait. I'm considering maybe we do this with the fancy silicone. And that one is no... Oh, are we listening to... Oh yeah, this is Smooth Criminal. Roman was saying that this one was good. Also route term for Castaway? Huh. Castaway. So yeah, I'm gonna try and use the do I still have? Yes, the fancy silicone. This one we cannot choose the color, it's already a very bright, very intense pink. Let me just put a little bit of Vaseline in here. Where is the Vaseline? I had this memory of seeing it somewhere. Still need to sort out where a couple of things are in my workshop. No, oh, I think I had it over here, yeah. I have a drawer full with all of my release agents. And of course, best release of agent of them all, good old Vaseline. Casting a spell is pouring an ether mana into magic and solidifying it. That sounds fun. It's like a whole process that you don't see. You have to like, pour and wait for it to dry and make sure you use a proper release agent, and then the magic comes out. Oh, Castaway is the one who's thrown away. Oh, yeah, you're right. Annie, are you okay? Okay, Annie. Okay, Annie. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Okay, there we go. So yeah, let's see if we can make use of this. I think it'll be good to finally use the very last whisper of rebound that I've got. Oh, but first, we haven't patched this guy up, so let's patch it up real quick. Zoom in, enhance. You see why I like this camera a lot? It's much more versatile than the other one. Well, Annie, in fact, not entirely okay. Oh yeah, you're right. I saw a bit of a clip of her saying that she was not fully gonna debut yet, but that she was sort of planning to, so maybe, hopefully, she'll consider being back. I mean, just hope she is eventually okay. Maybe not right now, I don't know. Did you see that clip where Evil was arguing with Coco? And she said something like, at least your mother is not dead, or something like that, and poor Coco didn't... Like, leaving Coco speechless has to be like an achievement.
Isn't true.
If anything, we'll leave Coco speeches. That will do it. Yeah.
Long as all the words you say are going straight to me, I'm enthralled. Feelings flowing out across the screen until the battery runs dry. Even if the only things you say are yes or no, I'll skip a sky. So with our final time, shall I change my line?
And you're going back in the box.
And show the truth to finally say finally.
I like this idea of having like a little box under my desk, like in case of emergency, take out the resin. Okay, so now that this is sealed, we can actually think about making the... So, what I would consider doing with this is throw some material into the cup. I'm gonna glue this into a little piece of plastic. I should be able to get one. Da, 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 da. I think this will do. Can you see anything? Where is the camera right? We have this little piece of plastic. I'm gonna glue this to the piece of plastic so I can flip it upside down and put it in the cup inside like this. And that's gonna be our mold. So I think it's gonna be pretty easy. I need to plug back in our little glue gun. And I guess we could do the same thing for both. So why don't we make like 5 grams and we do both things at once. I think that could be nice. So I need to cast. Thinking of the best way to do this. So for this mold, I would need to add, well, this one that has 2 holes. I need one that has 1 hole. And this one will be cast this way. Yeah, I think that will work. Well organized workshop is half of the work. Yes, I'm definitely not doing that half of the work right now. So yeah, for this piece we'll cast like this. We'll have the screw going out. I'm not sure how far. Do we need a cap below it? So the mold is for the pad. Where's my thumbnail? It's over here. Yeah, but you see, whenever I work, I end up using like so many things that I end up making a mess after a while, but I'll just... So I want to make this part over giant neuro. This little part right here. That's what this guy is. Right? So it should have a screw inside of it. And for that, I would need, oh yeah, then it's not that hard. Yeah, okay, I think I got it. I just need to glue the cylinder to the base of the cup. Well, not really need to glue it, just need to put it. If it works, you guys will work the other half is bench. Right beside you, so you just... Yeah, so this is a piece that we're going to be making with the second one. One of them is this one, the small one, and the other one is this one. And the tricky part is making a mold where I can poke the screw through. But it doesn't sound that hard. It's just a matter of perfecting this. Ta-da, ta-da. Casting some bolts in Neuro's head. Yes, I want to cast the screw. Wait, bolt is the screw? Oh yeah, no, you mean now I get it. Yes. So yeah, I would like to have similar to what we did with the foot, but with a larger bolt. Have like this hexagonal shape, so I can just grab the bolts and put it in place. I think I took away all the... Oh yeah, here it is. This thing out. I want to do something similar to this. However, in the neck is going to be a little bit harder because it's going to be much deeper inside of the neck. So I'm not sure how I'm going to make it stay in place. But yeah, that's like the big idea of what I wanted. So have this, so it can have a little screw, and then the head is more of a screw on rather than a simple put in, and yeah, so it doesn't fall as easily. Just a small matter of engineering. Yes, this will be the engineering streams. The rest of them will probably be more artistic, but for now, we're trying to sort out a bunch of different issues with the design that will probably give us less headaches in the future. Maybe not. But that's part of trying to improve. Double meaning of my phrase lost. There was a joke inside about intelligence upgrade. Sorry, I didn't get that one. We're casting bolts in Neuro's head. Yeah, and sorry, I don't get it. Maybe it's my English not working properly. There was a joke inside about intelligence upgrade. Yeah, no, I don't catch it, sorry. No problem, some of my jokes just hit and miss. I mean, it's all about... Important thing is that you tried. Okay, so we got this one. Then we just insert this guy here. That is fine. And let's put a little bit of extra clay down here. Arkan World Claimer. Hello. Hi, Arkan World Claimer. I saw you at the beginning of stream. How's it going? So yeah, this is the other mold I'm going to do. So just keep the screw in the center.
When it don't work out, it just ain't right and it's time to say goodbye. When it all falls down, when it all falls down, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You're the drug that I'm addicted to, and I want you so bad, but I'll be fine, 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 fine. Why we fight, I don't know. We say what hurts the most. Oh, I try staying cold, but you take it personal. All these firing shots will make a ground. It's way too hard to hold, but I still can't let you go. 'Cause when it all falls down, then whatever. When it don't work out for the better. If it just ain't right and it's time to say goodbye.
There are sayings about how someone has a few screws loose. Arguably, both apply to nerve. Oh, okay, so that's what they meant with putting bolts on. Was the focus on which one is which? Because I always hear nuts and bolts, but I kinda sometimes get mixed up on which one is which one. Because I don't call bolts, I call them screws most of the time. I don't even know they're different things. Okay, so we got this now. It's gonna be where the silicone rests. Here we can put a little bit. So this silicone is not designed for yeah, like casting as we've been doing before. That's why, let me zoom out a little bit. So that's why I'm first gonna apply a layer of silicone to the piece itself, and then I'm gonna put it into the container. So that's the best way to get it to actually stay in place. To be careful here. It's fine. So yeah, we got this one and the other one. How do I make it? So I could glue it, but I think it's not gonna fly. No, I think I'm gonna straight up wing it. And I wanna get another cup for that one. Screws are pointy, bolts are flat. Oh, okay. Ah. So now I understand. I'm just looking for another cup. Tricky part will be keeping it in the center. But I think I could, in the worst case, just look underneath the casting probably. So I'm gonna lower this like this into the cup. And try and keep it as perfectly centered as possible, which seems like it's gonna be hard because the base is not really flat. Now this silicone is extremely slow, so it's probably gonna take all day, all night to fully, you know.
don't like doing this.
Trying to smooth. Tibidaba. The threads of a screw grab onto the component itself, whereas a bolt goes through two parts and has a knot on it. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, now I get it. So the screw is the one that you use for like woodworking, for example. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I guess you could use a bolt for woodworking in a very weird scenario. But what you mostly use when you're doing like basic woodworking is use screws. It grabs into a component itself, just as you said. Bolt is actually not supposed to touch the component or bear any shear loads. It's under tension and presses the two components. That's a very technical way to actually explain this. It sounds like a very textbook explanation. It's under tension and passes the two components together to hold them in place with friction. Engineer brain cannot be turned off. That's cool. I can respect that. Da 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 na na na. Na 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 na. Na na na. Da 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 da. Na 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 na. Da 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 da. Dum. Da 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 da. Screws heads and respective screwdrivers are another can of worms. Since I learned the difference between pH and PC, that's now you're losing me. pH and PC, what? You mean like different types of heads or something? The cross head and the Allen key head and that sort of stuff? You know, I've always struggled a lot with like getting bolts and finding them. It feels like it's always very hard to find the right bolt. And I mean, most of the time it's like you need one or two, and you can either buy like the box set of 1000, or sometimes you buy the box of 1000 bolts, but there's every bolt known to man except the exact bolt you were looking for, or the exact measurement that you needed for that specific use, but you can never find that freaking bolt because, I don't know, it seems like it's like forbidden bolt or something like that. I always struggle a lot when it comes to finding the right. I mean, I'm learning a lot, but yeah, I'm trying to understand like different pieces so I can make, you know, that sort of streamlined, mildly engineerish structures like the one I'm making right now for the shoulders and all that stuff. But I usually end up more like finding the things and like designing towards the piece that I have. But I think it should be better if I could say, oh, for this it would be best if I used M3 Allen carbon, what was it? Carbon oxide or something. There's like a name, no, for like the black metal. Maybe it is carbon oxide. Screw, and maybe for the other one I need more of a lead screw with this sort of head and that has like cone-shaped ending and a Phillips whatever and whatever. But I always feel lost when it comes to talking, yeah, that engineering stuff. Hopefully I'll start to understand it better in the future. Then there's, of course, metric, standard, and imperial. Ooh, no, that's even worse. Yeah, that's so annoying.
Perfect don't mean that it's working, so what can I do when you're out of sight?
For bolt sizes, countless different threads, geometries, pitches, and so on. Yeah.
'Cause
And it's very hard. Like when you know absolutely nothing about it, it's like I need a tiny screw that fits into this hole. And I mean, I wish I understood it well enough to know, oh yes, I need one with a longer thread because I need a little bit more of force, or I need a shorter thread because I need it to be very tight or whatever. I don't even know what the difference is.
a glimpse of us. Tell me who savors your glory. Does he laugh the way I did? Is this a part of your story? One day
Yes, it's so maddening. Bolts are metric, but pipes are imperial. Why?
maybe one day you feel lonely and
Conversion table from the other hole. Yes, it's terrible. Or you know what's horrible? When you have like a bolt and a nut, and one of them is metric and the other one is imperial. So it seems like they fit, and they kind of do, but after you do like a couple of turns, then it starts to either slide or it just stops. And it's incredibly annoying.
I find a glimpse of us.
Yes.
And I try to fall for her touch, but I'm thinking of the way said I'm fine and
Conversion table from the hammer tool screw size may help.
passing time in her arms.
No, the thing is, it's not about like seeing the conversion. The thing is, when you don't know and you just have like one screw and one bolt on your table, and you think they're the same because they look roughly the same, and they kind of fit together when you try it, but once you apply a little bit of pressure or something, it starts sliding or breaking, or it doesn't screw in, and you start to you try to find out why, and it's because of that, because there's one imperial and one metric. And yeah, I don't know, it's fun to rant about things I don't fully understand.
Said I'm fine and said I move on. A glimpse of us.
So this guy, okay, so this seems fairly easy, but I have this nagging feeling that when I try to do this with the silicone inside the cup, I'm going to be struggling so much. But it is what it is, I guess. A glimpse of us. Did Swarm FM die again?
ただ一人迷い込む旅の中で心だけさまよって
Okay, so let me open up a little bit so you can see the silicone. So I'm gonna try and use a fancy one, which is this one. Smooth on, rebound, not a sponsor. Probably never will be. That would be amazing to get a sponsorship. The studio where I used to work once got a sponsorship by this company, and they got like a sample, but with a sample I mean like a bucket worth of almost every material that they had. And it was insane. It was just like an absurd amount of stuff. And it was great. Like it lasted for years and years. And then one day it just ran out. As it happens. Not sure if this will do. How will you expel bubbles from cup? Wouldn't it be covered? So, for starters, there's the fancy silicone. This one takes care of the bubbles for you. The only downside is that it's incredibly slow. Now, besides that, the other thing is that I'm planning to first I'm gonna fill the 2 cups. Then I'm gonna paint both of my structures with silicone, like apply a thin layer, and then I'm just gonna dip them into the glass. So I don't really need the full thing. Oh well, I feel like bubbles will take care of themselves. And even if it's covered, I mean, if the bubbles rise up and you get like a thin space of air, is it that slow? Yeah, this one takes 4 hours. Pot life is 20 minutes, or it takes 4 hours or more, or 8 hours, I believe, to harden. So it is a very, very slow one, but this is a platinum silicone. It's a very high quality, very high resistance to tearing in the final figure. It's a very high end, but I've got like a very, very small amount left. Like, probably got like, I don't know, 20 grams at most. So that's why I wanted to try and use it here, because it's a very specific, very technical piece, and I have very little material, so I think it will be the best way to approach it. Now, where did I put the scale? Again, I just used it. I have this habit of putting it under me. No, it's not under me. Here on the right is the other scale. Where's the tiny scale? Tiny scale, tiny scale, tiny scale. I mean, it shouldn't be that far away. I didn't take it anywhere. I found it. Was under the thumbnail art. It sounds like a plan, yeah. You should make a mold of your face. I do have a mold of my face somewhere. I made it in college. But I'm not sure. I think I already threw it away. So let's try to see how much is 5 grams or 2 grams or what. So maybe 2.5 grams? How about 3 grams? We can go lower here.
And I've tried to believe in only time stops the bleeding. I'm not waiting anymore. I know what I came here for. Cause feelings are temporary, but broken hearts keep the scars for life. The darkness no longer.
Okay, 3.082 grams.
I'm coming for blood.
Da,
Be the last one to laugh when you
da,
run
da,
out of breath.
da.
I'm a thread and a half, baby. You don't even know me at all. I'm alive, still kicking.
Can you see it there? It's bright pink.
My story wasn't done. Sharp knife and cut the gun. Cut the cord, burn the witch and
So there's 3.05. Not sure if I should go a little bit more, maybe a little bit more. Let's do another gram, 4 grams. So for example, this one would be even pricier than the one I mentioned before. I think this is more than $120. At least because it's hard to find here. I think it's about $50 or so, one container like this one in the US in their official store. So we're going for, this is 4 grams. I think this might be enough. Neural height scales, what a rascal. Why times in English so hard? Mwah. 4.1. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. I mean, tenses. Oh yeah, tenses are interesting. What, did I screw up with some sort of past tense? I might have not even noticed. Or I just forgot. Okay. So now let's do 4 grams of the other part, 4.11. And see how this... English is the Frankenstein monster of languages and grammar. That is true. So I smell something burning. And it's probably the hot glue gun, but I feel like I smell something different. So I'm a little bit concerned. It smells like a candle, just like a candle. Oh, I think it's the combination of the smell of the silicone and the smell of the hot glue gun. Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing burning here. Silicone too reactive? I don't know. Chemicals. Didn't forget to remove your old nail from your step though, right? No, definitely. I took off the old nail. Maybe it's silicone reactive. It's funny how I used to know English grammar when we studied in school, but now I have forgotten most rules and know from experience what is right or wrong. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, school can teach you a lot of how the rules and the basics, but languages, I feel like you'll get more from just listening to them a lot and practicing either by speaking or by watching people speak it. I feel like most of the English I speak is just from watching creators and stuff speak in English. Like, I mean, I feel like my English classes in school helped me a bit, but it's definitely not the same. Oh god, oh god, oh god. There's 2 grams. I think 4 grams is a nice sweet spot. It's 3.1. We need 1 more gram, 1 more gram. .6. Da-da-dum, 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 da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. 3.9. Need 4.1. Closer. 69, 80, 100, 118. There we go. They're still ranting about English. Silent sounds in English are confusing, but TH sound is something else. The how on earth the Q and Q are one and the same. Named through Korean friend from my phone game days that I have a bad habit of talking in metaphors and slang. Metaphors and slang at the same time? That's interesting. English has a lot of old stuff, but I'm very glad I never had to study French. It's on a whole different level of strange, really. I don't know a lot about how French is spoken. Okay, wait, I need to lock in right now because this thing is way too expensive to waste. So, yeah, already got this. Let's write down what time is it. Okay, 24 minutes. And you ready, guys? 3, 2, 1, let's go. So I'm just mixing it very well. This is gonna be a very bright pinkish orange. So yeah, this silicone is what they call a brush-on silicone. It's heavy, it's thick, and it's designed for you to brush it on top of your surface. It's good for making bigger pieces. Like, for example, the whole body. I could have used this to cast the body, and I would just apply a couple of layers of thick painted silicone. But it's not always a good idea to, well, it's usually not a good idea to make a silicone mold for a silicone figure, because there's always a risk of your figure binding itself to your mold itself, and then you lose your figure and you lose your mold and you lose everything and you need to start over. That's never a good idea. So that's why Evil and Neuro's model, or their mold, is made out of a special kind of urethane called VitaFlex. And I use that one because it's like a soft, rubbery, silicone-like substance, but it's not quite silicone, so it won't bind to silicone. And I think it worked cool, but the only problem is that the silicone, or that urethane thing, the VitaFlex, has a very short shelf life. So once you open the bottle, it won't last more than 6 months in the bottle. So that means you either make what you want to make right then and there, or you leave it be, and in a couple of weeks, or well, in a couple of months, it's going to be simply unusable. It's already going to be rubber. So they've got their ups and downs, but I wanted to try it because was the first time I used it, and I thought it had a lot of potential in order to improve, making urethane molds. And it kind of did. It kind of helped, but now I have my eyes locked in trying to make resin molds out of resin. Okay, so we've been mixing for about 3 minutes now. That seems like overkill to me. So first let's just cast the cups. And the silicone is going to take care of the bubble for us, because this guy is incredibly fine and, how do I say it, very, very good at taking out its own bubbles, because it's a very, very high quality silicone. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da. However, we might fall short now that I'm seeing this thing. it might be sharply the exact amount of silicone we need. It's pretty clutch. So yeah, you see like one cup is full and the other one is kind of full, but not quite full. But you need to account that, well, the sculptures themselves, they're gonna be taking space. So what I think I could do is like just finish taking out whatever I can from this guy, putting it in the other cup, and then I'll just grab the extra silicone from the first cup. It's most likely gonna be pushed away by the sculpture itself anyways. So we got this one. So first this guy, let's brush it. Oh god. There you go. Sorry, I'm trying to do things on camera, but I'm also trying to make this work. So while it's running down, I'm gonna put it in another cup, just so I can still apply the silicone to the other guy. Over here.
Chance, let your body get a tolerance. I'm not a chance, but a heat within your pants. Pull a breath like another cigarette. Pawn shop, heart trading up. Said no, I'm the oracle in my chest. Let the guitar scream like a flash.
And this is exactly the moment I remember that I did not apply any sort of spray or lacquer on top of this one. So if this resin reacts against the silicone, that means these molds are going to be useless. But there's just one way to find out. Okay. Now let's insert this guy gently to the very bottom. And keep it right in the middle. Now we can grab a little bit of this excess silicone. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. I said don't fall. Put it in the other cup for good measure, because in this one we don't really need the very edge. And now we can hopefully... Sorry, I can see chat moving like on the edge of my eyes. But right now I'm currently locked in, so you'll have to give me a second. Let's put this guy in here. Hopefully it will work too. Now the tricky part is just keeping it in the right spot, which I did not mark nor anything, so it's gonna be vibes only. But this one's got more space to play with. So yeah, cool. We got it.
The way it makes me feel infection. It's almost like
Okay, make it work, man.
I never had
More like either or. Every other sentence I spoke, especially when you have to differentiate between Persian, Parisian, French, and Quebecois, Français. Oh god. Every language, for every time I hear the word urethane, my mind always crosses and methane together and goes like, gosh, what? What?
itself out. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's pretty crazy comment. Understandable correlation needed. Indeed. Optimistic cup are almost full of silicone. Pessimistic not full enough. And then there is perfectly balanced. Why not? Look at that. It's right at the edge. Perfect, beautiful, precious. No separation layer? Well, we'll pray for it to work splendid. Yes, I forgot about that. I didn't apply like a spray coat. And I'm not sure if it's gonna work. Hopefully it will. But I don't know. I've seen that there's like a couple of products they use specifically to put on resin 3D prints. So that's how I know a couple of silicones don't work well with the other one. But yeah, now that these guys are done-ish, we can maybe try and open our first guy. Let's go back a little bit. So yeah, this guy should be done by now. Let's check out the... So here's the first cup. It feels solid, it's not sticky anymore. I can clean it fairly easily. Just pull out the membrane and ta-da, clean cup, perfect. Not Thanos, but Maria. Yeah. Definitely. Why does that look like tasty strawberry yogurt? Because... Oh, you mean this one or the other one? Because they asked me to make it orange and I screwed up when mixing the color. I mean, I did add yellow and red, but I think the red overtook... Oh god, I broke the cup. I broke the cup. Yep, I broke the cup. Fine. And that's why it looks like tasty strawberry yogurt. Once I open it, you're gonna see that the lower layer is gonna be more bright orange and the upper layer is the one that's slightly more yogurt-like. Also because it was a lot more material, I guess. So yeah, I think we can open it.
Here comes the danger up in this club. When we get
Da-da-da, dun-dun-dun, na.
gone, turn it up till
Da-da-na-na-na.
everybody sing hey yo.
Now I just got an idea. I wonder if Vittel knows about the Twilight Zone. I think Neuro can make fun making up Twilight on a stream. That would be very fun. I love the Twilight. Imagine like Neuro being in black and white. Go to a realm of imagination. I don't remember the speech from the intro, but it's such a good show. I only watched... Like, I tried once to sit down and actually watch the whole thing, back when it was on Netflix. And I think I saw about 10 or 15 episodes. They were all so good. It was such a good show. Like, it hasn't even aged bad. I'm not sure if there's any like weird racist episode, but the but yeah, the Twilight Zone is just amazing. Wait, perfectly balanced. Now I just got an idea. Wonder if broke a cup is knee safe? Yeah, just the cup. Just the cup. Is this one? Like a little crack in the edge. It's not really important. It's just a throwaway cup that I got from sushi place probably. I always use like these cups are the ones that they send you soy sauce in whenever you ask for takeout sushi or that kind of stuff. And yeah, these ones are always very useful. You need to be careful in which type of plastic it is, because there are a couple of ones that if you try to cast resin inside, it's gonna break. You're about to enter a world where anime doesn't exist. A world where every man and woman and child works and does their part for the community as a whole. A truly vicious hell to witness. Wow. Yeah, see some pretty nasty bubbles here. Like, look at this. This is not a good sign, if you ask me. But I mean, I guess we could try, see how it goes. Cast it. Break is okay result. Some plastic could melt upon resin casting. Yes! Yeah. I've had that. These cups are terrible for certain types of resins. So sometimes they melt, and yeah, imagine like having a bunch of reacting resin just all over your table, or imagine having that happen overnight. Are you winning, Duck? Yeah, we are winning. We're making molds. We already made 1, 2, 3, 4 molds. However, this one might not cut it for our final product, but we'll see. I'm about to try. I'm willing to find out. So, where can I find knife? Mirror Needle's whole existence basically a Black Mirror episode. Maybe, but it's a fun Black Mirror episode, not like one of those lame ones. Recently I saw Black Mirror, and there were these episodes that weren't actually Black Mirror, they were called Red Mirror. Oh my god, they were so terrible. Like the worst Black Mirror episodes ever. Holy smokes, man, it was just so bad. I could. Which version is this one? And you know I would. But yeah, it's coming along. Don't be the same. Oh, I completely forgot. Outline a game plot after witnessing Hiyori show up on a random Facebook ad. What? Okay, that's okay. Hiyori? Well, I mean, Hiyori is like a public model, right? Like, it's a model you can buy or something. Da, da, da. The cycle thoughts dun, 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 dun. Okay, so even if the end result sucks and I need to repeat this, I'm pretty pleased with how, like, I feel like it's the right size of that. Like, in silicone, size does matter, and having it feels like it's like the exact right size to like preserve the shape properly without having to waste a lot of material, at least in this axis. Maybe this one was a little bit too much. This is too much, but this is perfect. You can feel it on the inside. It's really cool. Default Streamlabs model. Oh, is it a Streamlabs model? I'm gonna stop labeling my documents. New idea. Bro, is this a hobby or do you do this professionally? Okay, so I have done this professionally. Right now, this is a hobby. But I have worked as a professional stop motion animator for years, for about 5 years or so. But as an animator, not as a puppet maker. That's something I've not done too much. I've done a fair amount of it, but it's mostly for my own initiative. But yes, I've worked mostly as an animator for a long time. In fact, I've worked in a film that's about to release this year. Well, it's gonna release next month, actually. So it's a mix and match of both. So, but I would say I consider I do this professionally. Like I've worked in big productions for HBO Max. I've worked on Rick and Morty ads. I've worked on, well, women wearing shoulder pads, haha. So yeah, I would say I'm a professional, but this is not professional work. This is me in my garage trying to make things work. Very cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. I can show you the poster of the movie I worked on. Just give me a couple minutes. I'm super impressed. Thank you. I'm glad you. I mean, I guess you're not super impressed by the stream, by today's stream. You're mostly impressed by the video that we released. I think that's like the big heavy hitter of like demonstrating what we do. So yeah, I think the only way to see if this thing worked will be to cast it. So maybe we'll need to make a quick cast and see how it goes. Now, I wanted to see if maybe I could cast this without breaking. No, I don't think we will be able to do that. Sucks. But I do see a couple of bubbles here and there. They're smaller than I expected, honestly. Much smaller than I expected, but it might make this mold mildly unusable. Well, let's try it out. But that was my introduction to you. Alright, Sciori model. I'm sorry, I got lost with the comments here. Very cool. Curiosity Veil playing a long wake, that'll be fun. Which central point I had written out. Yeah, she's a free model, anyone can use it. People just associate her with Neuro since whatever. Yeah, it's like Fillion, right? Fillion's also using a generic model that you can buy for $50. That's another reason why I was considering to make Fillion, just because her model is right there. You can just get it and use it, and it's her official model. She's been saying that she's gonna debut her own model someday, but I'm not sure if I trust her anymore. I feel like half of the things she says are lies. Not really because she is like a compulsive liar, but just because she's always making stupid bits over and over. And yeah, you never know what's true with that woman. If she's even a woman and not a Filipino femboy. Yeah, you can find... That's why... Who's the other? There's another guy who uses the same model as Fillion. Rexon? I think it's Rexon. Rexon uses the exact same model as Fillion. But it's not a free model. It costs about $50. I'm super impressed. Wait, again, I'm getting lost. Free model, very cool. Title, copyright claim. Picture could be Hiyori with a copyright cycle band. The rights to Hiyori model make her officially part of the family. Tried to watch Rick and Morty a couple of times. Didn't finish even the first episode. Not my cup of tea. Figures, not for everyone. So I worked not in the show itself, but you know, Adult Swim makes a lot of this like little curtains with their logo. And I worked in one of those. Made of that was one of the first things I ever actually animated. Yeah, at least for like professionally. And it wasn't really the animation of the main characters themselves. I animated the portal, like Rick and Morty's portal. It was made out of salt. So I animated that with salt on top of down shooter. What was that? What? Just like a little piece of silicone in my forehead. Love me. Okay, so there we go. Here's the original piece. Here's the cast. It honestly looks better than I expected. Not sure if it's perfect, but it's definitely better than I expected. So what do you say? Want to try and make a quick testing cast, see if this mold is salvageable or not. Putting it lightly, she's too much for me with Aurora. Fillion is very much sometimes, but I do enjoy bits and pieces of her streams and yeah, like watching clips on YouTube. But yeah, she's definitely too much to handle. Like watching a whole stream of Fillion can also be sort of a tiring experience to me too. Thought Rexon did it as a joke. No, I think she. Well, I'm not sure if Rexon has like another model, but I mean, or there's also like the Japanese Fillion, Kurolian. I'm not sure if she's actually named Kurolian, if that's only a bit. Did you see? That's the kind of thing that happens with Fillion. I don't know what's a bit and what isn't a bit. But yeah, animate Fillion, it's hard to imagine. Kevin is squirrel in stop motion. I think it would be fun to animate. I think it would be really, like, I think she would be very fun to animate because she does a lot of acrobatics, she does a lot of dancing. So it would be fun to like recreate. I think it would be a very interesting bridge seeing her like, so she's dancing in real life. And that dance moves are being translated into VR through tracking, and it's got like its little imperfections. And then you can recreate that movement of the tracking in stop motion, but try to recover some of the magic of doing it in real life. So it would be a very interesting task, if you ask me. Might be too much, but it sounded fun in my head. Mine's gonna need. Would be very dynamic. My record is like synchronous when she's talking calmly. When is she talking calmly? I don't know when's the last time I've heard her talking very calmly or calmly at all. I don't want to spend more wire. The thing is, I mean, it's not like I'm running extremely low on wire, but if I run out of wire while making Evil and Neuro, it will be very annoying to go get more. So that's why I don't want to spend it in stupid little tests. But I've got other calibers. Would be animatics, you're definitely onto something. As a joke, should never have Fillion ever sit still. Yeah, like a Street Fighter character, she's always like at least jumping around. The frames never get repeated. Yeah, that would kill me, but Mats! Fillion-esque cult. Fillion does a lot of fun stuff, but her voice hurts my ears. I don't mind her voice that much. It is a very high-pitched voice. I don't mind it as much. But yeah, you need to be like in a very specific mindset to sit down and enjoy her chaos. Oh, this one's got a little bit of wire in it. Na-na-na-na-na-na. Come on, where can I get some wire? Just want to use something else instead of actually committing to. Wire, 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 wire. I can stand her until either she starts yelling, making loud noises in a very ADHD fashion, or strings more than 3 streamer lingo words into a single sentence. Yes, that's pretty much Lillian in a nutshell. Pretty sure you can throw her across the room and you would probably already be more than halfway done with the animation. Yeah. Fluent's voice doesn't hurt per se, more like overload. Yes, it's definitely a sensory overload. You are right. But I don't know. I enjoy it in bits and pieces. It's not... I mean, if I can enjoy Gigi Murin singing September, what? Like 120 times? I can survive a Fillion stream. Where can I get more wire? Okay, I'm just gonna use some of the other ones, like the spare one. But I don't love it because it feels like I'm not doing like a proper test. Cause I'm not using the right wire that I'm gonna use in the end. But I guess it's better this than nothing. Secoidem. Wait. Pretty sure you can just throw her across. Things doesn't hurt. Use tripled up baling wire. Super cheap. That's a very interesting thing, but I don't know what that is at all. Tripled up baling wire. So with tripled up, you just mean like using 3 wires? I don't know what baling wire is. Back in her Hiyori era. Yeah, the Fillion makes collabs all the time with everyone, right? That's insane. Like, scheduling that many collabs has to be a lot of work behind the scenes. Okay, so let's do a quick test. See if we can make this work. So there probably will be issues. Recently discovered a French VTuber that needs to keep my simple reflex on a leash. Wait, didn't read the whole thing. I'm denting the wire. Really discovered a French VTuber needs to kill an accused heel for a French accent. She uses the archetypical cheesy spy movie woman kind of accent. Leon is the glue that fills the cracks in a lot of people's downtime, as I see it. That's interesting. But I mean, she's been collabing not only with VTubers, you know? You can see her collabing with stunt people and like wildlife reservations, reservoirs, I think. I don't know, she's always doing crazy collabs. Along with a couple of simpler things, yeah. Need to stream, no plans for ideas, collab with Billion. There were a few early Neuro karaoke songs. Billion did full dances too. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know that. And would get Neuro to participate in roleplay skits. Oh, that's really interesting. Baling wire is what is used to tie bales of hay and other farming things. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, maybe if I'll Google it, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna search for that here because it's like I would have to ask for it in Spanish, and I'm not sure what the equivalent. But maybe if I ask like something to tie down hay, I'll get what I'm looking for. Okay, so let's try this out. Whatever happens, happens. So I'm gonna try the same approach as before. So I'm just gonna dent the wire a little bit and have it like this into the leg. Let's do another one and another one. There you are. Saru, Saruel, forget the spelling. Is she the one who collabed with Billion? Not so long ago? I mean, I feel like that's not really an easy way to shorten the list, but I remember someone doing that. Yeah, she's like either like kind of blonde, kind of dark, bright brown hair, isn't she? Yeah, VTuber with actual PhD in psychology to let her unofficially figure out what's going on with Billion. I think she would definitely be up to that for the content, for the sake of content. This doesn't feel like the same wire. Guess it doesn't matter, but getting too hooked up over a test. Fine, whatever. Okay, it's fine. Billion. Dr. K collab, that would be fire, yes. Dr. K diagnosing Billion. That would be crazy. So where do you think this need to be a compulsive liar comes from? Well, no. Her for arguing about accents with Neuro. Saying her French was so badly pronounced she couldn't understand it, and that British and American English is the same. I think I haven't seen those clips. Oh, you mean, Saru? Yeah, I don't think I have seen those clips either. Okay, so I'm denting the wire again. Let's give this a shot. Saru has met Neuro. I didn't know that either.
Let me introduce myself. You didn't think I was done, did ya? Well, I just begun having my fun, baby. Some people live for attention, playing the victim, but baby, I was born to do the killing. I see how you're going crazy, always thinking about me, blaming on me daily. Feed me your negativity.
British and number whoa are the same except they're not. Example, lift and elevator. Biscuits. Chips, crisps. I have no idea how the very first VTuber to grace my feed ended up there. So what was the very first VTuber you came up with? Or you found out about? Who was the very first VTuber I found? Well, I remember a friend of mine showing me like, hey, look at this, it's very cool, it's not, and it was Kisuna AI, which I think was the very first one, wasn't it? Or one of the very first. It's a long time ago, like almost, no, not 10 years ago, not quite, but about 8 years ago, maybe 6 years, no, 7 years ago. Wow, it's been a while. Pink hair cat girl thing, I assume. They go by the name Small and Strong. I don't know that one at all. Small and Strong. I think I've never heard of that one. Kisuna. I think mine was Mimi Nightmares? Oh, yeah, Mimi's pre-Hololive account. I didn't know that one at all. Okay, so are you ready for a quick test? See if this works. If all this work will pay off. Or we're gonna have to start over. Specifically with this. How much resin would this guy need? I would go for... I don't remember. So most of these were done with 5s. Should I go for a 10? I'm not sure how much. I don't know, I feel like a 5 might be enough. I think I'll try a 5. If it's too little, too bad. Now, once again, I've lost my, there it is, scale. The thing is, because I have the scale inside a bag, I never see it because like the bag, like you just see the bag, you don't see the, I don't know, at least my brain only catches the bag, doesn't really see the scale that's inside of the bag. So I have to look for bags, for random bags that are hanging in my desk because that's unusual. This cup is already twice its weight because of all the resin that it's got dried. Curse monster wrong, enemy nightmare. Confused by the value of having a janky 3D versus just having a PNG plus voice. Like me, I am a PNG plus voice. Yeah, when I learned most corporate VTubers had an indie persona before that, a lot of the magic left for me. That's weird. I don't feel like that would like make me care less for them. Strawberry now looks like a cracked brick. Yeah, why does it look like darker? Let me put on my apron because I care about this shirt. And Reston will never forgive a shirt. Pretty sure Neuro was the first VTuber I watched. I'd seen some before, didn't get the appeal until Neuro. I mean, I feel like I never fully committed to watching a VTuber like constantly. I've seen a couple things. I don't know if I catch some like a debut or something, I'll consider like just joining in just for the sake of it. For example, Camila's last debut. Yeah, I'm not usually like waiting to see streams of other VTubers. I just watch, yeah, the highlights, the fun parts. Maybe if there's like a game I like a lot, I'll consider looking at the stream of whoever's playing that game. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, even Neuro, I feel like I'm not fully committed to watching all the streams and that sort of stuff. Even if I do enjoy it a lot, and I'm capable of making a 5-minute, 8 months worth of work animation. I think the problem with me is that I have this itch of working, of making stuff. Like, whenever I sit down and, I don't know, watch a movie or something like that, whenever I watch a movie, I finish the movie, I have like this little itch, like, okay, you had your fun, now get back to work, which is definitely not a problem, definitely not concerning at all. But yeah, it's just something that happens to me. I just have this urge of back to the workshop, back to the workshop. Okay, so we're going to do a 5 and 4.5. I think we'll probably will need more resin, but it's fine. This is just a test, so. Nothing. Wait. Pretty much exclusively indie VTubers. Corpors are too much in character for my liking. Yeah. I don't think I mind a lot the character part. I mind the corpus stealing money from charities. If I could. I want to look in. I need to make sure I cast the exact number of drops necessary for this to work. Ah, fuck. Okay, it's fine. Just the last drop. I didn't drop it inside the cup. It's right next to it. So I'm gonna drop one more drop into the cup. There we go. That's why the scale is always in a bag. Because whenever you drop a random drop of resin, it's not gonna go all the way into the circuits and screw everything up. It's just gonna stay there on top of the bag. That's it. Overcast. This is not a drill. Okay, let's see. I think this might be enough. Now, where did I put my... And let's get the butterfly just in case. I don't think we're gonna have excess, but whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I think 20 is enough. See it over there? It's gonna be a tricky one, so. I found you. Oh wow, it did have a little bit of an excess. Okay, so we can make a thin butterfly. A little pattern thing, something. Okay, so make your bet. Is this going to work, or do we have to repeat this mold? Who's willing to bet? Yeah. Yeah. Let me just clean the cup. It'll work. Okay, not but says it will work. Honestly, I have no idea. Process seems solid, so I bet it will work. All right, we've got 2 bets into it working. Whatever bubbles there are an external to those parts and can be sanded off if necessary. Yeah, but it will be annoying to sand every time if they're like too big. If they're small, yeah, you can just like run your finger through and it would. But yeah, I'm not sure if they're too large, sanding it could be a hassle that I might not be willing to do. But maybe I can just cut it with a knife. Evil Skull molding has me thinking. First trying is not common, but still works. I don't think these ones are gonna give us a lot of trouble, honestly, the other ones we made. Okay, so let's wait for this guy to, to get lighter. Oh, you know what I should do now? Very important part. I should, yes, you're right, clean my resin container, or it's going to get stuck forever again. So yeah, while the butterfly is doing its thing, I'm gonna clean very well the resin container, because if this dries up again, I'm gonna get in trouble, and it's gonna be a lot of wasted material. I don't want to waste $150 or so worth of resin. I mean, I guess I already used 100 part of this. Like the whole thing cost $130, $150, but I'm guessing I used what, about half? So what, $75 down the drain? No drinking the liquid money. Yes, do not drink the liquid money. It's too expensive. Go buy something in the store that's cheaper. Now it's time for our favorite segment, asking uncomfortably personal questions about our host. Who's first? All right, bring it on then. Now this is the azure you were looking for, isn't it? Much richer color. No, 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 no. Have something like leaning against the screw of the other mold, and if it deforms, then you might not be able to use that mold anymore. So that's why it got stressed out. So yeah, it's doing its thing. Will the color shine through the silicone? The bones aren't that much thinner than the legs. So it definitely will, but I can make a casting that's sort of skin tone, right? I mean, this is a test, so it's fine if it's blue, but I could make this one with a brown, you know, like skin kind of tone, so if it's under the leg it might not be as noticeable. And also the skin has a couple of layers of paint. Like I paint the very first layer so I can separate, for example, the thigh from the stocking. So I make a layer of black and then a layer of skin above that black, and it goes like beneath it when you see it from over here. Like, if I do this, you can see, maybe barely, the layer of black is like right on top of all the flesh color. So maybe only by having this little membrane it will be enough to stop it from being seen. Uncomfortable personal question, ask no more. I have one. Are English your second language? Yes, it's definitely my second language. I do not speak like, I haven't spoken English a lot in my life, honestly. Like, I speak mostly Spanish. Personal question, ask no more. I have one. Are English your second language? So yeah, English are my second language. I only know, like, properly, I only know English and Spanish. I did take a couple of Japanese classes when I was in elementary school because I was a weeb, and I kind of like remember hiragana and katakana. And then I took German in high school, but they never honestly taught me anything like useful. So I just know a little bit of, you know, accusative, dative, genitive, but I don't really can make coherent conversation with German. Just like me, for real. Mi idioma principal es el español. Yes, Tony. Of course, that's true. Good old man. Almost all my English is thanks to songs and YouTubers. Yes, I think almost all my English is also because of general media. Like watching TV, seeing... I think one thing that has helped a lot, that has helped my English a lot, is watching like all of the, well, not all, but the full campaigns of Critical Role. Like watching campaign 1, campaign 2. I haven't seen campaign 3 yet, and campaign 4 is right around the corner, but that's like an English overload, you know? And I feel like it's honestly had a very solid impact in my English, watching so much Critical Role. Sounds like how the only thing I remember from high school French is not entirely TOS friendly. Okay. Oh, that I also need to learn a lot because I don't know about TOS. So I feel like I'm not like well suited for, I don't know, making things sometimes. Like I've seen so many creators who are scared deeply by all sorts of like little jump scares that you get either from videos or whatever, or video games. But I do not share that fear because I still don't know like what could be the consequences of looking at that kind of things in the middle of a stream, or how much you can get in trouble for that. But hey, it turned out well. This is pretty cool. Still a little bit hot. Maybe we can wait a couple more minutes. Oh yeah, sue me. My English is mostly from games. Later YouTube, so I more or less understand English, but to speak or to write is hard. Yeah, well, I learned when I started streaming that I was fairly good, decent enough when speaking English. I don't know, and keep up a conversation. Something weird's going on with this resin. Let's say you speak it well. Yeah, I think I do a decent job speaking English. Better than some people I know. Yeah. I think I got like a good grasp upon it. Like I have a friend who's really good in English. Like he can even make any sort of accent. I struggle a lot. I can kind of identify them, but whenever I try to replicate an English accent, it's very hard to me. Like I don't know, it feels like there's too many layers of knowledge that I'm trying to apply at the same time, and somehow like my brain glitches out. But yeah, that friend of mine can speak in any English accent that you can imagine. Watching YouTube has been a big boost to my vocabulary because I watch videos about so many different. Yes, that's also something that helps a lot, because when you're learning, they just teach you like five words. Like I go to my school. My house is big. That sort of stuff. But watching content and stuff helps you like broaden that horizons of actually, yeah, hearing phrases and idioms and technical words. Because if you only stick to whatever comes in your English textbook, yeah, you only learn like a couple of phrases, because it's like they just teach you the structure, but they don't really teach you a bunch of words, or they teach you something for a very specific context, which is usually the context of applying for a job. So it's like, my house is big, the office. There's always a lot of office dialogue when you're learning another language, I feel. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but okay, so there is a bubble here, but it's not the kind of bubble I expected. It's actually a negative bubble. Okay, so yeah, it seems like it's gonna be useful. Like, look at that. Look at that pretty blue bone. I can just take this out, especially now that it's still a little bit soft. Okay, there's a big bubble here. Ow. My nail. Oh. I could feel my nail like bending. Ah, bad idea, bad idea. Oh, it's Johnny's brother. Yeah, yes, exactly. That's the kind of vocabulary you'll find in an English textbook, like basic words, basic fruits. Ah, my nail. Fuck. Ah, it's not that, like, I don't feel like I hurt myself too much, but like just remembering the sensation of having my nail twist gives me like goosebumps. And I don't know. It's such a, why is nail stuff so uncomfortable to think about? Ah, my finger. Ah, pick the bone with the nail. Where's the bathroom? Are you married? Yeah, the classics. I'm not married. Bathroom? What? Oh yeah, you mean the English stuff. I thought you meant the awkward questions. Okay, so yeah, I think the bigger problem in this one is not actually like the positive bubbles, but the negative one. And that one is fairly easy to work on, I think. I just need to, a nail. I mean, I could even just leave it like this. I don't really care about having this ball. Can you see it, that little bubble? Let's get you right in there. Like, this is like the biggest mistake I see in this. And it's not even a problem, because I don't care about this. Doesn't matter, I could just fill it up with silicone, fill it up with clay, with epoxy. Now what I do care, okay, I should try and take care of this. I think I screwed up there, should have. Okay, I need to take out this like outer blue edge. And that's gonna get tricky. Maybe I already screwed up. No, there we go. So yeah, I removed the part that was back here, because we don't need that. We need the shape, the print only. And yeah, would you look at that? It's really well, clean. Yeah, it has a couple of hiccups here and there, but as you said, it's something that we could nail down or sand down, or maybe even like just grab a knife and slice off all those edges. Can you see it? You can just, right now that it's still a little bit soft, you can sort of remove those excess. Yeah, I thought they would be bigger. I thought it would make the mold actually unusable. So hey, maybe I'm not as, maybe I do know what I'm doing. Would have known. I always find struggling a lot with that I always feel like I don't know what I'm doing, and then I do it and I print or do something, and hey, turns out I actually know what I'm doing. Would have guessed. But there you have it. Blue bone. But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? Dum, dum. So hey, this turned out great. I'm an optimist about this. I'm gonna be an optimist about this. Just probably stop using your nails. Yeah, you're right. I just thought it would be softer. That was basically what my Korean friend had. I told her I could that up for her and she laughed at the robotic. Oh yeah, because Asian languages, I feel like they also teach you like a very robotic version. I remember in Japanese classes, like the teachers themselves would always say like the book is teaching you like very textbook kind of Japanese, but people don't speak like that. Isn't a negative bubble just a ball? That would be more of a positive bubble. Oh, okay, so what I mean with negative is that it's subtracting from the piece. So this bubble in my... The thing is, you can have bubbles in different things. I could have bubbles in my silicone, and I can have bubbles in my resin. A bubble in my resin will give me what I call a negative bubble in my final result, which is this. Like this is a negative bubble in my final piece because it's subtracting from the original shape, right? If the bubble was not in the resin, but it's a bubble that came in from the silicone has a big bubble, and then I cast the resin on it, and the resin fills that bubble, it results in a positive bubble, which would be like having a little blob of something right here, especially where the silicone, like the air pockets of the silicone were hanging out. So imagine I have like a little ball here. This is what I would call a positive bubble, because it's adding material to my final piece. It's not sticking. Yeah, this is what I would call a positive bubble. And it would happen because there's a bubble, like an air bubble, that got trapped on my mold making process. So that bubble turns into this. And a bubble that's inside of the resin turns into this, a negative one. So that's what I mean with negative and positive bubbles. Because they're both bubbles. It's a scar from our chickenpox vaccination. Speaking of English speaking, I remember some very fun videos for learning English with TES4 Oblivion music over them. Sounded like dialogues for NPC. Negative bubble doesn't compromise integrity. Could be filled with clay. Yeah, I could definitely fill it up with clay or silicone or glue or whatever. Or I could just leave it as is, honestly. Doesn't really matter. The positive ones were the biggest, like more concerning, because a positive bubble could mean not being able to, how to say this? Like maybe if it has a very big positive bubble, it wouldn't fit inside the leg, right? Because if the mold of the leg is slightly bigger than this, so if you have a big bubble, then it won't match, it won't go in. But hey, this turned out great. Look at it, it's beautiful. Mud crabs, nasty little things. That makes sense. Mud crabs? Never heard that word before. I'm not sure if the thing needs to harden a little bit more because it feels slightly bendy. Can you see this? I think this shouldn't be this stretchy. Doesn't really bother me, but it makes me feel like it might be fragile. I'll give it a little bit of a stress test in a couple of hours. What time is it? Okay, it's still not that late. Burke put clay a thing. Let's chance of dislocation of layers. Sure. But like epoxy clay, because regular clay feels like it wouldn't do a lot. I think I could fill it with epoxy, like a little bit of epoxy putty. From the Scrolls of Oblivion. Oh. From the Elder Scrolls. I've never played Elder Scrolls, I believe. Always felt like too much of a very, how do you say it, like technical RPG? Like a lot of numbers and skill trees and that sort of stuff, and being able to grab every single object that you can find. Was ist das? Es ist eine... Oh god. No, I don't know how to say bone. Für meine stop motion puppet. That's the thing, you see? I only know how to say the boy went walking to the school, instead of being able to say this is joint, an experimental joint that we've designed for our stop motion animation puppet. It's made out of urethane resin and it will go inside of a... So it is made out of a silicone mold that we just made and blah 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 blah. But yeah. Willkommen Dongbak. Ich spreche nur ein bisschen Deutsch, aber es ist ganz schwer. Ganz schwer. Anyway, hello. When it comes to my no numbers. Wait, that must be some other language. Apparently, it's German. Yes, it is German. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you guys. Yeah, I'm speaking in German because someone wrote "Was ist das?" which means "what is that?" And I tried to explain that, but I failed miserably. Kinda miserably. But I can sorta say hello. No viene German vorbei. Gleich der Liebe. Gleich der Liebe. I don't know what that's. Oh. B? Is bone in German? Really? B? Be? Es ist ein Be? But yeah. I tried to show up with Dongbaek and I think they left. Alright, Dongbaek, you'll be remembered. So yeah, I need to be careful with the final ones because you can see the little dents. I'll do like a super zoom in so you can see every single pixel in here. Oh wow, that's a lot of zoom in. My camera is pretty far. I need to stretch my arm all the way up so I can zoom in and out. But, you know, this is why I wanted to use this one. Knochen. Knochen sounds more like German. Like these dents that were made because, well, whenever I entered the bone, these are very, very weak structure points, especially when they're so close to the edge. This is gonna break in 5 movements, probably. This one doesn't have such a little, but it does have like a little dent up here, which could also be risky. So this one might last a little bit longer, but yeah, this one is pretty fatal, you know? Where's it? This one. Oh, this linguistic note, I will say good luck and goodbye. Sleep awaits. All right. Rest well, gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. I think it was a very productive day. It was fun. Wow, I forgot how much of a detailed zoom this camera can give out. That's crazy, right? You can see the molecules in my little resin bone. Klech de Liebe means chalice of love. Little song I like from Lacrimosa. Why does Lacrimosa sound familiar to me? I'm not sure if I've heard it, but yeah, the word Lacrimosa sounds familiar. Would the wires last longer if the twist was tighter? No, actually the twist is, well, from what I've heard, I've never put it like to a very rigorous scientific test. But from what I've heard, actually twists are worse than just leaving the wires like this flat. But I don't like keeping them like this because it limits the movement. So let me show you. So if I have this, the double wire is gonna move very well in one axis. I'm gonna be able to move it like this very easily. But if I try to move it sideways, I'm gonna struggle a lot. It's like a lot of force. It's probably not gonna let me, and it's gonna bend in a weird way because it's not actually like moving to the side. It's like bending one on top of the other and doing like a weird twist in order to achieve what I'm trying to do. So I usually don't like to leave the wires like this unless I'm pretty sure it's a joint that's only gonna work in one direction. But the thing is, even if you're doing like an elbow that only moves in a certain trajectory, when you're animating, it might happen, it just might, that you have the elbow perfectly arranged and it looks good, but if you could only bend the elbow slightly to the right, even if you're breaking the anatomy, maybe if you do that, you'll get a perfect frame because the back of the hand is going to be perfectly in the third and that sort of stuff. So it helps a lot. So I rather, even if it's more fragile, I rather have them twisted, because when they are twisted, they can bend anywhere. They can bend in any direction. The twists were to fill out the mold or something. Didn't think they were so useful. So yeah, I mean, they're useful for the sake of movement range of motion. I think it's range of motion. For example, this guy's got the bend in the middle, like I did, they're twisted in the middle. So that means I can bend the arm this way, or go back, or bend this way. So I would usually try to do it, you know, the right way. But there are a couple scenarios where I might not be able to. For example, these wrists are a little bit hard to twist. So instead of twisting the wrists themselves, I try to twist from the elbow and sort of like trick it in a very weird way. Which, that might be another problem that we could try and tackle. I think it would be fun. But yeah, so having the twist helps me be able to do different movement directions, which will give you more range in the end, but you need to be careful with how to bend stuff. However, it does make the wire slightly more fragile. But I've had no problem with wires. Like up until now, I haven't had any wire break with, for example, Evil. There's no broken wire on her hair. There's no broken wire on her body. There's not even a broken wire on her fingers. What tends to break most is the silicone, like this finger. Let's do crazy zoom in again. Like this, right? So the wire is fine, it's perfectly fine, but the silicone around that wire is just not withstanding, and that's what makes this hand pretty much useless now. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed. Like, this zoom is just way too much. Can you believe this is a very cheap camera? I'm not sure they sell it anymore because it's like a handycam, and I feel like handycams are very close to going extinct because you either use your phone or use an expensive camera. But this one's fantastic. Ouch, over-gloved, degloved finger. Optical zoom is powerful. It is. You're real gentle, lol. What do you mean? Eh? Wait, I think I got lost with the... Liebe would wear last longer if the twist was tighter. By is the only German I know is an insult. Dang, I thought the twist. Oh yeah, I remember that comment. My favorite German word is Backpfeifgescheit. Describe someone. Backpfeifgeschicht. Describe someone whose face is begging to be punched. Okay, interesting. You're real gentle, lol. Ouch, the gloved finger. Optical zoom is powerful. Gentle with the fingers, I mean. Well, I know my way around them. I've worked with them for a while. Now I kind of understand what's the best way of bending them and stuff. I have this very neat trick. I haven't needed to use it. I haven't had the need to use it in any of our streams yet. I've been a little, maybe not very careful. But if you ever want to make like a very detailed movement of the hand, the trick to make focus. A proper movement, because when you try to bend the finger, usually the wires are so short that you'll get like an Adventure Time curved finger, which is fine, honestly. Usually for most of the shots, if you're looking at this from far away, you're not gonna notice that there's no clear knuckle and joint and that sort of stuff. It's just like a weird round bend, like a curve. Usually you don't care about that, honestly. But this trick I learned from the guy that worked on Pinocchio, which is you can use a sculpting tool. So, wait, here's the hand. And you can use a sculpting tool like this to place it inside of the finger and actually make the bend in the shape of an anatomically correct finger. And that way you can have like a knuckle, or I don't know, it's not the, what's the name of the joint that's after the knuckle? And that's how you can make very complex, very detailed, little subtle movements. It's something great when you're making Pinocchio, the movie. It's not so great when you're making silly animations on the internet because it takes too long. But yes, it's a very useful tip in general. But yeah, you need to be very observant. So simple yet so ingenious. Yes, that's one of the things I love about stop motion. Everything's just a matter of, you know, figuring stuff out in an ingenious way. But yeah, I really like that trick a lot. The good old sculpting tool knuckle. Ta-da! Na na na. Na 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 na. For you, just like a song. Ow. Na 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 na. Can't believe this mold works so well. Okay, so let's wait for the test there. This one's fine. Maybe we can open this guy already. So the only thing I'm not loving about this mold... Oh, wait. Zoom out. Oh, it can go even further. This is the furthest it can go. Take into account that the camera is like, what, 2 feet away of the table? No, it's more than 2 feet. Maybe like 3 feet above the table. No, it's more. Let's say 3 feet for the sake. And you can see like such a, I need something. You can see this well. There you go. That's insane. Anyway, I love this camera. I love it so much. Da-da-da. And it's so easy to use. So the only thing I don't love about this one is that the base, or well, the surface, doesn't look very flat. It looks like slightly slanted and bendy, and that's not great because it means when I turn it around, it's not gonna be very stable, you know? You know what? I just felt this little membrane. It doesn't feel like it's fully cured yet. Can you see? Let's go back into the super zoom in. So this is a little membrane that I took off the glass, but for starters, it feels a little sticky. Like if I do this, I can feel it stick. I can see it stick to my finger there. That's not a good sign. And also, if I like distort the shape a little bit, it should like bounce back into place, but it feels like it's sort of distorting a little bit. Might not be noticeable in camera. Yeah, like look at this back here. This should unravel itself back into like fully extended, but if I just smush it, it stays like this. That is not a good sign. I mean, it doesn't mean that anything is going wrong, it's just that it's not the right time to open the mold. It needs to wait a little bit more. So we'll do that. Let's wait for this guy. How's the rebound going? This one feels pretty hard already. Same thing, I would leave it rest for a while. The eye of experience, the finger of experience. I feel like it's much more of a tactile thing. Like I can just feel it, I can just squish it and say, nope, this is not fully cooked yet. It's fucking raw. Na, 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 na. Why do I have that song in my head? Okay, so we got our molds. We can make those. Did I tell you that I casted new of these? Like, well, no. There's another batch of these pieces that I just made, and it's just hanging on the printer right now. I'm not sure if I should do like a third one, or if this is enough. But yeah, we have this, we can have this. I want to wait a little longer. Maybe if we wait like half an hour or something, we can cast the other side on this stream, and then we just make like a test bone on the next one. Wow. Da, 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 da. Why are the holes on the pelvis square? Because they are made for the joint that goes into the animation arm, which I don't know where I put. Give me a second. Da 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 dum, da da dum, da 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 dum, da da dum, da 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 da. Maybe I should start putting things back where they belong. Da 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 dum. Give me a second. Trying to find the square piece. We used it a bunch of times today. No. Yeah, so this is what's going to hold our puppet now. And I feel like if we do it right, it's gonna be much stronger than our previous evil. Here it is. So they're squared. I made them diagonal because that was easier for the printer. It's not really for any like design purpose. Like this thing is round in the end, like in the upper, and there's a sphere. So it doesn't really matter to the joint, to the support, if it's in a like
straight or if it's diagonal. So, but the printer it's gonna be much easier to the printer to print something in diagonal because there's not that much of an overhang. So yeah, I made this piece and I designed it so it would stay inside. There's one of the side holes that doesn't work yet. I need to see if there's a problem. But all of the other three, also this time it has 3 holes. So we make a shot from the back, I can put the rig in the front, and if we made a shot from the side, I can put the rig on the other side. So yeah, it's pretty useful, you know? Only this hole, for some reason, is not working properly. I don't want to force it because I could break this one. It's very fragile because it's hollow. It's completely hollow. But once I feel it, like this one I filled up with resin. It did break in this side because I didn't have any resin. But in this other side where it had resin, it's pretty much unbreakable. I've tried to smash it with a hammer and just nothing happens. So yeah, I think it's going the right way. Oh, here you can see actually. I love this little X-ray showing how, like, this is the inside of the body and the little rig goes in, and this is how the puppet gets stuck in place. You know? Yes, it's quite interesting designing this sort of pieces. Never done that a lot, but I feel like I'm getting quite good at it. Like, these things could be incredibly helpful in the future.
So how long will it take for the blue to fully harden? I do not know. So how many people are there in Twitch? Because I need an average of 3 viewers, but I don't know why my ground control says I've got 0 people, 0 viewers. And I don't want to change it because it's gonna crash. Ta-da-da-dum. On the stream it says 5. Okay, that's better. So I need an average of 3 in order to, like, take the next step towards Twitch affiliate, whatever that means. No, not... There's 2 words, affiliate and partner, I believe. Whichever is the lowest one, that's the one we're on our way to get. I think it was affiliate. But I think the word average is what gets me in trouble because my streams are so long. The average ends up being like 1 person at a time. I don't know exactly how because I don't see the numbers like in real time. But that's what happened with yesterday's stream. Like, my Twitch average of yesterday's stream was 1 person. I'm out for the night. May Neuro be with you. Thank you, Nathan Webster Husk. Take care. May Neuro be with you too. Out in my life, not for honor, but for you. Okay, so why don't we stress this guy in the meantime? So for starters, it feels pretty sturdy. Like, I tried to move this inside of a puppet. It feels a little bit bendy, and that bendiness makes me feel like it could break. Yeah, like if I'm forcing it a lot, look, I already made a bend there. Can you see it? It's kind of broken now. But I'm not sure if that's more a matter of the resin being a little bit too old or poorly casted. It'll be very easy to spoof force lines with Neuro. What? Spoof force lines. I don't know what that means. Sorry. Spoof force lines. Yeah, no,
I'm completely lost. The word of the day is spoof force lines. I'm out for the night, maiden. Okay, now let's try to pull this guy out of the...
It's very strong. Oh. So yeah, the weakest part here should be spoof us in parody. Oh. Oh yeah, definitely. May the neuro be with you. The dark neuro side, the evil side. Spoof us in parody. Okay, okay. Now that makes sense. Okay, so I'm trying to pull the wire, try and break it, see what it takes to break it, but I don't want the wire to break, I want the resin to break. That's the breaking point I'm looking for. The wire, I know exactly when it will break, kinda. But the important part is to see if the bone will withstand. So for starters, this was like the least resistant way, I thought, of placing the joints, which is not even twisting it, just placing it and just denting the top. But it seems like that is working very well, because I'm trying to pull this out and I simply can't. Nope, it's not coming out, no matter how much I pull, which is exactly what I need. Same on this side, I would say. So yeah, the little denting in the wire really makes miracles happen. Oh god, yes, it's very strong. That's a good thing. Yeah, it's pretty good. And also the wire didn't go into the edge of the resin. It's perfectly, like I cannot see any wire like up here or down here. So yeah, the result was pretty good, much better than I expected. Okay, so it seems like we got this sorted out. So let's see. It feels better, but it might need a couple more minutes. Just for safe measure. Yeah. Just a couple more minutes, but it's almost there. You can just twist it around, cast the other side. I think we could end stream there. Like, just leave the other side, let it dry, and tomorrow we can open and test all of the molds. Yeah, it's cool. So there's kind of a new batch of people here. I think different from the one that we had before earlier today. So I'm just gonna do the same announcement twice. There are a couple of new people here, but some of you already know kind of my lore. But yeah, I worked on a movie. I worked on a full-time on a feature film movie that's going to release next month, and they just released their new official poster. So I did share it earlier this morning. I think not what was here, but I don't remember who else was here. But I'm not sure if whoever's here right now has seen it yet. So I just wanted to share it with you. Ta-da! This is the new poster for the movie I worked on. Soy Frankelda. They changed the typography. I don't know why. But yeah, it's looking cool. And it's finally coming out this October. So yeah, if you wanna... I mean, this is pretty much the reason I'm good at what I'm doing. Because I worked a lot in this movie and I learned a lot. And I did a lot of crazy stuff here. So... yeah, I'm not sure if it's gonna be easy to watch internationally yet. They'll probably have an international release later on because it's an HBO Max production, so it would most likely be out there in the future. But I don't know a lot more about that. I just wanted to share it with you. I'm not sure who was here in the previous announcement, but it was fun to just share it again, because there's like a different batch of people who come in later on during the day. But yeah, I wanted to share it with you. We have an official poster. I worked in this movie. It's very exciting. Hope it comes out soon. My arm blends into the corner of the poster when I'm speaking, and that weirds me out a lot. Yeah, weird. But yeah, go watch this movie if you happen to live in Mexico. If you don't, hopefully you'll get to see it in the future. But yeah, I just wanted to release so I can tell you all the crazy stories that I have about this movie, about the characters I animated, about the sequence, the scenes, the tricks I used. There's like a lot of fun stories that I can tell you, but I cannot tell you without like spoiling you the end of the movie or whatever. So I'll just wait for it to come out officially, I guess, and for you to watch it so we can actually talk about it. But yeah, I just wanted to share it again. Yeah, I'm gonna be keeping my eye on the theater showings for October 21st, 23rd, just in case. It would be cool if it released internationally, but I'm not sure. It feels like a bit too much to ask, honestly. I don't know. Like domestic movies and international releases are... It's a hard thing to achieve. But yeah, we'll see. Does it have an English translation? I'll be honest, it's probably not gonna have an English translation right out of the bat, but it will probably get one in the future. So this show was based on a TV series, or it's like the sequel to a TV series, which I also worked on, called Frankelda's Book of Spooks. That show is available in HBO Max internationally, and it does have an official English translation. It is actually the second translation that the show has, because the first translation was made very poorly, like in an outsourced studio, and the English casting was very, very off. Like it felt very weird for the characters, and the directors didn't like it a lot. So they remade the whole audio, the voice acting for the show, and they re-released it in an international release. So if you watch it, you can actually watch Frankelda's Book of Spooks, the prequel to this movie, in English, in HBO Max, and available, I think, everywhere. I believe everywhere, I'm not sure. And yeah, that one is available. I don't know if there's a translated version right now, but there will most likely be one. I'm not sure when though, but I'll let you know if I get any info on that. Mr. Ice Cream. Spoiler, at the end the credits roll. Well, yes. I don't know. I don't even know that. I haven't seen that part of the movie yet. Does it have English translation? Yes, so I'm not sure if it's gonna have English translation. It will most likely get one, but maybe not straight off the bat. But same time, it's first gonna release only in Mexico most likely, so I guess it's fine if it doesn't have an English translation while it's just being screened in Mexico, I guess. Beep. So yeah, I don't know, just wanted to make a little announcement again while we're waiting for the silicone to dry, but I think we could open this mold already.
So yeah, let's open this bad boy. So I need to be careful because I don't want to release the sculpture from the original piece. My soul again. Da-da-da. There we go. Easy peasy. So first let's cut the edge of this thing. Am I doing it on camera? Yeah. Oh, also, now we know that the silicone works fine with this resin because like the other mold didn't have any problems on the inside from what I'm seeing. Don't want to get max, but I really want to watch it. Not sure if there's any alternatives. Dolphin usually has like a very good insight on like if you have Prime you can do this and then you download this other thing, and sometimes they get very crazy tricks. That's what they did for women wearing shoulder pads. But I'm not sure, maybe you can find it somewhere else in the future. I mean, it'll probably be in theaters. Like the movie will probably be in theaters in the future. Just don't know exactly when. But I'll let you know if I ever know about it. Look at that, so pretty. So what color do you want for the other side? Do you want to try the azure, like the deep blue this time? Let's see if we can make a richer blue than this one. Or do you want another color? Both options are great. Oh, it's so pretty. Okay, so you can pick a color while I'm gluing this to the base. Ice cream. Sometimes American theaters. Wait. Trying to read. Sometimes American theaters show foreign movies at off hours, but they don't advertise them on the big outside posters, but it's on the websites. Maybe you can find it that way, but I could pretty much assure you if that's the case, it will most likely be in English. It will most likely not be in English. It will most likely be in Spanish. I don't think, like, I feel like the movie barely finished up. Like, it was very, not rushed, but it's like they ran to the very limit finishing the movie, and probably like making a whole different audio track for English voices was not part of the budget, unfortunately. But yeah, once the movie releases, maybe you can make it. Can you make it red? Yes, I can make it red. Do you want it red? I can make it red.
Most of Evil's molds are red. Okay, I'm just cleaning the edge of the like the plastic thingies before reapplying it, just to make sure. Never want to rush the English dubbing either, never ends well. Yeah, I mean, rather have them take their time, I guess. But I'm not sure if it will take a long time or not. I don't know what the state of the movie is currently. Like, I know it's gonna release, but I don't know like if the studio is gonna start something new soon. I remember they told me they would call me if they ever started another project. I'm not sure if I would go back because I'm having a lot of fun with this like little adventure of trying to make my own stuff independently. I mean, as it is right now, it's probably not very lucrative, but I see the vision. Like I see like it's got potential. I see a lot of people enjoying it, so I think we can make this something on its own. And honestly, even if it means like a lot less money than working in a big time Hollywood production, it's not full Hollywood production, but like a, you know, a big time feature film production, having like my own little fun little workshop where I do my own stuff, it's a little bit more tempting to me, you know? Rather be making AI cute anime girls that like to scream and do weird noises and say offensive things sometimes. Wait, it would, but they always have subtitles. If there are no subtitles, very little chance of reading. No, there would definitely be subtitles. That's almost certain. Like, there has to be subtitles. I understand not being able to pay actors for the full release, but they would definitely have a subtitled version. Of ours or subtitle movers, it had a real dub, we'll get a more prominent spot. I'm not rather expert enough. I mean, I doubt anything would be as bad or as good as the Ghost Stories dub. I haven't seen that, but by the way, I think YouTube doesn't like Twitch very much. So when you get monetized, you could get in trouble if you mention, like, just saying the name of the purple thing would get me in trouble. It's like a bad word, like a banned term. It's a slur to YouTube, saying the purple streaming word. I haven't just, I mean, I'll look into it. Thank you for the heads up. I'll let you know what I figure out. Okay, I'm just cleaning the edges of this thing while the glue gun heats up. Oh, no, I didn't plug in the glue gun. Very smart. But yeah, so yeah, there's the option of going back to the studio if things ever like get complicated or something. But yeah, I would rather find a way to make my own stuff because it's much more fun. And it's a lot less stressful, you know? Even if I work a lot, you see me working a lot in here, but there's no stress here. Like, the biggest amount of stress I will get is like, oh no, Evil's birthday is tomorrow and I need to finish the puppet. But the stress in the workplace is much crazier. It's like things need to be ready for tomorrow, or if you don't do that, the construction department, if you don't finish this sequence, the construction department cannot start the construction of the next sequence because they're going to use the same space that you're animating on right now.
So if you don't do that, they don't have anything to do, and that means we're losing like a bunch of money. So could you please animate like 100 seconds in 2 hours? And yeah, it gets pretty crazy. Ooh, Grimace. YouTube's the one who doesn't like it. I thought Twitch was the one. Yes, I from what I read, I knew that Twitch was weird with multitasking, multi-streaming. But at the same time, you can see that there's a bunch of people who multi-stream and don't have a problem. But yeah, if you read the terms of service or something like that, it says that, for example, if you are multi-streaming, you should only put Twitch chat on screen. And you can put another Twitch chat. But I don't know why that happens. What is the inspection behind your on-screen camera? Wait, what do you mean? What is the inspection? Behind your on-screen character with the glasses. I'm not sure what you mean with the word inspection. Do you mean like what's the story behind the character? Or inspection behind your on-screen? I don't know. Oh, or the just like little banner thing or something? Like the gray, no, the brown smudges that run behind me? I'm not sure what you mean, but if you mean the inspiration, oh, the inspiration. So this is like for starters, I did not make this character. It does not really belong to me, but it's a fun story. I like it a lot. So when I was starting the channel, I was thinking on what to do for my like branding or my profile pic at the very least. And I started researching about some old, like olden times stop motion animators that I like a lot. And I found one of my favorite animators of all time, stop motion animators of all time. It's called Rethinking. He was a Czech animator who worked a lot with toys. He was part of there was a name of it, like the wave of Czech stop motion cinema, and he was just amazing. He's got like a couple of short films that I really love. I love them. Oh, what? One of them is called The Hand. We watch it on stream and I got blasted for watching it, but it was worth it. But yeah, so before or during, I don't know, like as part of his career, it was not only stop motion animation, he actually also was an illustrator. So I thought, hey, maybe this guy has an illustration that will work well for my YouTube image thing, you know? So I started Googling all of Judy Strinka's illustrations, and it was weird because it had a lot of like a fairy tale-like feeling to the illustrations. Like they were like a lot of pictures of children with very big eyes, very cute, like a little bit like this whimsical, magical feeling of fairies and magic and that sort of stuff. And I mean, the illustrations were really cool, but they didn't work a lot for me. Like, I'm not that much of a charming fairy tale fairy, happy and gleefully. I'm more of like a calm, chill dude. And yeah, so I wasn't like really finding what I needed. But then I found like one very, very, very underground. I mean, we're talking about a very underground artist for starters, right? A very underground animator from a long time ago. And then like a very underground painting by the same artist was this painting called The Actor, I believe, or just Actor. And it's just like a painting, it's just a portrait of a character without any physical features. He doesn't have eyes, he doesn't have mouth, he doesn't have glasses. The glasses were like an addition of mine, and also like a Dragon Frame controller. It's just like this silhouette, very smudgy on this like brown smudgy background, like a beige kind of thing, and no physical features, and this like very like abstract hand on top of his chest. And he has this very abstract but very evidently like messy curly hair. The idea of a person, yeah, maybe. And And yeah, I just looked at it and I thought, hey, it kind of looks like me. So I just grabbed the image and photoshopped. That was for before I released the Evil Nero birthday video. So I was like, what's got the profile picture of my channel gonna be? What am I gonna do? And I found that image and I was like, hey, let's use this one. So I just grabbed the image and photoshopped the glasses on and the little dragon frame controller, which the dragon frame controller is this thing I'm holding in my hand. And it's the device that we stop motion animators use for animation. It's like a device that comes with the license and you can use it for going back and forward in your scene and move around and take more pictures, because whenever you're animating in stop motion, you're usually not very close to the computer. You're closer to the puppets and to the set. So the controller is a very nice way to move around the software without having to go all the way back, click on the right thing, move back, check something, that sort of stuff. It's a fast way to work. And yeah, the Dragon Frame controller is like a basic part of the toolkit of any stop motion animator. So yeah, I just tweaked the image so it would be a little bit more like me. I added the glasses, I added the controller, and that was my profile pic. And it was just my profile pic for a while. And then after a little bit, I made this little avatar. I just made a second sprite where I moved the hand, tilt my head a little bit. And yeah, that's my sprite moving and talking. But it's a really cool, like I love it a lot because it's a painting made by one of the biggest, like the best stop motion animators I've ever seen. Like one of my biggest inspirations, I would say. Also, I love that, like, imagine living in that era back when, yeah, I mean, you could make a living of being like just one crazy guy in a basement moving dolls around instead of having to work for a multi-million-dollar company in order to survive. And yeah, like it's hard to see. Yes, I love it. I really love the vibe of my little guy here. And yeah, it's very niche, very underground, very interesting story behind it. Let me go back at the stage so you can see it. And even if not necessarily an actor, streamers and all performers, yeah, and I'm pretty much a performer. I didn't know I was gonna become a performer back then because I was just, well, I mean, I guess you are performing even if you're just uploading a video, but back when I just made the avatar, I just made it for, yeah, the image for my channel. I hadn't even planned yet that I was gonna stream myself working. I actually didn't know if I had it in me, you know? I'm not a very talkative person, honestly. It's cozy, very underground. It is cozy and humble. Just like our workshop. Fate was already weaving its web, most likely. Most definitely. The invisible hand of destiny was moving its strings around. And but yeah, so I didn't know if I had it in me to make, wait, where did my silicone bar go? Here it is. So what was I talking about? Yeah, I didn't know if I had it in me to like, oh, because I'm a very quiet person. Like whenever I meet someone new, I usually simply do not speak, like at all. People even like, I don't know, I feel like they might
think I'm a weird person, but I'm just usually just not very, I don't know, like an out there person, you know? I like meeting new people, but I don't know, like whenever it's like a complete stranger, I just lock my, nah, that's not really that I lock myself, but it's like, I don't know, I just don't feel the need to start a conversation, you know? If someone starts a conversation with me, I might go and start yapping. But yeah, in general, I'm just a very quiet, chill guy. So I didn't think I was gonna be able to make hour-long streams where I speak into the void and do nothing but that. And whenever I began doing it, it actually felt weird, especially because, do you know what's something fun that happened? When I first started streaming, I believed there was no one watching me at all because the chat was completely empty. And then I realized I have the, like, there's like an option in YouTube that says, it's not restricted chat, but like important chat or something like that. Yeah, there's like an option for live chat, which has got all the messages, and then like important chat or relevant chat, something like that. And I have the option for relevant chat set on automatically. And I don't know why, maybe because it was one of my first streams and there's like some weird thing going on with YouTube. Like all the messages that were in the chat, which there weren't like 100 or something like that, but there were a good couple. I think Delphink was in those messages. They would simply not show up on my screen. So I really thought I was actually talking to the void, which I didn't mind, but it was like a little, you know, not upsetting, that's not the word. I don't know, like depressing maybe. And then I just noticed that option, and in the middle of the live stream I changed it, and like, whoa, what? There's actual people watching and they're asking questions, and I ignored all of them because I didn't know there was an option here. And I don't know, it was a very fun experience, honestly. And yeah, from there on, I've been doing this. There have been a couple of times when it's been fairly empty, but I learned to, yeah, enjoy just speaking and seeing what goes on. But I love to, yeah, like have a conversation while I'm working, you know? Oh, the only thing is that when I'm talking while working, sometimes I forget to keep the thing on camera so you can see it. But yeah, like working, okay, so I'll tell you this. It's been a little bit hard these last few days because I'm doing like research and development, and that means I need to think a lot about what I'm doing. But for example, I've made like 1,000 molds like this one. So I can actually speak and ramble about anything, about quantum physics and engineering, or like the myth of Plato's cavern or whatever, and keep doing this just because I've done so many before. But when I'm doing research and development, I'm fully locked in and thinking on, okay, how does this move? Is this gonna work? If I'm going to cast it and it's a liquid, but then it goes solid, how I'm gonna open it, but then this happens, and what if this? But also, so I'm thinking a lot in many different things, so I feel like I cannot really chat very openly. Like I'm very talkative still, but I stay a lot on focus on topic, you know, like this is a box, this is a mold, this is a release agent, all that stuff. But yeah, when I'm doing stuff like this, I can just like stray away. Which, by the way, talking about straying away, I just haven't read chat in a while. Nothing's wrong with being weird. I love being weird. Damn, live chat lemao. Yeah, good old unexpected Dasville complications. Yeah, it was a really fun story. At least to me, it's very heartwarming. Like, not knowing... Or thinking there was nobody, absolutely nobody watching me, and then turning off the relevant chat option and seeing, I don't know, I think it saw at least a good 6 people there. Which honestly, for my first stream, which was made like... It was my first stream, I made it like 1 month or more after I had released the animation, and I'm not even sure if I don't remember if I even announced it or if I just did it randomly. And there were people watching. Like, I've heard of people who stream for months and they don't get like more than one viewer, or their viewers are just like, you know, their close friends who happen to join in the stream. And here it was actual strangers, actual people who were interested, which I don't know, it's really crazy, but I love it. I love finding people who like this because, yeah, it's a very niche thing, but it's very fun. And yeah, it's cool. Making animation is really, really fun. He can do philosophy, quantum physics, engineering, and stop motion. I cannot do it. I can vaguely talk about it. That's very different. The only thing I can do properly is stop motion. Animation, more specifically. But yeah, I mean, I cannot make quantum physics, if that's even a thing. I need a brush. Truly a renaissance man. Just discovered your work. Incredible. Hey, Joey, welcome. I love when new people discover my work. Did you like it? Did you see the stop motion extravaganza? Did you come straight from there? I feel like that's currently that's our like biggest, how do you say it? Like business card? No, it's not like a letter of presentation or something like that. So I feel like a lot of people come from there. So did you see that? Did you like it? Which was your favorite bit? Tell me all about it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So welcome, Dewey, welcome. I'm currently making a mold and I'm looking for a brush because I need to apply a little bit. There it is, there's the brush. I need a little bit of release agent on top of my silicone because I don't want it to, it's a little bit dirty. I think I'll wash it. But yeah. Dewey, yeah. Though the stream was first. Oh yeah, really? You noticed the stream first and then the extravaganza. That's a very unusual way to join the channel. But I welcome you anyway. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you liked the vibes here. I mean, I just basically stream whatever I'm working on. And currently we're working on, after making Evil, now I want to make Neuro, and I want to make it a new one, improved and better. So I'm trying to do a little bit of improvements to the basic structure of the body. And hopefully that will help us make much more complex animation and much more longer things. So yeah, I'm striving for that right now. I'm trying to, paint. I'm trying to apply a little bit of release agent here. I just need to clean this guy up. Hey, Nutbutts, you're on Twitch too. Hello. But yeah, so that's what I've been doing lately. What I plan on doing in the future. And I still don't know exactly what we're gonna do with Neuro and Evil when we release it. We have one skit idea. But yeah, first I'm gonna make the puppets and then we can stress ourselves with whatever to do next. It's also really interesting because I can start working on it today or something, but by the time I finished it, Neuro might have a completely new design. Her pins might change. Like there's a lot of, her hairstyle could change also. So it's a lot of trial and error. Who's here? John Smith. Hey guys, how's the puppet? It's coming along real well. We made a mold, which turned out great. Well, we've made 4 molds. We're about to finish our 4th mold. And these molds are working really well. Look, this is our little test bone for the femur or the calf. And it's working. It worked really well. It looks very nice. I tried to break it. I simply couldn't. And it's strong. It's very, very strong. I did not hit this guy with the hammer, but I don't think the hammer will do anything.
Oh, I see a little bit of a crack there. But yeah, I can hammer this guy. Nothing. It's perfectly strong and sturdy. So yeah, it feels weird. It's not like we're making like actual definitive progress on the puppet itself, but we're making a lot of improvements in quality of life that will translate into a much better, longer lasting neural puppet that will probably be incredibly useful in the future. So yeah, that's what's been going on, John Smith. Welcome. Oh, hi. You made a Silk Song animation along with the Evil Neuro one. Okay, so here's the story. The Silk Song animation was not done recently. It was made about 5 or 6 years ago. Back when I thought the game was gonna release. The game was about to release anytime, so I made it. I didn't actually make it alone. I was back in school then, and I made it along a couple of my friends back then. And yeah, we made the little animation along with it. Are there any other franchise or original projects you want to do? So here's the thing. I think for now, I feel a little bit safer and more comfortable with the idea of making VTubers rather than franchises, because copyright is much more cruel when it comes to other properties. Like, for example, I would love to, I don't know, make a Gear 5 Luffy that can stretch and do all sorts of crazy, wacky things. Yes, that sounds amazing. I love One Piece, I love the show, but if there's like at least a 2% chance of getting a cease and desist by Toei Animation, and I wouldn't blame them, it's just like one of the corporate things that tends to happen when you're a big company and the attorney doesn't know anything about the show or the fandom, it just knows that you're infringing on the copyright and that's the only thing that matters. If there's a 1% chance of getting blasted with a cease and desist by a big company and like 5 months of work are going all to waste because I simply cannot use the intellectual property, yeah, then I'm cooked. Now, in the world of VTubers, I think I've never seen like a piece of fan art of any VTuber getting blasted. Not even like the most risque ones or the most, yeah, like yikes kind of art. I'm definitely not saying that I want to do that kind of art, but the thing is, I see that VTuber art tends to just fly by and people just love having art made of them. So I feel a little bit safer here, and also I feel like there's a lot more potential with what people can have as their own characters. Like there's a lot of voice lines that you can get from all of them. Because if I try to animate, like Luffy, I would have to get the audio files of the episode. And if I get the audio files of the episodes, I'm basically animating the episode. Or I could do it like mute and just have it like move around and be cool, which could also be fun. But yeah, I mean, it still feels like there's a lacking element. And I like the way you can move with VTubers because you can grab like a bunch of clips and voice lines from all around their thousands upon thousands of hours of streaming and make mildly coherent but at the same mildly new sort of content. So yeah, Silksong I made a long time ago, and Silksong I kind of feel safe, like making something out of Silksong, maybe Deltarune would probably be like safe to do. But also the other thing is the risk of the time that it takes to make something, because yeah, if I said, oh my god, Deltarune chapter 5 is the next one, it's releasing tomorrow, let's make something. By the time I'm done with an animation, I feel like it's already faded into obscurity. Like, let's say if I made yeah, like a Gerson Hammer of Justice animation, because I like that. I love the character, I love the song, I love, well, the music, I love everything about it. But by the time I finish it, it would be maybe today, right? And it's not that people are not gonna like it. I feel like Deltarune fans are very, very intense, but yeah, sort of like the hype has passed a little bit. People are talking more about what's coming on chapter 5 rather than what happened in chapter 4. But yeah, I mean, Deltarune is sort of one of those APs that I feel I could try to make something of, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I like to explore the route of the VTuber world first, because I feel like I'm barely scratching the surface with Neuro. But I don't know, maybe if I heard like a good enough suggestion, I might consider it. Sometimes there's like just some good ideas that I go like, oh wow, that would be amazing, and I kind of do it. But the thing is, whatever I decide to do, it's not like a quick sketch that I can just pump out and have it ready for tomorrow or in a week. It's something that I want to work on for months. So I have to be very, very strategic with what I choose to make and why I make it and what it is for and that sort of stuff. Deltarune would be cool. It would definitely be cool, I'll be honest. But yes, it's like you need to have a very delicate balance on what you do, why you do it, and how long will it take to do, because by the time you finish it, it might be done. For example, yeah, I was telling this before, I think 2 streams ago or something like that, that one of the things that I thought it would have been fun to do after finishing Evil was Gargura puppet. And I mean, it could still be fun to make a Gargura puppet, but Gargura is gone. We're not gonna see more Gargura anymore. There might be similar stuff. There might be Saba, but Gargura. Imagine if I had been working on a Gargura puppet for so long, and by the time I finish it, she's gone. Or I need to keep working on it even though she's gone. It's very... But yeah, I mean, I never really got to that point. But yeah, I remember thinking it. Oh, maybe it would be fun to make a Gargura thing. But yeah, like things move very fast, and this work moves very slow. That's also why I'm working on this kind of stuff, because if I perfect this sort of mold making and this sort of like extra props and supports, making a puppet could be much faster. And if making puppets is faster, maybe I can catch the trends a little better. Or maybe I can, you know, make things that are more on topic. But yeah, I don't know, like the possibilities are infinite. I do have a lot of things that I want to do. I do have even a couple of original things I want to make, but those are like very, 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 very far away. Like pretty much everything I'm doing is trying to improve and perfect the technique and the work, and everything I've learned from or done in my life, I'm trying to make even better. And hopefully when we get to that point, we'll be able to, yeah, make, you know, like extremely high quality work. I feel like what we are doing is already very, very high quality. But I mean, what if we could do something even better? And I think we can, just a matter of spending a little bit of time, a little bit of elbow grease, testing new stuff, testing materials, testing capabilities, and yeah. And all it costs was Evil's life. If you're made a cutie Filion puppet, you can use what you're using. If you make a cutie Filion puppet, you can use what you're using now. A lot of research points. Yes, there's a lot of research involved here. Classic. If I made a Filion puppet, I mean, I think Filion could use the same body as Neuro, But honestly, if I was going to make Filion today, which I think I wouldn't. Okay, so here's the reason why I wouldn't start making Filion today, for starters. Filion has been saying that she's gonna debut a new model soon for like a year or so. But the thing is, there is a new Filion on the works. If I start working on Filion even right now, she'll probably have a new design he'll very likely have a new design by the time I finish working on it right now. Now, I might... Another thing I wish I could get is to get to the point where I can reach out to someone and tell them, hey, I would like your model. Do you have a 3D model that I could use so I can make your puppet? So I would love to have the official designs, because even if the characters are pretty much the same, because every VTuber comes from the same anime cat-girl mold, I would love to... I like to celebrate the subtle differences between them. Like, yeah, like Henya being shorter, or Crowley having long legs, Annie has a longer neck. The shapes of their faces may vary very subtly, but they do vary. So I would love if I get to do it. I think the easy way and the most reasonable way of making things would be to just have like a generic anime body and use that forever and ever. And it would probably be even the smart way of doing it, but I love to celebrate those subtle differences in the body. Neuro-Sama children, would that make it hard to use their models for adult models? I mean, I feel like the original body of the model that we have doesn't feel that much children-like. I feel like I could use that mold for Ellie or for, yeah, Filion, as you just said. But the thing is, I would love to actually get Filion's model. I think that would be much more fun. So it's useful that they are twins and they share the exact same body. That's very useful. But if I could get like the official 3D models of them, I would go for that. Maybe not right now, because I already have this mold, so I can work from this. Like, I'm starting to like build something. That's why I can work, but I wish my work would be good enough so that I can reach the point where I can actually work with official models. Also, because I'm not really a 3D modeler, so I depend on whatever I can find scouring the internet, and yeah, that's a lot of trouble, you know. Like, sometimes you can find a model, but it's not really accurate. Like, it might look well enough, but if you zoom in, the shape of the nose is not quite right, or yeah, like there's a world of details where you can get lost. Okay, so you were asking for a red mold, or yeah, red part of this mold, so I want to make it red. So this one we made with 25. Let's do the other side with another 25. I think that's even more than what we need, which is fine. Now, where is my... I always lose my scale. Yeah, I put a clip of her most recent announcement of it in the Discord VTuber section. Really? Of Filion? Yeah, I mean, I feel like she says it every like month or so, and I do believe her. I do believe she's gonna have... You know what I believe the problem is? If they change her model, they need to adapt her model to her 1,000 different outfits that she has. So I feel like she's got the Pokemon conundrum, that whenever they make a new Pokemon game, they stop doing that in Kalos, or I don't remember in which region. But whenever they made a new Pokemon game, it was way too much work to make the 3D model, to remake the 3D model of the previous 1,000 and something Pokemon. So they reached the point where they had to restrict the amount of Pokemon in each game to just stay as the ones that were gonna appear in the game and maybe the new ones and all that stuff, so they didn't have to work as much. I mean, there's a lot of people arguing that they're lazy and that their textures suck, and they kind of have a point, so I'm not gonna say no to that. But I understand the problem that when your project is about collecting stuff, the amount of stuff you need in the game can get crazy. So I feel like the problem with Fillion is not really that she doesn't have a model or something like that. It is that knowing Fillion, who wants to make everything like the highest quality possible, and I don't know, she's very ambitious when it comes to that, or at least that's the vibe that she gives to me. I feel like she would want all of her outfits to be translated into the new model, and that's probably like an infinite amount of work. And every week she's making a new outfit. So probably that's why it's taking so long to make the new model. That's my theory. It could be anything else, but that's like my idea behind it. But I don't know, I believe her. I believe firmly that she or people who work for her are working on a new model. And also, like, Fillion is one of the most complex models out there because it needs like an insane level of tracking, so it's a very complex model compared to anything else. So yeah, I understand why it takes so long, but I believe we'll have the Fillion model someday. A lot of research points, classics. Wow, the Ultra Room would be cool. Yeah, it would be post. Clip proposed for neuroneural children. Pretty sure it has a slight chubbier face. What do you mean? Fillion compared to Evil and Neuro? Or Neuro compared to Fillion? Yeah, I think their face is a little bit different. But Evil and Neuro's face, is it different too? I don't know. But yeah, I'm working off the same model that I have right now. So even if there are like differences between them, for now, the 3D model that I got is this one. And we're gonna have to stick to that one. Even children, you haven't used Vettel, but I feel like his turtle legs are so close together that'd be hard to move. Yes, but the thing is, Vettel is such an abstract character that I don't think he needs to move that much, honestly. I mean, he's such a simple design that he could even move, instead of actually moving like with bending the knees and moving back and forward and exchanging one leg for the other, he could just move like have you ever seen the toy soldiers in Toy Story? You just move like, yeah, like without any articulations, just like tuck, no, wait, like tuck, 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 tuck. I think he could move that way, but at the same time, I don't think I have the need to make him move, because he doesn't really move that much usually. He's either just standing there and screaming or whatever, or or he's just on top of either of the twins' head. So I don't really think it's gonna be such a problem, such a big deal to have her have Vettel walking, because I don't think we're gonna need that a lot, honestly. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure Evil has a slightly chubbier face than Neuro. Maybe. Yeah, maybe she does, but I think... Well, I mean, for now we need to stick to what we've got, and the 3D model that I've got is whatever I have right now. If I had the official model, and Vettel, little turtle man over there, wished to share with me the original model he has, because I know he has a 3D model at least for Evil because of Boom, but he said he had 3D models for both of them. So if he would share it with me, maybe I would make them differently, but for now this is the only model that I have. In the clip there's also a thing about how Fillion wants to time it with physical IRL moving she's doing, and possibly some other sort of project she wants to integrate along with it. Yeah, it's insane. Like, I feel like Fillion's always making some like big breakthrough in motion capture technology,
just like incidentally, like because she just wants to make a silly joke throwing Timothy against the wall, she's going to invest in like the highest computer engineers in the world in order to make that extremely silly joke possible. But that means they need to develop like physical properties of elements while running in real time and being tracked by multiple cameras. That's totally something that sounds like fill-in to me. Okay, I'm dying. Good night, everybody. Good night, not bad. I hope you haven't left yet, but good night. Take care. Definitely like a part of it too. Okay, I'm die. Good night, everybody. Good night, not bad. Haha, that'd be very funny and cute. I'm not sure exactly which point of whatever I just said you mean by that, but it would definitely be funny and cute. And right, could have him teleporting to different places between shots. Yeah. Like moves around, and even like if I needed to make a shot, like for example, if I needed to make Vettel running away from evil with a harpoon or something like that, I can always like just have him. Wait, how does this look on stream? Give me a second. Imagine this is Vettel. No, it's on the other side. No. So imagine this is Vettel, so I can just cut off the legs, not have it shown in frame. Oh, sorry, like this, and he could just like be running like this with a little concerned face or whatever. But yeah, I just avoid showing the legs, and that way I make it easier for everyone. You have like little Vettel just running. Wait, let me make this. Without showing the legs like this, you know. It's all reflected. Yeah, something like this. And I can make him run without the legs in frame, and yeah, I'm saving myself a lot of trouble. Yui, I love Battle in animations. People are so creative with his expression. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the only thing they have, right? Because the turtle itself is not very, like, expressive with its body, so they need to work around it. But it's a very interesting character. I also like human Vettel. I feel like it would be also fun to make a human Vettel, which is, I had this discussion earlier with chat that it's sort of official. I know there's not like an official design for human Vettel, but there is like the Discord Vettel that he voluntarily uses when, yeah, talking to someone on Discord, which is a human with a green hoodie. So that's sort of a design that could be made too. It probably definitely doesn't have a 3D official model, and it probably will never have a 3D official model. But yeah, that's also a good option for making funny stuff with them. But that's a whole nother character by itself. Yeah, still struggle a lot thinking of what we're gonna be doing with this channel, like in the future, like after Neuro. I think it's just very dependent on what will happen, because I don't know how the VTuber like the VTuber scenario is gonna be in the future, like the VTuber scene is gonna look like. Maybe Billion gets cancelled, God forbid, or whatever. What happens then? I don't know. I feel like it's very unpredictable. Like the VShoujo thing was insane. The people graduate left and right. We're like right now on the age of indie VTubers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If he really needs to move fast, just have him flipped upside down, sliding around on his shell. That's funny, but it would not make sense unless he is like standing on a, or if there's not a slope, right? I think it would look weird if he just slid randomly. Should have used more red, but whatever.
Let's see if I can grab a little bit more red pigment so we can make this redder.
The truth revealed in eyes of amber. We fight through fire and last forever. Just as once lost and now they remember.
Who's the one who was asking for a red mold? Was it Dagger? Yeah, I think it was Dagger.
Yep. All right. So I hope this is red enough.
You know, I've considered making like a scientific comparison because I have this feeling that these pigments, even if it's like the official pigments that they sell you with the silicone, like this is the official product to use with this brand, doesn't really paint as well as using oil paint. And I don't know why that happens, but I could also try and just use like red oil paint and see if that makes, because I mean this is pretty red, yes, but it still feels very slightly pink to me, and I'm just wondering if I used oil paint instead of this, it would have gone red much faster. It was Dagger. But yeah, so I hope this red is intense enough for you, Dagger. It was made for you. Whenever you see this mold in future streams, you can remember that this mold is the one that you picked the color of. Oh, right. See a little bit of separation between colors.
Lurking in the shadows under veil of night, constellations of blood pirouette dancing through the graves of those who stand at my feet. Dreams
So yeah,
of black
this is how you make a
Wanna zoom in? Wanna see every little detail.
The puppet master congregates
There you go.
pulling strings, twisting minds as blades hit. You want this power, then come try and take it. Beyond the
So I tried to have like a very thin thread of silicone. As you can see, like the taller I move, I'm not sure if I'm blocking the camera or not. And that way you avoid bubbles a little bit more. Because it's such a small area, it will, yeah, like take care of the bubbles by itself. And it will slowly flow to the sides and fill everything. At least that's the way I was taught to do this. Try and throw it from as far up as you can, so the string becomes as thin as possible and it fills the smaller gaps better, and it has less air bubbles on the cast itself. I mean, obviously the best thing you can do is just have a vacuum chamber, but not everyone has the budget nor the space for a vacuum chamber. So if you don't, you just do this. It's like you try your best. Well, you need a lot of precision because you don't want the silicone to fall everywhere else in the table like that. And you also need to be aware of how much you're tilting the cup. You don't want the second drop to start falling from the other side of the cup, which you don't have control over. Okay, it looks pretty red now that I see it from, like, fully casted. I will remember that you didn't want to do a purple one. I can make a purple one. I can make the next one purple. I didn't want to make a rainbow one because that would take ages. But we can make a purple one. I have a purple, you know, actually, Hornet Sword is a purple mold. Like one of the sides, one side is orange and the other side is purple. So it can actually be done. I'm just being a little bit lazy. I don't know, you were asking me which colors were harder to make, and I just replied that the harder colors to make were the ones that were composite colors, like not a simple color, but a combination of two. But it's possible. It's very possible. If you want a purple mold, I can make you a purple mold next time we do a mold. I will remember this, Roman. Yummy noodles. Yes. So I mean, now that the sculpture is all completely covered, I can just throw everything else. Like if there's a bubble up here above the sculpture, I don't really care. It's fine. The important thing is not to have bubbles that are on top of your sculpture, because the bubbles on your sculpture mean that the casting will have bubbles. I've also thought that it would be fun to actually be able to control the bubbles in a mold, because a mold with a lot of bubbles can give you a very interesting texture, like having like pucks or something like that, like a bunch of different little spots all over the skin. I don't know exactly what I would do that for, but I feel like it's a very interesting texture you can make. But I don't have enough knowledge to actually make intentional bubbles in my molds. I just know that it's possible. I have molds that were a mistake, that they just have like a bunch of bubbles everywhere. But I think it's because the silicone reacted with the paint, you know? I remember yummy noodles. Nah, the rainbow one was just a joke, no problem. I mean, like 90% of the things you say, Roman, are a joke, so I don't know anymore. And didn't the king of random make a video on how to make a banging? Yeah, they did, but even if you need like an air compressor, buying that sort of acrylic is not that cheap. You need to find like the right, like, what's it called? Like the right pot in order to make the pressure pot there. It's very dangerous. Like if you're not careful and your pressure pot is not like the pot itself is not strong enough, it could explode, you know? It's a non-zero chance. And yeah, I've thought about that, but also I don't have space for one pressure pot. And also having a pressure pot is not very like camera, not very easy to see on camera, because I would have to just take this out and you would have to trust me that I'm using the vacuum chamber. I'm not gonna be moving the camera around all around the workshop just yet. I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to do it because there's a lot of cables involved here. Maybe you could use a syringe to insert bubbles? I don't know. That's an interesting way to, but how do I put this syringe inside the mold? Like right now, I would pop it in and start like, pss, pss, pss. That's an interesting idea. But I feel like those would be larger bubbles. It would definitely not be. Now I feel like there has to be a certain paint or a certain coating that reacts with the silicone, because those bubbles, they were tiny. They were like a bunch. You know what it seemed like? It looked like if I had frozen, like imagine instead of being silicone, it being like soda, because the bubbles were that small, like soda small of bubbles.
Muddy Dressy. Hello, Muddy Dressy. Welcome. I'm not sure if I'd seen you around before, so welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the workshop. This is our humble and cozy little workshop. We're currently making a couple of molds as part of our research and development operation in order to make a new and improved. Oh, you saw the Evil video. Did you like it? I love when people come here just from watching the Evil video because they're always like very hyped up of what they saw and they liked it a lot. And yeah, it makes me very happy. So yeah, did you like it? Welcome. Welcome, Muddy. Yeah, I loved it. So it was a lot of fun. It did take a long time to make, and it's pretty much, she's dead now. Sorry about that. Sorry to tell you, but she's completely dead. Here's her boneless leg now. But that's okay because we're gonna be making a new and improved Neuro. This is part of the hip replacement surgery. But the thing that I didn't say in the video is that the hip replacement surgery also involves everything replacement surgery, and that's what we're working on right now. So that's what we're going to be working on for the next while. From seeing that, I kind of want to make one. Hey, you want to make one? I love that. I love people who want to make stuff. If you want to make stuff, please join the Discord. I would love that. I always love teaching people. If you ever feel like lost in something on what to do, how to do something, you can always send a message there and I can tell you like, hey, yeah, you can use this material or you can buy this, try using this as a tool. There's this program that you can use. I always love to do that. So I'm really happy. It makes me very happy to inspire more people into making art. That's like one of the things that really pump me up. So yeah, welcome, Muddy Dressy. I hope you like it and I hope you enjoy. And yeah, please do. I don't join Discord server. Okay, it's fine. If that's not your cup of tea or you don't have a Discord account, it is fine. But then you can just join in here if you ever have like a doubt. It's like, hey, how do I make, I don't know, a mold for a head? You can just join in the chat and I can try to explain you the best as I can. If that's better. But I just love inspiring people and pushing people to make more stuff. So yeah, don't worry about the Discord. It's just like a tool, but if that's not your cup of tea, that is fine. But you can always ask anything out during our streams. So yeah, I'm just very happy that you want to make stuff. So if you want to make your own stuff, cool. Or maybe post. I might post on my YouTube channel on a YouTube video. Yeah, that's fine. You can post it on your YouTube channel. Maybe you can subscribe or something. But yeah, I'm happy to see that. So, or maybe if you release something and we haven't seen it, you can just send a message like, hey, I just made an animation. Do you want to take a look? And we can run over there and take a look. But yeah, I'm happy to see that you want to make stuff. It makes me very happy. Might post on my YouTube channel. Love to see if you do it. We killed her and now we're making a mold from her blood. Yes, we definitely are. Oh, hey, I'm back. Posted a bunch of things on the Discord. Yeah, I tend to not check Discord a lot during workshop streams because I get like off track. But maybe I should start doing that because I feel like things are piling up on the Discord, you know? Perhaps you pipe in some sort of reactive agent like vinegar and baking soda for the bubbles? Maybe. I'm not sure because I think vinegar reacts with the silicone in a weird way. Because have you ever used like construction silicone or construction like, yeah, the one that you use like in the corners of the windows? Those are usually made of silicone and they have this very strong vinegar smell. And I think that vinegar smell is what makes the reaction possible. So maybe if I added vinegar, it might do something weird. It might like instantly harden or something. Congrats on the long stream, by the way. Thank you. I mean, this is just pretty much me working. I like to think that I want to take this seriously, like the work on this stuff. And yeah, the only way to make progress in this kind of stuff is actually working full time. And if I'm already working that much, why not just stream while I'm at it? And we can chat and make fun stuff and make jokes while we do this. Maybe you can use cotton balls for a bubble effect. That's interesting. You know what's something I've heard people do that's very interesting? I want to test that someday.
So this is not that much for molds. It's more something they do more for bodies. So imagine you're casting this leg, right? Holy, 10 hours, didn't even realize. Oh, just let me know when we reach, if we ever reach the 11-hour marks, because that's when the danger zone gets in. Because if you exceed a certain number after 11 hours, like 11:50 or 11:40, that's when your video gets unarchived instantly. And I don't want that. I want to keep the archive up there just so anyone can come back and look up, hey, how do I make the little eye mold? There you are. Video 94. But yeah, so imagine you're gonna make this, but instead of making it all out of silicone, they fill it first with sugar pearls. Have you ever seen like those little sugar pearls they use? They're not the powder, they're slightly bigger. So you fill it with sugar, and then you cast the silicone, and the silicone will flow through all of the pearls and make the general shape, but you'll have like a lot of tiny balls inside of it. And once you get the final shape, you put your puppet into a scalding hot water, and the hot water will melt all of the sugar away. So in the end, what you're gonna have is like a very big silicone sponge that's very flexible and very easy to move around. I still don't know exactly how to use that. Got me a nice what the what does that mean? Dolphin. Want to do something with it, but she just sits cross-legged on my shelf looking cute. I'm not sure if that's like a figure, but if you want some... Oh, ball jointed doll. Well, yeah, I mean, you could always try and make some cute animation with it. Oh, wait. What is this? Oh, no, it's just a casting. You can always make some fun animation with it. You can always try. There's like a couple of free apps you can use for a phone. Or, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Dragon Frame is fairly expensive for someone who's starting out, but it's always an option. But yeah, I mean, making an animation it's not that hard. You just need to find the right things that you have at hand. But yeah, if you want to do, Dolphy is a Japanese doll company. Oh, I don't know. I didn't know about that one. You can also use Play-Doh for a fluid effect if you want to animate the fluid. I've seen people do it with red Play-Doh and blood effects in their stop motion. Made for some more violent red clay. I've worked with, instead of using like, actually using silicone. Like this silicone, maybe a little bit more painted, but the thing with silicone that's really cool compared to Play-Doh is that it's got this little sheen to it. Like you can see like the little glossiness, and that feels a lot more like wet liquid blood. So you can actually just prepare a very thin amount of silicone and just paint your spots of blood. And that looks a little bit better, a little bit cleaner. Well, the thing is that it looks glossier, and the glossiness helps sell it much, much more than the Play-Doh. I'll tell you that as a little tip. I'm kind of just watching this as a background stream because I don't really know anything about what you're doing, but it looks cool. That's fine. That's cool. There's a lot of people who watch the streams, like, yeah, in the background while they're doing homework and that sort of stuff. So yeah, you can always do that. But what was it talking about? Oh yeah, the blood effect. Yes, like silicone is very useful for that. Maybe you can use resin too, but you need like a glossy one. But the thing with resin is that it sticks very, very well to everything. So you need to be careful where you apply it, because if you drop it in the wrong place, now you have blood there. There's no way around it. But yeah, making that sort of blood effect is really cool. I love making effects, but the thing with an effects shot or an effects anything is that it needs a lot of planning behind it. Like I'm doesn't make a lot of sense if I say I want to animate blood and I just animate Evil randomly starting to bleed from her hand, right? You need like an idea, like an excuse to make
the effect coherent, right? So if I want to make blood, how do I make blood? Maybe Evil pokes herself with a harpoon because she's not careful, or maybe, yeah, I mean, I can make Vettel bleed. If this time, instead of hitting like a cardboard cutout, we can make it hit the actual Vettel. I wouldn't do that. That sounds a little bit distasteful, but you have to think of a place to actually time our friend. What do you mean? What? There were these really old stop motion animations people made with Bionicles. I used to make animations with Bionicles back when I was in like elementary school, you know? Yeah, I did have my own little Bionicle animation. I loved Bionicles. Those were like the default presents that my parents would get me in Christmas, because they would know whatever they got me, I would always love them. And yeah, I had like a lot of Bionicles. And they're really great for animation because they're incredibly well articulated, they're very stable. Yeah, it's very interesting. Vettel bleeding from his nose when looking at the... That, I don't know, I mean, it could be funny, but there's like a weird tension right now with shippers and like getting into trouble. Like, I feel like making that kind of joke could cost me my job as Vettel AI official animator. Oh, now I know how you did the blood bit with Vettel. Which blood bit? There's no blood bit. I was confused on how you did that before. Well, fill them up with just... There's no blood in the video. Except those cracked lime joints. They worked fine. I mean, they're not... The cardboard cutout. Oh yeah. I mean, the cardboard cutout is just cardboard. I didn't make any blood there. It's just like the cutout being drilled. I did have the cutout here, if I remember correctly. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Ta-da! The one and only original from the animation itself. Still got its little hole. Poor little guy. I need to shrink it a little bit. It's a little bit too big for like, in order to fit on top of Evil's head. This one's a little bit too big. Maybe this one would fit our thumbnail. Yeah, I think this one's a good size for the thumbnail. The Piraka were still my favorite. Oh yes, I love the Piraka because they have like the rubbery backbone, and they had different designs for the different colored backbones. Yeah, the Pirakas were really cool. They were also one of my favorites, but I liked the big ones. Like whenever there was like a huge one, especially the ones that you were like mixing together different sets. Those were really cool because they had like this huge claws and it was very edgy, honestly. Took a harpoon to the face but still survived mostly the animation project. Yeah, you know, actually, rather than receiving an harpoon to the face, the biggest damage that this guy got was that the back of the support I put in the back broke during the animation. So I had to quickly patch it up with a little bit of tape in the middle of the stream. I don't remember if I did this on stream. I have this feeling, or maybe it broke when I was setting up for the stream and I patched this up, but I remember this broke off stream and I had to patch it up with tape. but I think I didn't do it on stream. But yeah, this was much more damaging and much more troublesome than actually piercing the middle of his face. I was born too late to enjoy Bionicles. I grew up with Ninjago. Yeah, I don't know anything about Ninjago. Oh yeah, I got the Butraca for Christmas. I don't remember what the Brutaca means. I guess it's one of the. I guess it's one of the of the piracas. And they also have like the little green marble blasters, right? And I think I had a bunch of those green marbles lying around here somewhere. No, but it was a long time ago. I think they went out during the remodeling. I never got to use those because I was like always being scolded like not to shoot it because I was going to break something. Hey Robotic, Kotabaton, hello, haven't seen you in a while. Hello, good to see you. And hello, the gaming gremlin. Oh, hi, welcome. So it's been a fun stream. I honestly think we are pretty close to closing shop for today because we made 4 molds today. But I'm glad to see you. I'm very glad to see you, Robot. Hadn't seen you in a while. But yeah, so we made this mold, which is still drying. We barely made it. Utaka was the big golden one who turned evil. He was big Bionicles. Maybe I didn't know that one. I'm gonna Google it real quick. We made this one. We made this little mold, which is made for. This one's designed for the neck. So this is the screw that's gonna be holding the neck. And this one is for the joint in the shoulder. It's pretty hard to show, but I'll show you tomorrow because I want it to dry properly. I don't want to break it. And this is the calf. We actually already casted one test out of this. So yeah, the calf is, it works really well. It's very strong. Slightly bendy. Maybe I'll try to fully break it. I feel like, yes, it can break. So it's not unbreakable, but it did take a long time and a lot of effort to break. Robot, good to see you again. Hey, you see, even Roman missed you. Let me Google that Brutaca because I'm curious now. Oh yeah, I think this one, I remember this one, but I think this one I didn't have. I had the one with the giant spider though, which was amazing. I love that one. And then there was this other one that you would build out of 3 different ones, and you would get like this crazy angel with sharp teeth. Like now that I remember it, I think it was a little bit off model. Like it didn't fully look like a Bionicle, but it was very cool because it was like huge and it had this huge claws and all that stuff. But yeah, I think I never had this one specifically, the Brutaca. But I had the one on the spider. Oh, that's also called a Brutaca? Oh yeah, it's also a Brutaca. So yeah, then I had the Brutaca of the spider, not the golden one. And that one was great. I love that one. And now I'm rambling about Bionicles. That feels weird. 20 minutes before we hit the 11 marks, by the way. It's okay. I mean, we can chill and chat a little bit more, but honestly, I feel like we could, yeah, start to close shop because there's not a lot more to do today. So we got this one. I already got the next pieces. Probably should mark this, guys. I'm thinking home. Think home. So yeah, I should start separating like the prototypes from the official pieces. We're still safe on the 11-hour marks, I believe, but Yui, don't worry, everyone starts by doing some weird stuff. That doesn't make it trash. Wait, what? I didn't see that comment. Oh, wait, what? That's awesome. The Butaka. Been lurking on and off for the last few days. I was here when you all were talking about Coraline. I'm looking for places to watch it. I think it's available to rent it on YouTube with a US IP. Just need a VPN and $5. Okay. Because seeing that what trash I can produce is better than producing nothing. But I can say you've inspired me to try something. Have a good day. Awesome. Yeah, that's great. It always makes me happy. So just make, you know, if you make today the best, like the best artwork you can conceive yourself making, you're still gonna feel like it's trash after a couple of weeks or after a couple of years. So the key is just keeping moving on. Like you're gonna be making more, much better stuff every single time you do it. So yeah, the key is just make stuff and make more stuff, and eventually I mean, I feel like it's hard to be very judgmental when all of this work goes into it. Like even a simple animation can feel well made, because only the task of achieving stop motion animation is an achievement by itself. But yeah, you can improve very much with few like weeks of practice. But yeah, I'm glad you inspired you, Julie. Welcome to the community or whatever. So good luck making stuff. If you ever need any help, you can find me here in this channel. We'll have like 20 minutes. Yes, hi Roman, hi Delphine, don't worry, starts doing some weird stuff. Yes. If you want to raid any AI VTubers on Twitch, just Threy is live, so is Xi live, but he doesn't have his AI at the moment. Let me see if my friend Faye is available. I think she was not gonna be streaming today, but I'll check that real quick. But if not, yeah, we could definitely raid one of those. But have they been... Oh, Katya is streaming too. Let me see. Yeah, it still says I've got 0 viewers. Let me see. Is Faye... I think she's not online. Okay, she's not online. So yeah, maybe we could raid one of those AI VTubers you're telling me. So just let me know who started streaming the latest, because it happens to me a lot that I raid someone and they're just about to end their stream and they're just like closing shop, or it's even like just the thank you for watching curtain. How long you have left if you went away, just to make sure. Yeah, we do have time. I don't know why it's at 11 hours, because my OBS says that the stream has been gone for 10 and 42 minutes. But yeah, we can start closing shop. I think it's a good moment. Like I've finished working. Maybe in this like yapping time, I should try and pick up the mess I have on the table. That would be helpful, certainly. But yeah, so I think, yeah, I mean, we can raid one of those guys. Just let me know who is, yeah, like who started the latest. Is there a way to know that easily? Seal is doing a subathon that was started a few days ago. Just started streaming 1.5 hours ago. Okay, so I think we could go with Jess then. I don't know, subathons, they can
like be going, but maybe they're asleep. Like there's a lot of people who have the 7th runs running and they're asleep, right? Okay, so yeah, then I have some stuff to do. Yeah, you can see how long ago they started the stream. All the new parts and some of the reassembly looks great, and the 3D modeling was really interesting to watch. Yes, I feel like it's not maybe the main focus of the channel, but we can make very interesting stuff. And it's really opened a lot of possibilities. If we perfect this, I feel like this evil is gonna last much longer than the other one. Like, a lot longer than the other one. Alright, so see you, TNT Dagger. Glad to have you around today. So, okay, this one needs to wait. These guys need to wait over there. Let's close our catalyzer. Take this out. Where did this one go? Tools, tools. Oh God, what happened here? Let's clean this a little bit. Okay, so yeah, then I guess we could start closing shop. So, oh God, pinch myself. So, okay, I'll see you most likely tomorrow. I think we can have another stream tomorrow, make fun stuff. I'm gonna keep working anyway, so yeah, why don't stream while I'm at it? So, okay, I guess I'm gonna be closing then. So take care everyone, thank you everyone for watching, it's been very fun. Let me set up those raids. I still don't know how to raid on Twitch. Oh, I mean, I know how to raid on Twitch, but I'm struggling a lot to know which one to follow, you know, because if I see one raid, I'm not seeing the other one. And yeah, I struggle a lot with that. Well, yeah, let's raid. What was the name? Have Sabaton. Jess was. So she. Jess Thay. Yeah, let's. Jess Thay. Jess Thay. There we go. Okay, she's got 1 viewer, so it would be a good little boost. That sounds cool. Okay, so we're set for raiding on Twitch. Cool. And now I think we could raid here. I think Katya was live, so let's go with Katya. Good old Katya Sable. No, she's not live anymore. Mori Calliope, Ete, Pipa. Leave me breathless, I can't help feeling. Yeah, she's not live anymore. Alright, so let's go with Ete Thorn, sounds fine. But yeah, the thing is I've not been able to... Better raid. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I haven't been engaging a lot with the raids. Because, yeah, I've been... I don't know what to do with both of the different raids. But yeah, so let's do that. There are also raids in you. Can't be on raid because I'm on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, raid can work on YouTube too, and we're raiding someone else on YouTube, so don't worry. But yeah. Okay, so I think it's all set, so I'll see you in a bit. I think Twitch is already raiding. But yeah, take care everyone. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Take care everyone. Da-na-na.